Well, a warm welcome to match umpires Peter Hartley and Naeem Ashra. Gloucestershire side led by Captain Lewis Hill. Opening the batting for Gloucestershire, wearing number 64, Ben Charlesworth, wearing number 15, Chris Dent.
A very good morning to you all and welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground in Leicester for this Division 2 County Championship match between Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. It is the final push in this year's County Championship. 4 rounds remain, but so much still yet to be decided. Leicestershire pushing for promotion and Gloucestershire, well, they're still looking for their first championship victory of the season. It's 5th versus 7th in the table, but it is Leicestershire who've won the toss and they've decided to bowl first, and Chris Wright bowling the first ball of the match to the left-handed Ben Charlesworth opening the batting for Gloucestershire, and he allows the ball to go through outside the off stump, and we're underway. So despite the fact that the forecast is excellent for today and for all 4 days for that matter, Leicestershire, not much of a surprise for my money that they've decided to field first, because the pitch is very green. There are 3 slips and a gully in place as Wright bowls to Charlesworth, who plays forward, and it's stopped by Wright away to his right hand side in his follow through, and there is no run. So as I say, pitch very green, and you would imagine that it's only going to lose pace as the game goes on, and so modern thinking tends to be that sides would like to make use of what pace there is in the pitch up front and decide to bowl first. Wright is in, and there's good carry through to the Leicestershire keeper Ben Cox, who takes the ball around about head height there as Charlesworth leaves it off a good length. And Ben Cox, who is one of a few changes for the Leicestershire side from their last fixture. Cox coming in on loan initially, but he's going to be joining Leicestershire on a 3-year deal starting from next season from Worcestershire. And it's Wright now bowling to Charlesworth, who dabs the ball away but won't pick up runs as it's stopped in the gully by Rishi Patel, and there's no run. The other team news as far as Leicestershire are concerned, Matt Salisbury and Sol Budinger come back into the championship reckoning. So Budinger opening the batting, and Salisbury part of what will be a 4-pronged seam attack for Leicestershire, with Wright, Scriven and Mulder. It's Wright bowling, and that's a drive from Charlesworth, but he's not able to beat the fielder at mid-off, and we're still yet to have a run. So the Leicestershire side in full: Rishi Patel, Sol Budinger opening the batting, Lewis Hill the captain, Colin Ackerman, Umar Amin, the Pakistan overseas signing for Leicestershire in the championship running, Vian Mulder, Louis Kimber, Ben Cox, Tom Scriven, Chris Wright and Matt Salisbury. In comes Wright to bowl to Charlesworth, who plays the ball carefully up to mid-off, and that is a maiden over to start this match. So Gloucestershire 0 for 0. Gloucestershire, as far as their team is concerned, their team is a little different to the squad which was announced. Neither Tom Price nor Matt Taylor are here, and it is Ben Charlesworth who has got the nod, as it were, opening the batting alongside Chris Dent. So there's no place for Joe Phillips, who made his first-class debut in Gloucestershire's last championship match, which was the defeat to Worcestershire in the second game of the Cheltenham Festival. So Charlesworth and Dent to open. Ollie Price, who was prolific throughout the One-Day Cup and also picking up a couple of tons in his last 4 championship matches. Miles Hammond. Harry Tector is playing, the Irish international, making his championship debut for Gloucestershire. James Bracey is captaining the side in the absence of Graham Van Buren. as Vian Mulder bowls his first ball of the match, and it's turned away into the leg side by Dent. He'll get off the mark first ball, and he'll turn 1 into 2 as the ball is in between the fielders. Fine leg and mid-wicket, so 2 without loss of Gloucestershire. Completing that Gloucestershire side then Zafar Gohar, a left-arm spinner, and then 4 seamers at James Bracey's disposal. Zaman Akhtar, Dom Goodman, Josh Shaw, and making his championship debut for the club is Luke Charlesworth. Mulder bowls to Dent, who is forward in defence as the ball trickles up to mid-off, and there is no run. My name's Ed Seaborn from BBC Radio Bristol and BBC Radio Gloucestershire, and we've got a little bit of a race going on this morning between a man on foot and a man using the British train network. I think I know who my money's on. Mulder bowls down the leg side, and that's clipped away by Dent. Out through backward square leg. It's the longer side of the ground, but it's still got the legs to go for the match's first boundary. So 6 without loss. And Mulder just straying a little too leg side-ish. A little bit of movement perhaps for him, but starting too straight to be of much trouble to Chris Dent. And it is 6 without loss. Chris Dent in his 180th first-class match, but the man with the big milestone today is Chris Wright, who is in his 200th first-class match. And what an outstanding career he has had. It's Mulder, who's over the wicket bowling to Dent. Nice delivery. Bit of in-movement to the left-handed Dent, who plays the ball up to mid-on. Negotiated it pretty successfully. So, mentioned the vague situation at the table with Leicestershire in 5th place, but they have a game in hand over both Worcestershire and Glamorgan, who sit 2nd and 3rd, and only 2 points behind Sussex, just ahead of them, having played 10 matches each. As forward goes Dent, tucking the ball into the leg side. Gasps from behind the stumps, but a decent amount of wood on it from Chris Dent, and there's no run as the ball goes out to mid-wicket. So Leicestershire currently 23 points behind Worcestershire, and given that Gloucestershire are in 7th out of 8 in the table, and only that thanks to the points deduction to Yorkshire, as Mulder bowls, that's a tight leave from Dent outside the off stump. Don't think he could have left it on length, just had to hope that that ball didn't come back as prodigiously as it threatened to, and it didn't, and it goes through to Cox. So we're through the first 2 overs of this match with Leicestershire winning the toss and deciding to bowl, and Gloucestershire a 6 without loss, with Dent all 6 to his name. So Worcestershire on 134 points, Glamorgan on 120, so Leicestershire are 9 behind them. And basically, I think this means that you can use the words must win about this game. Right is in and forward goes Charlesworth, plays the ball up the pitch, and it tips off the bails at the non-striker's end. Not that there was going to be a run anyway, it wasn't hit firmly enough for that. So, umpire Naeem Ashraf having to repair the stumps at the non-striker's end. Naeem Ashraf and Peter Hartley, the 2 umpires for this match. 3 slips and a gully still for Wright, who comes in over the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth, who plays forward, and they'll grab a quick single here. There's a suspicion of maybe a bit of bat onto pad there, possibly, but certainly not the middle of Charlesworth's bat, but as a consequence, he's able to pick up the quick single into the offside. So he's underway, and Gloucestershire are 7 without loss. I suppose it's not necessarily a must-win for Leicestershire, depending on the way that other results go, but particularly because one of the other games in this round is Worcestershire versus Glamorgan. If one of those sides were to win and Leicestershire weren't to, leaves the task quite a tall one for the remaining matches. Well outside the off stump this time from Chris Wright, and it passes through to the keeper as Dent has nothing to do with it, facing Chris Wright for the first time. So Worcestershire taking on Glamorgan, Durham taking on Sussex in another key encounter. Durham already basically up 40 points clear of Worcestershire in second place with only 2 matches left after this one. Wright bowls to Dent, who again covers the swing and plays away out towards where a short mid-onward field. And again, there's no run. So, as I say, Durham basically through. And then it's the scrap for second place, with Worcestershire at the moment in the lead for that. But if they're to lose to Glamorgan, then Glamorgan take over pole position. Here comes Wright, and bowls now to Dent. That's again well outside the off stump, very full. Dent not tempted into a drive, and he's being tempted as well. Leicestershire, as the favourite modern phrase seems to be, dangling the carrot by sticking no fielder in the covers. They've got Bullinger at backward point and a fielder at mid-off, and then a yawning chasm between the two. Wright to complete his second over bowls. That one comes in sharply, but does a bit too much, if anything, and Dent can once more get a run into the leg side, down towards long leg. And Dent moves on to 7. 3 overs gone, and Gloucestershire are 8 without loss. I suspect, well, I'd be interested to know come the end of the day what Gloucestershire would have done had they won the toss, because, as I say, despite the fact, I mean, it always seems strange turning up to a red ball game on day one with the forecast for bright sunshine, which we've got pretty much unbroken sunshine already. It's been sunny since I got up. Just a few light cirrus clouds up in the sky, just adding a little bit of haze to the sunshine, but not much. It's going to be a warm day. Always seems a bit odd to see a side bowl first, but I can totally understand it in this instance. Mulder starts his second over, and Dent tries to chop the ball away through the offside, and Mulder, having switched around the wicket to try and cramp up Dent on the off stump, and almost succeeded in doing just that first ball. Dent's somebody who likes to cut, and likes to cut balls that are actually quite close to him, so he's got to be a little bit watchful in the early stages of that in movement. Mulder bowls, oh, that takes off. That's a beauty from Vian Mulder. Takes off from a good length, full of a good length, and it nips away this time from the left-handed Dent and through to the keeper, Ben Cox. So that's the first one that Mulder's really shown that he can move the ball the other way to Chris Dent. Not that Dent wouldn't have known that already, I'm sure, given Mulder's skill with the ball. And he comes in again to bowl, and once more Dent is having to make a decision about whether to play or to leave. This time he does leave, sways out of the way. And again, that was the in-ducker from Vian Mulder. But early stages, and Gloucestershire looking to leave as much as they can. Mulder turning at the end of his run, and he's running in now, and he bowls to Dent, and that ball stays down that time. One ball is taken off in that over, and now the ball doesn't get up as much as Dent thought it would. And he's going to be counting his blessings that that ball was wide of the stumps, because if it had been on them, then Dent's bat, I don't think, would have been down in time. This is going to be a testing spell here, I think, regardless of conditions. We've got the Duke's ball back. You always know that the new ball is going to do something. It's a very green pitch. As Mulder bowls to Dent, who uses his feet this time and plays the ball away out to extra cover. and there's no run. So that's certainly one way to combat a little bit of movement and potential uneven bounce, because just even if you're struck on the pad, you do have to make that decision as the umpire with the batter down the pitch. Can I be certain about giving it out? Last ball of the fourth over. Mulder is in. That's turned through backwards square by Dent. Should be able to pick up a pretty comfortable 2 here. Again, it's the longer side of the ground out towards the Milligan Road side, and it's 2 more to Dent. He moves to 9, and through 4 overs, Gloucestershire are 10 without loss. So the shorter boundary towards the towards the outdoor nets, which is quite a short boundary. It's not as short as it perhaps can be, but especially by Grace Road standards, it's a pretty short boundary. And it'll be a mighty hit to clear the other side. Not that that's in anybody's mind at this stage. Right bowls to Charlesworth, and Charlesworth lets that one go through to the keeper. Again, a full length from right, inviting the drive. 576 wickets for Wright in his 200 match career, and his career best of 7 for 53 came against Gloucestershire a couple of seasons back in a match which Ian Cobain scored a match-winning century in the end for Gloucestershire, as Charlesworth lets that ball go through again to the wicket-keeper Cox. Again, decent carry. But that, I believe, the last time that Gloucestershire have beaten Leicestershire in the Championship, Leicestershire having won both the last meeting at Bristol this season, and in some thumping fashion the last Championship meeting between these two sides here, an innings victory for them in 2021. Right bowls, and Charlesworth gets bat on ball as he defends the ball out towards point. No single there, with Budinger in to do the fielding. Score remains 10 without loss, halfway through the 5th over. And if you're listening already, congratulations to you for remembering the 10:30 start in September. I mean, in some ways it's even tricky, because it doesn't really feel like September today. It feels more like midsummer, thankfully, because we haven't really had much of a midsummer. Right, moving in and bowls, and Charlesworth plays that one pleasantly through the covers. He's not going to get a boundary for it because it's such a long way out there, but it should be a pretty easy 3. We're going to see lots of 3s over to that side. Basically, can take an extra 1 on the arm. And so it's Charlesworth's second, Ben Charlesworth, that is. Got to make that distinction, seeing as his brother Luke is making his first-class debut for Gloucestershire. Ben Charlesworth with his second scoring shot, and moves up to 4, and the total to 13 without loss. Right, still over the wicket, bowling to Dent on 9. And Dent is up onto his toes, blocks the ball away out into the covers. They think about a sharp single, but decide against it, as the ball is fielded once more by Budinger. Tom Scriven up at mid-off, looks to be taking on the shining duties. Still well, I mean, it's more like 4 slips actually, as much as 3 slips in the gully. There's a little bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th, but not much. Right bowl's very full, and Dent comes forward confidently to play the ball up to mid-off, but it is straight to Scriven there, and there's no run. 5 gone, and Gloucestershire 13 without loss. Getting through these overs pretty swiftly at the moment, despite the fact that we've got seam from both ends, which is always a good thing. A particularly good thing from Leicestershire's point of view, because I suspect they probably wouldn't want to bowl a huge amount of spin. If they're bowling spin today on this pitch, then Gloucestershire are are very much having a decent time of it. As I say, well, I said a four-prong seam attack. Of course, Umar Amin can bowl some seam as well, so got 5 seam options. If they need to resort to spin, it'll have to be Ackerman and Kimber. Mulder is in to Charlesworth, who plays the ball rigidly towards the bowler. And again, there's no run. Gloucestershire, of course, have their overseas spinner in Zafar Gohart. But I can't imagine that your heart is filled with the joys of life as a spin bowler when you turn up and see a lot of grass on the pitch. But who knows, maybe it will still do something for him. Mulder bowls and Charlesworth plays a slightly more angular defensive shot this time, out towards cover. Not a huge amount wrong with it, but just a suspicion that the bat maybe didn't come down quite as straight as the previous ball. But it's basically, at this stage, just about keeping things out if you're an opening pair. Mulder is in, and a good leave from Charlesworth through to the wicket keeper. You're always going to get some interest from behind the stumps, because at this stage Leicestershire very much want Charlesworth to be playing at that ball, but he didn't have to, and was able to let it go through to the keeper. So Mulder, key part, of course, of the last meeting between these two sides only a few days ago. Sorry to remind Gloucestershire fans of it. Mulder bowls, and more inside edge really from Charlesworth there, rather than a real work down fine. But again, any which way, and it gets Charlesworth up the other end with a single. 5 to him now, 14 without loss. Leicestershire marching on through to the One Day Cup final, which is now just, what, 13 days away at Trent Bridge. Leicestershire taking on Hampshire. Here goes Mulder, and bowls, and another ball which is, well, Dentist tried to sell it. I think that he's worked that down fine, but again, I think it's more just a case of the ball happening to run down there. Mulder getting this in movement to the left-handers, which is causing problems. And we'll see whether he lines up that one that nips away for the last ball of the over. 15 without loss though. Dent again able to come through for a run, and he moves into double figures. And so it is Charlesworth to face that last ball of the 6th over. Mulder is into bowl, and that's turned neatly through wide mid-on by Charlesworth. Again, it's a single, that's all. But good to keep the strike rotating, even if there are 2 left-handers opening the batting. And Charlesworth is up to 6. So 16 without loss. Gloucestershire after 6 overs. If you do want to get in touch, at the moment, with me being the solo pilot of the ship, it's at Ed Cricket 6, the number 6, if you would like to get in touch via X, Twitter, or whatever it is that you like to call it. And it is the 7th over, as we see Chris Wright ready to resume battle with Charlesworth. In goes Wright and bowls, comes back into Charlesworth. He comes through for a quick single here. It's well judged. There'll be a throw at the stumps which will miss, and good backing up there from Ben Cox in his first game for what will be his full new county at the end of the season. I don't think they would have been able to come through for an overthrow, because there was backing up being done down at fine leg, but always pays to be sure. And so it's another single. Charlesworth moves on to 7. 17 without loss. Sunny Leicester morning as Wright moves into bowl to Dent, who works that one towards square leg. takes a couple of steps down the pitch and then decides that he'd better not take a single there, and fielded by Umar Amin, the Pakistan, I guess, former international, although not sure he's officially announced his retirement from international cricket, but given that he last played for Pakistan 5 years ago. Never say never. Here comes Wright. In over the wicket to Dent. Dent's forward, dabbing the ball away, beats Gully, and so that will garner him at least a couple. I think that's all it will be, in fact, with Budinger running back. And Dent is up to 12, 19 without loss. Phil O'Rourke has been in touch. Morning, Phil. The coffee is hot, cinnamon pastries are fresh. I didn't have any breakfast this morning. Patio doors open, the sun is shining, the birds are singing, and God is in his heaven. If Carlsberg did Sundays. Other lagers are available, thankfully. In comes Wright and bowls. This is tucked into the leg side by Dent, and it's fielded easily by Umar Amin, and there's no run. Round about this point that we'll be welcoming in all those listeners who didn't quite remember the 10:30 start business in September, so I shall do my best to try and recap everything that has occurred so far. As Wright bowls to Dent. Oh, that one's shot along the floor. It was a very full ball from Wright, but that has just basically grubbed through to Ben Cox. I think he's taken that on at least the first bounce, if not the second. Wright turns at the end of his mark and bowls the last ball of the 7th over of the morning into Dent, who taps that one away up to mid-off, and there is no run. So 7 overs gone this morning, 19 without loss, and Gloucestershire the happier of the two sides at the moment, but there's a long way to go. Over rate still remains terrific. We've got through 7 overs of seam in 25 minutes. I mean, to bang on about that, but it is good to see that kind of urgency in the field. They don't exactly have short run-ups, either Mulder or Wright. Forward square legs coming quite close here as Mulder starts the new over, and it's played off the back foot towards point by Charlesworth, and there is no run. So for Leicestershire, as the big news is the debuts of Ben Cox and of Umar Amin. At no place in the Leicestershire side for Sam Evans, who Sol Budinger has been preferred for at the top of the order, so Budinger making a championship return. As Mulder is in, and Charlesworth plays firmly to mid-on in defence, and there's no run. And also no Josh Hull for Leicestershire, which I must say, as a, I guess with my neutral hat on, rather than the Gloucestershire hat on, I'm a little bit disappointed not to see Hull play again, because he is so exciting to watch, and I think he would certainly manage to get something out of this. Mulder bowls, forward goes Charlesworth to play the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run. But I guess potentially after a fair bit of work in the One-Day Cup, perhaps they're just looking to build him back up again, I don't know. We will get the thoughts of Radio Leicester's Richard Ray in a little while, but as mentioned, he's, well, I think he actually already has crossed the finish line this morning. I'll get more on that later. Mulder bowls, that's driven aerially by Charlesworth, but it wasn't particularly close to point. But there's applause from the Leicestershire fielders, because that's basically the kind of shot that they're after, but it didn't go to hand, and it was timed by Charlesworth through cover point, and he picks up his first boundary. So he moves on to 11, and it is 23 without loss. So 11 to Charlesworth, 12 to Dent. They've been stuck in. The fielder short on the leg side's gone more to mid-wicket now as Mulder bowls and Charlesworth plays a beautiful shot. That is absolutely sumptuous from Charlesworth. He is such a good driver of the ball down the ground when he gets his weight into the shot. Tall left-handers always look elegant, and what a way that is for Charlesworth to bring up his first 1,000 runs in first-class cricket. We make a lot of fanfare about the late thousands, but your first 1,000 runs in first-class cricket is no less of a milestone. 27 for no wicket. Mulder bowls to Charlesworth, who's going to get more runs here as he glances it away down towards a vacant third man. That won't be stopped either, and that is 3 consecutive boundaries to finish off the 8th over. So Charlesworth has exploded forwards to 19 from 24 balls, and Gloucestershire 31 without loss after 8 overs. As we've basically completed the first half hour of the morning at Grace Road, with Leicestershire having elected to field this morning. Gave you the bare bones of Leicestershire's side, a reminder of Gloucestershire's for the later comers. No Tom Price, no Matt Taylor, both of those in the squad but not here. As right is in, forward goes Dent and plays quietly to mid-off, and the ball picked up there by Scriven for no run. Harry Tector does play, so the Ireland international across all formats will make his county championship debut today, which is exciting. He'll be hoping that he doesn't have to bat for quite some time to come. Down to come in at 5, I suspect, with Ben Charlesworth and Dent opening and Ollie Price in his usual spot at 3. It'll be Hammond 4 likewise, and Tector at 5. This is played into the leg side by Dent off the front foot, fielded at mid-wicket, and there's no addition to the score. James Bracey is captaining the side as there is no Graham van Buren in the squad. And then the seam attack therefore consists of Actor, Goodman, Shaw, and a big day for Luke Charlesworth, getting his county cap presented this morning. Right in and bowls, and Dent tries to get runs through the leg side but is struck on the body around about the midriff as he looks to work the ball away, so he doesn't get runs for that. Gloucestershire, of course, one of those counties that hands county caps out on first-class debut. So that presentation happened this morning, and nice for him that he can make his debut alongside his brother. Right bowls, it's a little short. Dent pulls, well, a low arm pull really, as it didn't get up that much, and he didn't get exactly the amount of bat on it he might have hoped for in an ideal world, but he'll be quite content to have picked up a couple of runs through square leg. And 33 without loss are Gloucestershire, with Dent moving on to 14. As far as I know, Leicestershire only have 3 players who have received their county caps. One of them the man bowling now, Chris Wright, Lewis Hill the captain, and the man standing at second slip, Colin Ackerman, but perhaps this list is out of date. Even so, I think it's, I'm trying to remember, Gloucestershire, I think Durham maybe also do it, handing out the cap on first-class debut, as Wright bowls to Dent, who leans forward and plays the ball calmly again up towards mid-off. And again there is no run. So nice to see Luke Charlesworth, the younger of the two brothers, making his debut, and Ben Charlesworth also. It's a return after a calf injury, I believe it was, which initially kept him out, and then I think it morphed into a knee problem. But either way, didn't play a part after the opening game of the One Day Cup, as Dent cuts this time. It cuts straight into the ground, and it balloons out to Budinger at point, and that completes another over. They've had 9 overs, and Gloucestershire 33 for no wicket. So also Goodman coming back into the side, having played a couple of games this season. Made his first appearance at Durham, where he took his best figures, a 4-wicket haul there in his young career, and also played the first game at the Cheltenham Festival. So he returns, as does Josh Shaw, who did exactly the same. Mulder starts a 5th over, and Charlesworth with a solid block into the leg side. Budinger does the fielding at mid-wicket. Salman Akhtar, who did play in Gloucestershire's last championship match, which was that defeat to Worcestershire at Cheltenham. So as usual, it's been kind of the story for Gloucestershire this season. It's been a lot of rotation or injury affected efforts with bowling lineups, as that has been inside edged by Charlesworth, and somehow he's still there. And not only is he still there, but he's picked up another boundary off the bowling of Vian Mulder. So that is now 4 boundaries in the last 6 balls, but that one by far the most fortuitous. It was a pretty indeterminate prod from Charlesworth with a 45-degree bat, and somehow the ball has squeaked between his bat and the off stump. Charlesworth drives, that's another loose shot, and again he's got away with that one. Mulder is cutting a slightly weary figure as he walks back to his mark in the 5th over of his spell, and he's taken the inside edge of Charlesworth and now beaten him on the outside edge. It wasn't full enough to drive that one, and Charlesworth is still at the crease, which is the most important thing, but a couple of near misses last 2 balls. Mulder is in, and that's been tickled fine by Charlesworth. That one was a genuine leg glance, as Mulder just angles the ball into the leg stump, which has been a little bit of a problem for him in this opening spell, and he's obviously with a little bit of bad luck as well, but he has gone for 31 runs now in his 4.4 overs, and Charlesworth adds a 5th boundary off Mulder's last 7 balls. He moves on to 27. Gloucestershire 41 without loss. Mulder bowls to him, and that'll be another boundary. Just a little dab again from Charlesworth, very deliberate. Yes, it's the outside edge of the bat, but it's very much controlled, played softly, and with no 3rd on the boundary, it is yet another 4. So 45 without loss. Gloucestershire, and Charlesworth moving up to 31, so he's at better than a run a ball. And a man who in championship cricket tends to like to take his time is certainly getting on with it as far as the scoring is concerned, and he's already ridded himself of the 3rd slip with just the 2 in place now and 3rd back on the boundary. Mulder bowls, and forward goes Charlesworth. He's still holding the pose of the defensive shot that he tried to play, but the ball has just left him. So that was an exciting over with 3 boundaries off it, including a thick-ish inside edge, and a couple of plays and misses as well. 45 without loss. Our Gloucestershire 10 overs have been bowled. Mulder 5 overs for 35. He's been quite as bad as those figures. I think he'll probably feel he hasn't always got it right, but equally I'm not sure he's been quite as bad as 7 and over. Wright, on the other hand, 5 overs for just the 10 runs. And it will be right to continue. Still no bowling changes this morning. I'll take you through what's going on elsewhere in both this division and in Division 1 through this over. 3 slips rather than the 3 slips in a gully for Wright as he bowls now to Dent, who drives through the covers. He'll get at least a couple here. The ball's running out towards the wide long off boundary. I don't think it's quite going to get there, and it's going to be a very comfortable 3. We might even see, if the ball's played even more towards extra cover than mid-off, might even see an all-run 4 here with these dimensions. 48 without loss as Dent moves on to 17. It brings Charlesworth back on strike. What they have managed to do well, other than pick up boundaries, these two, is they've rotated the strike pretty decently. Both batters have seen a good amount of both bowlers and have faced pretty much equal the number of deliveries. Charlesworth is defending up to mid-off this time, and now they have faced exactly the same number of balls, 31 apiece. In the other games taking place in Division 2 today, I mentioned that key encounter between Worcestershire and Glamorgan taking place at New Road, 2nd versus 3rd, with 14 points separating the two sides. It's Worcestershire who are batting, having been stuck in by Glamorgan, and Jake Libby is the man out for Worcestershire. Court Cook bowled Van der Guchten for 6, as Charlesworth is clipping this one down to fine leg. And will collect another single. 49 without loss. Scriven doing the fielding on the boundary. Charlesworth 32 from 32. Gareth Roderick and Azhar Ali, the not out pair in that game at New Road. Roderick 17 and Azhar Ali 3. Durham versus Sussex. Also a big game in the promotion fight. Sussex in 4th with a game in hand, 21 points back of Worcestershire coming into the round. And Sussex batting as that one's left alone by Dent through to Cox. Tom Clark and Tom Haynes opening the batting for Sussex against that rampant Durham side. And Clark 12, Haynes 4, Sussex 20 without loss in the 10th over there. Matthew Potts playing for Durham, as is Ben Rain. And at times this season, that's basically been all Durham have needed. Wright bowls, forward goes Dent to play the ball away, up to mid-off. Former Gloucestershire man George Dressel is playing for Durham today, as well as a leg spinner Matt Parkinson, who is on loan again up at Durham, despite the fact that he's going to be joining Kent next season and he's still contracted to Lancashire. Such is county cricket at the moment. But 2 spinners playing there for Durham, which is perhaps unusual given what pitches tend to be up at Chestley Street, but perhaps this one's different. Wright hangs this one well outside the off stump. Dent has nothing to do with it. So Wright's bowled 6 overs in this spell. He's only gone for 14 runs. But if anything, there's actually been more happening from the other end in terms of danger, despite the fact Mulder has gone for 35. He's arguably looked, whilst the more likely to go for a boundary, arguably looked the more likely to take a wicket as well. 11 overs bowled, and it's 49 for no wicket. And it is time for the first bowling change of the morning. I'm likely to see an awful lot of right arm seam in this match, with conditions being as they are in terms of the pitch, with plenty of live grass on it. Although as things wear on. Maybe with that being the key word, but knowing the way that English pitches tend to respond, I doubt it. And especially given the fact that I think it's forecast to be 28 degrees for the final day of this championship match. So maybe we will see a bit more spin bowled later on, but early on, both sides in possession of 4 right-arm seamers, with Leicestershire not playing Josh Hull. 3 slips are back in place, so no deep third, and it is Scriven bowling to Charlesworth, who comes forward and plays the ball to mid-off, and there's no run. Continuing the roundup then of what is happening elsewhere in the other game taking place in Division 2 today. Yorkshire facing Derbyshire, and Yorkshire off to a decent start with Adam Lyth and Finlay Bean opening the batting. 2 players, I think it's fair to say, at the opposite ends of their first-class careers. Scriven bowls, and Charlesworth covers up the in movement, plays it to mid-wicket, where Rishi Patel fields. Lyth 21 and Bean 8 in that game, which is taking place at Scarborough. A lot of cricket at Scarborough this season, although not as much as the locals would have liked. Of course, they had that Roses match at Scarborough rained off, but good to see they're playing what should be glorious weather up there. As again, Charlesworth, carbon copy of the previous ball, with a bit of in movement from Scriven, just tucks the ball towards mid-wicket. It wasn't really looking for runs, just playing defensively. In Division 1, the wickets that have fallen so far have mostly fallen in the top division. 3 of the 4 wickets across the county championship have fallen in Division 1, and 1 each in all of the 3 games that are starting today. Scriven is in, and Charlesworth has negotiated that one by working the ball to the offside this time, fielded at cover, and no run. In the game between Hampshire and Somerset, that game is taking place down at the Aegeus Bowl. The 1 wicket to fall, that of Fletcher Middleton, who was dismissed by Jack Brooks without scoring. Caught by Andy Umeed. Good to see that Umeed is playing in the championship as well for Somerset after a terrific time of it in the one-day cup. As Scriven bowls, that's a nice ball. And with so many deliveries coming into the left-handed Charlesworth, and I think it was really Dent who saw the 2 balls from Mulder that particularly moved away from him. But Scriven getting that ball to jag away from Charlesworth, and he was beaten by it through to the wicketkeeper, and again a decent amount of carry, but that just goes in the column really of the kind of ball which you just got to put out of your mind as a batter. Be glad that you missed it. Scriven bowls, really gave that one a chance to swing, but Charlesworth met it with a solid forward push, and it's fielded up at mid-on. So tidy start from Tom Scriven. It's a maiden over, and Leicestershire, I'm not going to say they needed it, but they'll be potentially a bit glad of it to get a little bit of control back as far as the scoreboard is concerned, because Gloucestershire travelling at over 4 and over in the early going. No side ever particularly likes to look up at the board and see that. 49 without loss. Gloucestershire 12 overs bowled, and it is going to be a double change. So the first look at Matt Salisbury this morning. This seam attack, which really devastated Gloucestershire a few days ago. Gloucestershire in that one-day cup semi-final bundled out for just 125. But so far, at least it's been a different story. Salisbury looking to change that as he bowls to Dent. Dent rises up onto his toes and taps the ball on its head, plays it out towards backward point, and there's no run. So Hampshire 25 for 1 at the Aegeus Bowl in the game between Northamptonshire and Lancashire. That game taking place at Northampton. Northamptonshire 35 for 1. In the 12th over, they lost Hassan Azad for just a single. LBW to Tom Bailey, but Emilio Gay and Sam Whiteman looking to rebuild things as Salisbury, again, on a good length, and Dent can play off the back foot and plays it almost exactly halfway up the pitch. Ball actually stopped dead. So no addition to the score there. And in the other game taking place, which is the potentially one of the bigger clashes in Division 1, with leaders Surrey taking on Warwickshire at the Oval, as Salisbury this time bowls a full ball, which draws Dent forward, but he's able to keep it out. It's fielded by Salisbury. Surrey have also been put in to bat by Warwickshire, and it's Rory Burns who's the man out. Chris Rushworth returning after some time out with injury, and Rushworth has got rid of Burns. Surrey 31 for 1. Salisbury bowls, and it was a full ball which Dent, certainly I think he was actually rehearsing a defensive shot, but looked to be well within his rights to drive, and it was a pretty sweet looking shot, but just picked out mid-off, and there's no run. So as far as Division 1 goes, Surrey with a 17-point lead over Essex coming into this round. Essex start their championship match against Middlesex tomorrow, as this is driven by Dent, not especially well timed and fielded at cover. That game taking place a day late because of the one-day international between England's women and Sri Lanka yesterday. A famous Sri Lankan win, the first time they've beaten England in a women's international, and they thoroughly deserved it, absolutely outplaying England from start to finish. Salisbury bowls and Dent plays towards point, and so that's a maiden over from Salisbury to start things off as well. So Scriven and Salisbury off to good starts. 49 without loss, the score remains, and we've had 13 overs. So mentioning Surrey and Essex at the top of the table, 17-point gap, then it's a long way back to Hampshire in third. 31 points the gap between Hampshire and Essex. Warwickshire are 56 points behind Surrey. They do have a game in hand, but basically they have to win that game and really hope that some results start to go their way. As far as the bottom of the table goes, Northamptonshire, who are in action today, bottom by some distance, 22 points back of Kent, even in the second relegation spot at the moment. And Kent have played a game more than Middlesex, just a little ahead of them. Here's Scriven bowling, and Charlesworth comes forward and plays the ball to mid-off and sets off for a bit of a stroll towards square leg and a readjustment of the gloves, and there's no run. So Northamptonshire look pretty set to be joining Gloucestershire, at least, in Division 2 next year, and then would appear to be between Middlesex and Kent as to who is to join them. I think from memory, I haven't looked this up again more recently, Scriven is in, Charlesworth is bowled. It's just flicked that off bail, and it is a first success for Leicestershire this morning. Scriven and Salisbury had started off very nicely, and they get reward for that. There was movement in there, and Charlesworth beaten on the inside edge. The ball just, I think, clipping that off bail. Again, I moan about this all the time, but whoever decided that we should have these green bails in the county championship, from this distance, looking through the bails over to the grass on the far side, they are basically impossible to see. But anyway, he has been bowled, Charlesworth. It was a bright innings, which had a good degree of promise. He did ride his luck to some extent as well, that thick inside edge that just missed the off stump and went for 4 in particular, but I'm sure he'll be cross because he'll feel as if he's done a lot of the hard work there, getting through that opening spell and scoring 32 runs to boot. But he's got to go, and it was beautifully bowled by Scriven. Got to give him a lot of credit for that as well. It's moved in considerably, and it is very much top of off. So Gloucestershire 49 for 1, 2 balls into the 14th over, and that brings the man in form out to the middle as far as Gloucestershire go. An extraordinary one-day cup for Ollie Price, who ended the campaign with 575 runs, an average over 82, 2 tons, 3 50s. So basically a 50-plus score every other time he batted. Finished not out 3 times as well. 2 of those centuries were both the centuries, I should say, were unbeaten ones as well. 2 tons in the championship as well, coming at Headingley and at Cheltenham against Worcestershire. But a job to do here. Wouldn't want to lose a couple in quick succession here, Gloucestershire, after having done well up front, having been put in. And it is Scriven then bowling to Ollie Price, who plays into the leg side. Again, as he does basically all the time, head right over the ball, looking to play as straight as possible. And he's seen off his first delivery. Just the one Price brother in this game, no Tom Price. I mean, I have to say, I haven't actually had any official word on those absentees, Matt Taylor, Tom Price, and also Paul van Meekeren, as there's an out-swinging delivery from Scriven, which Price allows to go through to the keeper. Apologies, I've completely lost my train of thought because I've finally got some company in this commentary box at last. Very shortly, delighted to say that I'm going to be joined by Machelle Hewitt. So, at last, after nearly an hour, you're going to hear from somebody other than me, which I'm sure is a great relief to all concerned. Ollie Price is defending this one out towards cover, and there is no run to be had there. Following my own train of thought at the best of times is quite a challenge, but particularly after an hour now of talking to myself, I think hopefully I can be excused for having forgotten exactly what it was that I was on about. I'm sure it wasn't important either way. Last ball of what could be a wicket maiden here for Scriven as he bowls now to Ollie Price, and again it's an outswinger which Price has nothing to do with, and it passes through to the keeper. So 3 consecutive maidens here for Leicestershire. The change bowlers have come on and have done a sterling job for the Foxes here, with all 3 overs being maidens and that one being a wicket maiden, as Charlesworth is beaten on the inside edge and is off bail clipped. So 49 for 1. Dent has 17, and Ollie Price still yet to get off the mark. It will be Salisbury to continue. And no need to get rid of the third slip, because that wicket having been taken and the board now being controlled as Salisbury bowls to Dent, who plays the ball up the pitch, and there is no run. I can tell you there's been a second wicket at New Road where Azhar Ali is out. Jamie McIlroy getting that wicket for Glamorgan. So Azhar Ali gone for 3, and Worcestershire 31 for 2 after 14 overs. Starting to get to the stage in September where result pitches are the order of the day. It's a short and wide from Salisbury, and the first ball to be put away from either of these two change bowlers, and it will go just about for 4 over to the long side of the ground. It dribbles over the boundary rope, and at last Gloucestershire have brought up their 50. It's taken them a while. They've been sat on 49, and then picks up his second boundary, moves on to 21, and the score is 53 for 1. And I think I can say good morning to Mashal Hewitt.
Yep, you can.
I can say it, so it's just whether you'll say it back to me and if we'll be able to hear, but we can. Here comes Salisbury and bowls. Forward goes Denton, plays the ball up the pitch, and there's no run. You managed to negotiate the trains.
Yeah, do you know what? I was actually here about 15 minutes ago, and the taxi driver said to me, I just turned up and went, oh, here's my card. He was like, card, cash.
Wow.
So I disappeared out the ground again to come back. So apologies for the delay, but here I am now.
Don't worry. I'm just glad to see somebody, to be honest. Gosh, I thought every taxi took cards nowadays. Salisbury bowls to Dent, who thinks about a single, and Budinger is kind of sidestepping the ball to make Dent believe that there was a single there, but possibly not an unwise decision not to come through for it. So halfway through the 15th over, and the score 53 for 1. Train strike day today. I know how it feels.
Yeah, it wasn't a straight. I mean, it was a relatively comfortable journey, but it wasn't as straightforward as you would expect.
Dent pulls this time. Nice pickup. He's not timed it actually amazingly well, but because it's such a short boundary out there, it's a pretty comfortable boundary for Dent. He's on to 25, and Gloucestershire 57 for 1. I can ask you this especially because you're coming in from this cold, as it were, and just having a look at the conditions as they are now. Mm-hmm. What would you have done if he'd won the toss?
Well, I'll tell you that the first thing I did was look to see who won the toss. And I'm surprised that Leicestershire chose to field here. I had to look twice.
Here comes Salisbury. He bowls to Dent, who drives, and then looks away towards square leg in annoyance, because I think he felt as if he had the opportunity to put that one away for some runs as well. It was a bit of a half volley, but he's picked out mid-off, and that is the end of the over. 15 overs gone, 57 for 1.
That said, I mean, looking from our vantage point, there is, I mean, looks like there's quite a lot of grass, or certainly a tinge of grass on the track, but has it played as if that's helping?
I would say it's not really. I would say, if anything, it's probably done what a bit of grass often does on English pitches, which is just mean that the ball comes on a bit nicer, potentially.
Maybe Leicestershire have been deceived by what looks like a track that would help seam bowling, certainly. And yes, as I take over, I believe it's Tom Scriven. Is it Tom Scriven?
It is,
yes. Tom Scriven has just bowled the first ball of what is the 16th over of the day, and they scamper through for 1 run there, and that will bring Chris Dent back onto strike.
Yeah, I think I would say it's so often what sides do now, isn't it? The McCullum-Stokes era has changed the perceptions a little bit of winning the toss and bowling first in bright sunshine, I think. And
Scriven back in again to Oliver Price. He tucks that onto the onside. There'll be no run there. Just going to open this window ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Do you mind?
No, please do. I will probably get sunburnt later on in the day because the sun will come round, but I've come prepared.
Yeah, I think we've got a heat wave coming next week, so I've been told, or been led to believe, but if this is the start of it, then we're in for some good weather.
Yeah, I think for day 4 of this game, it's 28 degrees forecast.
Dent facing up again. Tries to tickle that one down the leg side, a bit of an ooh and an ah, but there's nothing doing there. There'll be no run.
Well, I must say it's a pleasure to meet you. I wish we could have met off air before we meet on air. It's one of those weird times when you meet somebody for the first time on air, but it's a little bit less intimidating when you're not doing it with an international cricketer, which I have had to do before. But yeah, Richard Ray, by the way, for Leicestershire listeners, will be along probably in the not too distant future now.
And that's just defended back down the track by Chris Dent, and that's another dot ball. I, of course, arrived just... so I did actually see the wicket just as Tom Scriven took that. I say arrived, the second time I arrived.
Gloucestershire supporters can blame you then.
I was partially hidden behind the stand, but you hear that kind of, I don't know, the hum of the crowd that a wicket has been taken, so I peered round the corner. Scriven once more, 4th ball of the over, and again defended down the track by Chris Dent. There'll be no run there. Gloucestershire are 58 for 1 after being put into bat by Leicestershire, and good little start this by Gloucestershire. With 4 rounds left, what is a realistic target for Gloucestershire in the remainder of this season?
I mean, they've only got 3 themselves anyway. They've
got 3. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, there are 4. You're right. There are 4 rounds left, but Gloucestershire have got a bye week, unlike Leicestershire, who are playing it all 4.
Oh, Scriven beats Dent there on the outside edge. Again, shouts of ooh. Good over there by Tom Scriven. That brings that one to an end, and actually only just the 1 run from the first ball of that over. And Gloucestershire do end that over, the 16th over of the innings, 58 for 1. Chris Dent, 25, and Oliver Price, who's just come to the crease, is 1 not out.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, primary objective is to avoid the winless season in the championship. Right. So I don't think they can be looking for a massive amount more other than that, and I guess maybe not to finish kind of moral, well, not moral because that's not the right word, but to finish bottom only because of the points deduction from Yorkshire, and who knows, Yorkshire may well end up winning a couple of their games anyway. Strong side out. Salisbury is into Price. That's a tight leave, but Price looks back and sees that his stumps are still intact, which by most people's definition means that it's a good leave, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. So yeah, that's definitely going to be a part of it. They're one of 2 sides in Division 2 who've not won yet, and in fact every side in Division 1 has managed a victory, so that would certainly be something. Salisbury bowls, and that's an outswinger which goes through to the keeper. And of course, it hasn't been for the lack of putting themselves in winning positions at times. I know it feels a little bit like a tired excuse for Gloucestershire supporters at this point, looking back to the start of the season and really being robbed by the weather at New Road. Being robbed might be a little bit too strong for the game at Derby, but they were certainly well in control of that match when that finished. Price drives, doesn't get a run. It's stopped in the covers by Umar Amin. The score remains 58 for 1. So they had those 2 games which they certainly controlled. They worked their way back into a good position in the opening game against Glamorgan, but because of how things have gone recently with what is it, 4 losses out of the last 6 games, and the 2 draws really very much kind of absolute high-scoring board draws, to be honest. Scriven bowls full and straight, and Price comes forward to keep it out. Again, it's Amin with the fielding in the covers. So they've had their chances, but because of how things have gone recently and the loss, one of those losses, those 4 out of 6 to Leicestershire in the reverse fixture, I think just means that supporters are a little bit tired of hearing about the games that Gloucestershire could have won and the players that they could have playing, missing what their best 4 seamers from this match. Salisbury is in, and there's an on drive from Price. It's a shot that he likes, but it won't pick him up a run. I think that's Hill getting across from mid-on to stop it.
Is there any sense of, I mean, it's different formats, but is there any sense of revenge?
Oh, I think so, yeah. I think also, we talk about the different formats as well, and I think this is kind of the hope from a Gloucestershire perspective, that they can do what they did last season when they were in the top division. As Salisbury is in, and Price again is looking to drive, timing it decently, but this time it's the mid-off fielder who gets across and cuts it off. And that is the end of over number 17, 58 for 1. Gloucestershire Dent 25, and Ollie Price still on 1. But after the one-day cup, which actually they narrowly missed out on qualifying for last year, it was on net run rate in the end, they then won 2 of their last 3 and had the better of the cricket in the third as well against Somerset. So yes, they'll be hoping for something similar to that to try and finish off this season, and then, unlike this season, really take the momentum forwards into next season. What will make that so much more difficult, though, is that Gloucestershire had David Payne at the end of last year, who is such an important member of the bowling attack, and he won't be playing a part in Gloucestershire's championship run in here.
Yes, and it will be Tom Scriven to bowl the 18th. Chris Dent facing again. Just catches the inner portion of the bat there, seemingly deflects onto his pad. There'll be no run. There, Scriven, so far 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 1. Proving difficult to get away. But Gloucestershire won't mind their morning's work so far. Must remind listeners that Leicestershire can, of course, get promotion. A win is important. Scriven again. And again, slightly tucks Dent up a bit there. Bat turns in Dent's hand, but defended down the wicket all the same. No run.
Yes, I've used the words must win about this for Leicestershire.
Oh, good. So
I think
I used it tentatively.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think because of who they've got left, because of, I think they've still got Durham to play from memory, away as well. So that's going to be a tough trip. Because of who they got left and the position in the table, the fact that Worcestershire and Glamorgan are playing each other this round, I think the words must win can be used.
Chris Dent leaves that one outside. His off stump, nothing doing there. No run.
And of course, we've reached the stage where teams have started to stock up for
exactly. So it almost feels, because of how the season is structured, it almost feels like call it like a cricket transfer deadline day. But yeah, it feels like everyone's having a second season now with these last 4 rounds. Scriven, 4th ball of the over. Chris Dent yet to get off the mark himself, and again that's just defended into the onside, and again no run. So Tom Scriven has bowled 22 balls thus far, and only 1 run has come off those 22 balls.
It's been quite difficult to keep up with the number of people who've joined the various counties for the last few rounds.
Yes, we should have Umar Amin, obviously, is on debut today for Leicestershire. Ben Cox has joined as well from Worcestershire. And that one is tucked into the leg side. And it is off the pad. There's no bat involved there. but it does move the Gloucestershire score on by 1. And that will bring Oliver Price on strike for the final ball of the 18th over.
I think one of the sides that actually haven't done that, because they're so far ahead, is Durham. I don't think I saw that they've replaced Michal Pretorius, who is their second overseas player for the One Day Cup.
Last ball of the over, and Oliver Price tucks that down to fine leg for 1. That brings an end to the over. Gloucestershire are 60 for 1. Chris Dent 25 not out. Oliver Price 2 not out.
Yeah, I mean, Division 1 wise, exciting that, particularly excited personally to see what Sai Sudarsan can do for Surrey, but he's not actually playing. I didn't realise that I thought he was in the squad, but he doesn't actually seem to be playing for them, so perhaps he's still jet-lagged from wherever he's come from, but he's not involved in the Surrey side. But Craig Brathwaite is playing
I was literally just about to ask you, but I pulled it up myself. I'm going to try and get across to at least one day of that match, given it's my local ground, to see Craig and Kamar Roach.
Here comes Salisbury and Bowles, and that's left on length, I think, there by Price. Gasps of anguish from Leicestershire fielders and from Bowler. It didn't go past the stumps by too much. I mean, it probably might look a bit worse than it was from this angle. It certainly looks as if it went about over off stump or middle and off there. But anyway, yeah, I mean, it's another new county for Craig Brathwaite. That must be about his 4th now.
Yeah, so he's played for Gloucestershire.
Yes, Gloucestershire.
Yorkshire now. Who was it?
Yorkshire he played for, and he's also played for Glamorgan.
Yes, yeah.
He might be another one that I've missed out there, but certainly well travelled as far as the counties go. Salisbury is into Price, who again defends almost sort of diffidently out into the offside, and there's no run.
Was it Gloucestershire last season or the season before that?
Season before,
right, okay.
Yeah, 2021. He played in the start of that season. Didn't really have the best time of it.
Yeah,
has to be said. If anything, it was quite odd actually, because I mean, you'll know, you've probably watched more of Craig Brathwaite than I have, but he's not exactly a man known for his stroke making.
No.
And it looked actually as if he was trying to develop a reputation as a stroke maker, which I think was partly his undoing. In goes Salisbury, bowls to Price, who looks to drive. It's been skewed off the inner half, maybe even the toe end and inner half up to mid-on, and there's no run. So yeah, his innings would tend to follow a similar sort of pattern. He would squirt his way to about 15 and then think, right, I'm away here. Bring out the full repertoire, unleash the variety of Craig Brathwaite shots.
I mean, given having watched his whole career, he has about 4.
Yes. Well, I think he was trying a few extra out. In comes Salisbury and bowls to Price, who plays in defence, and the ball trickles to cover. There's no run. No, I'd probably be a bit harsh on him, but he didn't set the world alight. It was 150 for him in the 6 games that he was there for Gloucestershire, and I mean, his lowest score was 9, so it was sort of he would always get some sort of a start.
Yeah,
a lot of scores in the 20s and 30s in particular. What's that? 1, 2, 3 scores in the 30s, 3 in the 20s. Salisbury running in to bowl to Price, and that's worked into the leg side, but fielded at short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
If anyone can hear on the effects mic, hopefully not, but I am sitting on what may be the squeakiest chair that...
Yes, well, it's funny. It always happens when I come here, because that's normally Richard's chair that you've got on the right as we look out, and the one on the left, let's see if it's doing it at the moment. It's just, oh no, it's not doing it. It has a habit of swivelling towards your co-commentator. This is driven by Price, knocked down in his follow through by Salisbury, and that will complete another tidy over and another maiden over from Salisbury. So 8 overs bowled by Salisbury and Scriven, and 5 of them have been maidens. Score is 60 for 1 after 19 overs. But it does, when it's doing it, this chair, it does sort of give the impression of like, you know, sort of an owl turning its head round to look at you.
Oh, so and there was me thinking you were actually just turning around to conversate with me.
I would, but you know, it happens. You know,
it does
accidentally as well. See, there we go. It's doing it now, but it was slightly disconcerting, as if I'm kind of peering around at you. So if that happens, then that's what's going on.
So Tom Scriven to bowl his 5th over on the go, and Chris Dent is on strike, and doesn't need to play at that. That's well outside the off stump, and Chris Dent happy to leave that one alone.
I had a tweet in from @rugbycricket fan Springsteen Cricket asking where Richard Ray is. Well, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Richard describe his morning, because it sounds as if it's been quite a successful one for him.
Have you told anyone where?
I haven't. No, all I've said is that he will cross the finish line at some point.
Tom Scriven once again, and then defends that into the onside for no run.
So yeah, you will hear from Richard Ray in a little while. Michelle Garland's been in touch as well, asking my thoughts on promotion and relegation. So I assume this is the point where I have to stick my neck out and say who I think is going to get promoted and relegated. I mean, I must say, it is, in Division 1 relegation-wise, it's quite hard to look past Northampton, Kent. I tend to feel Middlesex will just about have enough.
And that one's again left outside the off stump, no run. You may or may not know that Kent is actually my county of choice.
Ah, I did not know that. In which case, I think Middlesex are going down.
But yeah, I think you're having seen actually quite a lot of Kent, and well, definitely Kent, but Northants as well. Yeah, I probably think you're right there.
But you never know. I mean, they rescued themselves last season when all seemed lost.
Fourth ball of the over. This time defended into the offside, and there is no run there. Again, don't know if this is due to me turning up and putting the mockers on Gloucestershire here, but very slow going. I think I've seen 2 runs off the bat.
Yes. Well, it was absolutely flying. I mean, there was one point when I think Mulder went for 5 boundaries off 7 balls when Ben Charlesworth was out there. I think one of the things which might be at play here is just as the balls get a little bit softer, we're not seeing those. We saw quite a few, at least 3 boundaries, I think, down towards deep third, and we haven't seen any of those lately.
And again, outside the off stump, Chris Dent happy to see that go by. No run.
Still doing a bit, so I don't think much has been lost from what was out there early on for the opening bowlers. And I think maybe just a combination of the fact that Scriven and Salisbury aren't quite as quick as Wright and Mulder, and the fact that the ball will have softened a touch, I think has maybe made it actually trickier to bat on than it was up front.
It's definitely not coming on. I mean, it may have done in the opening, 10 or so, but... and that one is again defended into the offside. Was that another maiden? I believe it was. Yep, that's
felt like it, yeah.
Another maiden. So Tom Scriven, 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2, which kind of gives you an indication of how tight things have been in the last 15 to 25 minutes or so. Gloucestershire are 60 for 1. Chris Dent 25, Oliver Price 2.
So there's just been 1 scoring shot off the bat in the last nearly 5 overs.
Yeah, so it is my fault.
You know, I don't believe in such things, as was evinced by my calling that Chris Dent would score a century if past statistics were to be believed when he got to 30 at Cheltenham and was out next ball. As that one has all that stayed down. And Price is, again, just going to be feeling a little fortunate that that ball wasn't on the line of off stump, because if it had been, that would have been another one which has snuck under the bat. That's the first ball we've seen do that for a while. You'll have not seen it, but we saw 2 balls in particular with the new ball stay down low. We saw a couple actually kick up off a length, but...
Similar kind of spot they landed on, or...?
I would say that one might have been a little bit fuller than the first couple even. Salisbury is in, and that's off the back foot, played probably as... I mean, it wasn't that uncertain, but it was not the shot of a man who scored the bulk of runs that Ollie Price has recently. It was the shot of a man slightly uncertain about how that ball was going to behave off the pitch. I mean, just having a look at it again, I mean, it hasn't stayed down masses, but I think just because we haven't seen a ball do that for a while, and Price won't have done in his stay, I think that's what's just caught him out there. And then that ball did a fair bit, actually, after it, particularly after it passed Price. He's, again, just tapping the ball away out into the offside.
It's not... Oliver Price not looking wholly comfortable.
No.
Not saying he's in discomfort, but just... There's been quite a few shots where, like, the bat skewing in the hand, kind of catching the inner part of the bat. Definitely not middling it at this point in time.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, he's been out there for 21 balls. I'm not sure he's really felt ball on middle of bat yet. Salisbury is in. Oh, that's very much not the middle of the bat. That was an attempted whip through the leg side, and it's come off either the leading edge or his bat face was still open as he tried to clip it away, and the ball ends up going to mid-off. It was aimed for the leg side. Let's see whether that was... I think it's more just bottom of the bat, but he didn't roll the wrists on it.
Yeah, that was a shot of a person trying to find a scoring option somewhere. Pressure may be starting to build.
Salisbury is in, and there's some carry there as Cox goes tumbling away to his right-hand side to take the ball. Now that ball's taken off and moved away from Ollie Price, and to be honest, I mean, you're thinking it was quite a lot of the victory to get through the victory in the morning session anyway, to get through the opening spells of Wright and Mulder, but to be honest, at this point, Gloucestershire would just be grateful to see the back of Salisbury and Scriven the way it's gone. Just 10 runs from their 10 overs combined, 1 wicket and 6 maidens. This is down the leg side, and that's exactly what Ollie Price was looking for. He's clipped it away down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Oh my goodness me. I did not want to see that, particularly at this time in the morning. There's a gentleman who has decided to forego the use of a shirt, and if he could just pull his shorts up ever so slightly, that would be nice.
Well,
64 for 1 at the end of the over.
Well, I didn't see it until you drew my attention to such sights.
I really did not need to see that.
The sun is most definitely out, and we're having a late summer here. And we will have... I thought we were going to have a change in bowling. We will not. Tom Scriven will bowl his 6th over. On the trot, Chris Dent is on strike. Gloucestershire 64 for 1 at the start of the 22nd over. And Chris Dent defends that back down the track, and there'll be no run.
So you're saying you've had a decent amount of time to watch Kent. Have you done much other...
mostly Kent this season. Well, actually Leicestershire, when Leicestershire played Durham here.
Mm-hmm.
Surrey, bits and pieces at Surrey, Middlesex. So, but
yeah, no, it's nice. I mean,
enough to get a flavour.
I wish I knew already, but it's one of the things that you can't do, of course, when you're doing this is listen to other people.
Tom Scriven in once more. Second ball of his 6th over. And again, Chris Dent forward, defends, no run. Yeah, and what's been good about the matches that I've done this season it just seems to have coincided with seeing a new team each time, so to get a proper sense of where each team is at. More so first division actually than second division. But was here, like I say, for the Leicestershire Durham game, so definitely got to understand and see why Durham are top of the division. Oh, Kristen feeling that one. He will say he played inside the line. It looks like he was feeling that one outside the off stump. Bowled on what looked like a fourth stump line, and again, just probing away here, Tom Scrivens. Only 2 runs have come off his 5.3 overs.
Been really impressed with Scriven. Every time I've seen him, he bowled beautifully at Bristol, particularly in that first innings, and of course I think it was him who took 3 of the wickets that fell in that semi-final the other day. He rarely strays.
Scriven once more. This time, well,
I knew what I was doing there. As I say, I don't believe in the curse.
That one sat up to be hit, but maybe Chris Dent, surprised at getting one that wasn't on a tight 4 stump line, can only find the man at point, and there is no run there.
So I knew full well what I was doing, but it doesn't work like that, I promise you.
Still, it was a dot ball, so in essence, your point remains. Tom Scriven. Again to Chris Dent, and Dent tucks that into the onside. There's no run there. So what's one more ball of this over to go, and it could well be. I mean, we'll see how Tom Scriven bowls out here, but this could well be his 4th maiden, if he can. And I believe we have a marathon man coming into the...
Well, it's a different thon.
Oh, sorry. It wasn't, sorry. No, sorry, people.
Well, let it reveal all.
And Tom Scriven to end his over. Oh, it's a bit fuller there. Looks like he was searching for a Yorker. Chris Dent plays it into the onside. Again, it's defended in the mid-wicket region by, I think that's Umar Amin there. There's no run there. That's Tom Scriven's 4th maiden, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2. Gloucestershire are 64 for 1 at the end of the 22nd over. Chris Dent, 25. Oliver Price, 6.
So I guess what I was just going to ask, given the fact that you've been able to see a fair number of teams and get a decent kind of overall picture, I was only going to ask in very general terms what your thoughts have been on this year's county championship.
I've thoroughly enjoyed what I've watched this year, if I'm honest. And part of the reason why is because I think so much has been written and said about the place of county cricket and so on and so forth. I've just enjoyed it. I think there are far more people that love the county game than are given credit for. And I've enjoyed every ground and every game I've been to.
Change of bowling. Chris Wright returns, and the first ball's played away out towards point. It might have been a sharp single available there, but they declined to go through for it.
What I would say, and of course everyone would probably say the same, is that I wish the scheduling of it was slightly different.
Yes, well, it's the unsolvable conundrum, isn't it? Just whatever is done just never really quite seems to work in all circles. And then, of course, you've got things like next year where you've got a T20 World Cup planted in the middle of the season as Wright bowls outside the off stump and Price lets it go. So, you know, the whole calendar has to be changed next year, even though we're not getting this. I can't remember what the latest panel review body is called, but one has already been set up for the calendar in 2025, which is when the findings and the changes will take place. But we'll have changes next season anyway. I mean, the Blast Finals Day is being pushed towards September. I think I heard something like there's only 1 round in July next season, as that's left alone by Price through to the keeper. Of course, nobody wants a devalued Blast because of the World Cup. Nobody wants a devalued Championship. People are already crying about a devalued 50-over tournament. So there's really no cricket that you're going to be able to schedule for that month of June into July where anybody's going to be particularly happy. Right bowls to Price, who plays the ball away out into the covers. Again, there's no run.
But you know what? Even with the Royal London One Day Cup, I think I've taken in some games. Beckenham, I was at Beckenham two weeks in a row for Kent, actually versus Leicestershire, and then Kent versus name escapes me now. But both games are very well attended. So
yeah,
even the notion that the One Day Cup has no role, I actually think. Well, it's Leicestershire fans. They've got a final.
Well, yeah.
They got a final to go to.
Here's Wright bowling to Price, who plays the ball with an angled blade out towards backward point, and there's no run. And I think it's also been a case, and several have said this. It's particularly with the One Day Cup. It's a little bit a case of careful what you wish for, because if you want the One Day Cup moved, then really the only alternative is either a devalued Championship or a devalued Blast, and neither of those are preferable. Last ball of the 23rd over. In comes Wright to Price. That one again takes off a full length and goes through to the wicket-keeper. That is the end of the 23rd over. Gloucestershire having been pegged back after a bright start. Charlesworth, the man out. 32 he made. He was bowled by a beauty that came back into him from Scriven. Dent 25 and Price has 6. Score 64 for 1. You've heard more than enough of my own voice this morning so far.
What a stint,
so
what a visual.
I'm gonna have a break before lunch, and after a few more words from Michelle Hewitt, it will be Richard Ray for the first time.
Indeed, and as Richard sorts himself out, because I thought it was a marathon. I'm intrigued to know what thon this was. But Gloucestershire 64 for 1, as said, after 23 overs, and Tom Scriven will. Oh no, sorry, it is Tom Scriven. Yes, will continue to bowl his 7th over on the trot, and he's into Chris Dent. I feel like I've said this so many times, and it's defended back down the track, and there will be no run. Tom Scriven has been exceptional this morning. Tarina's figures once more: 6.1 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 2. And having seen pretty much all of those 6 overs thus far, those are figures that are befitting of the line that Tom Scriven has bowled. Hasn't given anything, any freebies really to the batters. Scriven again, and again. Chris Dent defends, tucks that into the onside. There'll be no run, and I welcome Richard to the booth. Richard, how are you doing?
It's good to be back. What a magnificent knock from Ed Seaborn. 94 not out, I made it in minutes. I was listening all the way back from Belvoir Castle, which I graced with my presence this morning, along with several hundred others. Gorgeous it was there.
Tom Scriven catches the outside edge of Chris Dent's bat, and again it won't be the inner circle. The man at point is able to stop that. No run.
It's so often the way here. You come and you look at the pitch, and it's barely discernible almost from the square, and you think, well, it's got to do plenty, yep. And it rarely does, frankly. So Leicestershire, whether they sort of fell into the trap, Lewis Hill played here forever, really. So he knows better than most the character of the pitches here. A little bit of uneven bounce, but essentially fairly benign.
That's left alone outside the off stump. No run there. For those wondering, Chris Dent's 25 thus far is off 72 balls, and Oliver Price's 6 is off 30. So run scoring, whilst I would argue there's not a lot in the surface, run scoring is proving difficult.
Yeah, it was tolerably swift scoring for the sort of first hour, listening to Ed, and Charlesworth in particular took a liking to some of Mulder's bowling. Since then, however,
and again left alone outside the off stump. Chris Dent happy to see that goal by.
Leicestershire sort of regained control of the scoreboard a little bit. The fall of Charlesworth and the accuracy of Scriven, Salisbury, and Wright. And if they can go into lunch with a scoreboard reading, I don't know, 85 for 2 or something like that, I think Leicestershire will feel it's sort of a roughly level morning. If Gloucestershire get through to lunch with just the one down, haven't been put in, they'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, we're certainly in that patch of play where Leicestershire will want this pressure to equal a wicket, as opposed to just slow run scoring. Scriven, last ball of his 7th over, and there we do have a run scored, tucked down fine by Chris Dent. He'll be back on strike for the start of the 25th over. He moves to 26. Oliver Price is on 6. Gloucestershire are 65 for 1 at the end of the 24th over.
Well, between overs, if you'd like to choose what you'd like for your lunch, we will send our order downstairs to the magnificent Charles Palmer restaurant. But Ed's already chosen. I will too. It's a glorious sight, ladies and gentlemen. The Uptonsteel County Ground. And well, not largely blue skies. There's a few white clouds around, some high white cloud, but the outfield green, beautiful green. The players in white. A decent turnout to watch the first morning on a Sunday. Chris Wright is in from the Bennett End bowls, just shapes back in a little bit to Price, leans forward, turns his wrist on it, pushes the delivery out towards mid-wicket. Amin is the fielder, and there is no run. So 2 debutants for Leicestershire in this match, as Ed has told you. Excuse me. Umar Amin and, of course, Ben Cox behind the stumps. Three slips. Well, they're not leaking runs, Leicestershire, so they can keep the 3 slips in, as Wright is in to the left-handed Dent, I beg your pardon, who is forward. Thick inside edge and pad. Sees the ball just dribble out into the offside. And there's no run. Mulder aggressively warming up, if you can aggressively warm up on a day that's already mid to late 20s. One of the umpires in shirt sleeves already.
Yeah, Ed already removed his top.
Right, air flopping is in. Bowls very straight, and again Dent covers up. Carefully pushing the ball out into the offside. Rishi Patel. I heard Ed talking about capped players and how many were playing in this game for Leicestershire. Rishi Patel recently received his Leicestershire cap on the back of what has been a spectacular season for him so far. Hoping he can finish as strongly as it's gone on, essentially. 890 championship runs as Wright is in. Bowls, good line, good length, then drops the bat on it, takes half a step down the pitch as it dribbles out towards Sol Budinger at a sort of backward point position. You heard the immediate really call of no. 4 centuries and 2 50s for Rishi Patel, plus a century in the One Day Cup, the Metro Bank One Day Cup, and in the T20 as well.
The last time I actually caught up with you, Richard, was at that Kent-Leicestershire game where Leicestershire smacked, what was it, 380 odd? Was it 380?
I look back, it was an awful lot. It was an awful lot.
I should have known then Leicestershire would make the final. I think it was 381 or something to that effect. But my point being, I should have known Leicestershire would make the final after scoring 380.
Yeah, and Kent didn't put much of a show. 380 for 5 as in goes Wright. Slightly short, Dent up on his toes, carving it out towards deep backward point where Budinger was. Gets away a good throw, had to run in to meet the ball, but Dent picks up a couple moves on. How fast is the board? I haven't adjusted to the speed of the board these days. Has a quick glance at the manual scoreboard. Yeah, it's up to date. 28 to Dent, 67 for 1. Yeah, they lost their next game after that Kent game at home to Nottinghamshire. Odd sort of game that was, but thereafter, fairly spectacular form. A la Beckenham. In goes right and bowls. Ooh, thick inside edge. Wasn't sure where that one had gone. Chris Dent. It's gone down towards wideish long leg. Matt Salisbury jogs into field. And one is taken. And once again, Dent keeps the strike. He moves on to 29. 68 for 125 overs have been bowled. Yep, and as a consequence, Leicestershire through to a final for the first time for far too many years. Certainly my first final.
I was about to ask, yeah.
In 11 years of commentating on the Foxes, the fortunes
so
thereof.
When they got to the final, did you do like a fist pump in the comms booth,
I
or just a sober reflection?
I maintained the strict neutrality for which the BBC is justly renowned. But a little smile may have played. A tear trickled down the cheek. No, not really. But yeah, it is. I'm just so pleased for everybody sort of connected with the club over the years. Really, there's been an awful lot of tough times, and it's lovely to see a little bit of success. Mulder is in.
Via Mulder, yep, back in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Chris Dent. So Tom Scriven's spell has come to an end. 7 overs in on the trot for Tom Scriven. 4 maidens, 1 for 3. So he did his job in terms of keeping the pressure up. You sense that the plan.
Morning. not for Ed, but H and I are aficionados of that classic English pud. They do it nicely.
Oliver Price back on strike. Mulder into Price. Oh, and Price goes for a waft. Tries to cut that one. Doesn't get anything on it. Doesn't get anything on that, sorry. And there'll be no run. Oliver Price is on 6 from 31 balls. May go some way to explain that shot. Trying to find scoring options. He's found it very hard going. This one's just defended on the back foot out into the offside. No run there.
Doesn't look to be a great deal of pace in the pitch, does there? Just
no, not really.
Settling down a bit under the sun.
Every now and again there seems to be one which just almost like catches maybe a bit of the strip and rises unexpectedly or keeps low. But as you say, a bit of uneven bounce every now and again, but no great pace. That one's down the leg side. It's a great take. It's a great take there behind the stumps.
That impressed the Leicestershire faithful, having their first look at Ben Cox this morning. Well, first look at him in Leicestershire colours. Seen plenty of him in Worcestershire colours over the years.
Yes, and we should mention that he's on loan for the final 4 rounds and then joins, well, I guess he has joined, but joins permanently for the start of the following season.
Indeed.
And that one, I mean, Oliver Price is happy to just see that go by. Doesn't make any indication that he was looking to play that. There's no run there. That's the end of the 26th over. 26th over, sorry. Gloucestershire 69 for 1. Oliver Price 6. Chris Dent 29.
Sort of a must-win for both sides, this game, really, if they're going to maintain a genuine interest in promotion. Certainly Gloucestershire, with just the 3 games left to play, absolutely have to win 2 of them, probably 3. Leicestershire almost certainly have to win 3 of their last 4. So
we're putting Gloucestershire in the promotion race.
Well, if they win all 3, it's
in fairness,
a really
yes.
strange sort of, Durham aside, it's a sort of, I suppose the critics would say, much of a muchness really among the rest. But certainly Leicestershire need to win 3 of their last 4. One feels. Right is in from the Bennett end, slightly short. Cramps up Dent a little bit as he went back looking to cut it away through the offside. Had to just check the shot a bit, and down into the ground it went. And third slip who's moved into the gully. Louis Kimber had to move to his left to make the stop. Comfortable enough stop. Interesting to see Leicestershire left out Josh Hull. I suspect just protecting the teenager a little bit. Bowled plenty of overs during the Metrobank One Day Cup run. As Wright is in and bowls a leave, quite a stylish leave from Dent. Just stepped forward and lifted his bat over the line of the ball with something of a quiet flourish. So it went to Cox, and he has had an issue earlier this season with a slight side stroke back problem. Josh, fine now, you know, with the vigour of youth. He recovered very relatively quickly from it, but they're just a little bit careful, make sure he's fit for the final and perhaps for games around it. Wright is in. Ooh, a little bit of extra bounce outside off stump, but it was outside off stump, and Dent let it go through, taken two hands pointing up by Ben Cox, getting to know his new teammates. Two South Africans alongside him. Vian Mulder at first slip, Colin Ackerman at second, won't be Cox's teammate for too long. Durham bound Ackers at the end of the season, as is Callum Parkinson, who wasn't in the squad for this game. Interestingly, in goes Wright and bowls. Oh, and there's appeal for leg before, but did hit him well outside. It might have shaped back in a little bit, but it would have had to do an awful lot. No, he didn't play a shot. Wright is certain that was going to go and hit the off stump, judging by his less than gruntled reaction. And there's one or two teapots being made out there by the Leicestershire players, but umpire not interested. We'll have a look at the replay, see to what extent it did shape back in. Mate's seen it. What do you reckon?
No, I think that's a bit optimistic there. I mean, on for second viewing, I think that's going to miss the off stump. But I can understand the shout. Definitely can understand the shout, given that Chris Dent offered no stroke.
Right. Turns, runs in and bowls, and Dent all care and attention as that one does shake back in a little bit. Arguably stayed a touch low, just pushed out into the offside. Rishi Patel feels. All the Leicestershire players in shirt sleeves, of course. It is warm out there, and I can tell you there is very little wind either. It's just a faint breeze across the lake this morning. But in a week, the lake in which we swam this morning had already sort of sunk a foot in terms of depth, so an indication that there hasn't been too much rain in the last 7 days. Wright is in, bowl slightly short, looking for the pull and not getting that one at all. Dent, whether it just didn't come on as much as he expected it to, he just indicates with his left hand to Price, that who hardly doesn't seem to face much of the bowling in recent overs. That bounce was still a little bit unpredictable. But Wright, still no joy. 9 overs, none for 17. He's kept it tight.
Richard, we may have to invest in a...
I
know this is your chair of choice, but...
Well, actually, I actually, if it's tipping forward, I swapped it.
No, it's a squeaking. It's not the.
No, it's just a squeak. I keep saying I've got to bring some oil.
VM Mulder into Oliver Price, and that's played out into the offside, and there's no run there.
You sort of have to. Yeah, I've got used to rather perching, but there's no excuse. I've got to bring some. Keep forgetting. How many overs until lunch? 8 minutes. So maybe just 3. Maybe get 30 in.
That's well outside the off stump, and Oliver Price is happy to see that go by. I'm just going to do some quick calculations to work out how many, or how few I should say, runs there have been since about the 15th over.
Yeah, since you arrived, basically.
Yeah, in essence, since I arrived.
The wicket fell on 49, that of Charlesworth, lost his off bail.
Actually, so that's when I turned up. So yeah, so that was the 14th over.
20 runs since then.
Yeah.
In 13 and a bit overs.
Malden, that one goes down the leg side. Taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. Again, no run there.
Gloucestershire have dug in, but these, as many an experienced opening batsman has told me in the past, you can't be critical because these overs are going into the bowler's legs, and it will become easier as the ball gets older and the bowlers get tired to score if you are still there. Now Gloucestershire digging in.
Ooh, and that's an LBW shout there.
High to me.
Big shout from everyone. I think it was a bit too high there. You can understand again why there was a shout. Oliver Price wrapped. Certainly in front of the stumps, but seems to catch him above the knee roll.
Yeah, well, he's adjusting his sort of the sort of inner thigh pad slightly, and I don't think that's for effect. I think that my immediate reaction, he's quite tall, right-hander, and my immediate reaction was back foot. That looks a bit high. Straight but high.
Mouldering again. This time drives, but only as far as mid-on, and there'll be no run. Do you know what? Watching that on the replay,
A bit closer than you.
I mean, yeah, he is grabbing at his inner thigh, but I can certainly see why VM Mulder was interested in that. Yeah, he's a tall man. Yeah,
sort of day when you do appeal for pretty much everything. Nothing stupid, but if it's in the vicinity, you give it the beans.
Last ball of the over, and there'll be one run there tucked into the leg side, and they scamper through for one, and that takes Gloucestershire's score to 70 at the end of the 28th over. Oliver Price is on 7.
So no brother Tom in this game. Is he got a little bit of a nickel, or maybe having a break? Yet to be officially announced. A bit of rotation. Price has done a dent. He has managed to keep the strike at the end of the over there. 7 off 40. Ollie Price, and checks his guard. Four minutes. Sorry, mate.
I was saying, definitely feel it's getting warmer now.
In goes right, and Price on drives pleasantly. Doesn't quite get all of it though, and sliding across to his left at mid-on is Leicestershire skipper Lewis Hill, making the stop, and just underarms the ball to Tom Scriven. Scriven, how many? I haven't seen his figures this morning. Didn't concede many, did he?
No.
One for not very many.
7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3.
That's a pretty decent return on the part of a change seamer on a hot morning. In goes right, bowls short, pulled out towards deep backward square. There is a deepish backward square in the solid form of Rishi Patel. He's about 15 yards inside the ropes there in front of the manual scoreboard. Quiet on the Milligan Road on a Sunday. All those little interesting businesses in those garages that they're all closed at the moment. And the Angels, the chapter in the house adjoining, maybe they're out already. No noises of motorbikes disturbing Ayleston's peace on a Sunday morning. Afternoon now. Right is in, bowls left by Dent. Outside off stump, lets it go through. Chris Dent came into the game, 546 championship runs in 17 innings at 32. A sort of solid-ish season, but probably by his standards not quite as much as he. Into aggregate terms, he would have liked to accumulate. He would like to finish the season slightly more strongly than that. Just the one century, 350s as right goes in, bowls to him. He's very careful there, bat in front of pad as he leans forward, pushes the ball back up to A bowler who I'm sure is an old and respected adversary. These two will have come up against each other on numerous occasions in the past. $71 for 1, partnership 22. Hard-earned runs, chiselled out. This right is in and bowls. Dent is forward, playing with an angled bat just wide of Kimber, Louis Kimber, at that sort of wide-ish gully position. Rishi Patel covers behind him, running in from deepish backward point, and one is taken. James Taylor wanders round the outfield, drink in hand, wanders round the rope, obviously, sort of following Matt Salisbury as he moves across from long leg to the left-hander to long leg for the right-handed Price. Shirt out of his trousers, like Kimber. It's a youthful thing, it would appear. It's just young cricketers. In goes right and bowls very straight, and Price presents a solidly straight forward defensive bat in return. Out into the offside it goes. I make it. We've got 20 seconds until lunch, and
looks like they're going to try
umpires
and fit one
wandering in. I think we're going to get one more. So we will have had 30, which, given all the overs have been bowled by seamers, that's tolerably okay, isn't it?
Yeah. Relatively good going. It's a hot day.
By Leicestershire standards, it's positively brisk.
And it will be Vian Mulder to bowl the final over before lunch, what we suspect will be the final over before lunch. And that's pushed into the offside by Chris Dent. Fielded and covers, no run. I think if Gloucestershire can see out this final over, they'll say that they've won this session for all the pressure that Leicestershire have put on them in terms of the scoring rate. Again, forward, defensive, into the covers, no run. Chris Dent happy to see this out.
To lose just one wicket after being put in the entirety of the morning session. It's got to be your session, but Leicestershire will think, well, on the other hand, it could be sort of 110 for 1. A couple of quick wickets after the interval, and it will feel very different. So both sides will take the positives, as they say.
And that one is shovelled somewhat into the leg side by Chris Dent for 1 run.
Tell you boys, it's going to be hot in here this afternoon.
Yeah.
Windows are wide up. We might have to open back doors and get sort of drafts going through and what have you.
I contemplated shorts this morning and said, no, surely jeans will suffice.
Would you've got on the train?
Only to see you in shorts.
Sorry, sir. No, not in those. Depends on the shorts, doesn't it? If they're tailored.
Mulder to Oliver Price, and that's left alone outside the off stump. 2 more balls remaining of this morning session.
I don't know if the pitch has sort of particularly changed colour yet, but I suspect by the end of the day it might have done.
Yeah.
It still looks fairly green.
Like I say, when I turned up, I was surprised that Leicestershire had chosen to field. Irrespective of what it looks like, I would. It's easy to say now, but I would have opted to bat first. Again, left outside the off stump, nothing doing. Oliver Price happy to see that go by.
I'm inclined to agree, to be honest. Leicestershire's batting has been sort of their strength, but this season, its scoreboard pressure is always good, isn't it? If you can rack up a good first innings score at a reasonable rate. However, as I say, a couple of quick strikes post lunch might feel quite different.
Final ball of the session. Mulder bowls full and he's got it. Wait, what? Has he given it?
No, he's saying did it go into the ground?
They're gonna confer here. Now all the slips believe this is out. Vian Mulder believes this is out. But there has been no indication from the umpire.
Well, it flew straight to third slip, and the decision is what?
It looks like
It looks like not out. So it must have been sort of bat
What's that? Bat
into ground, and then
Yeah.
bounced up to. Was it Ackerman at second, or was it Kimber at third? Either way, went sort of straight to the slip. But the appeal wasn't completely. It wasn't that of a completely convinced outfit. So Price survives.
Yes, so I'll try to watch that on the replay just to get a bit more of an understanding of what may have happened there. But either way, Gloucestershire end the session for 73 for 1. Price on 8, Dent on 31. I think that's ball into ground. Yeah. And certainly Oliver Price on the replay looks absolutely bemused that they went up in celebration for that. But we'll take another look at that during the lunch interval. But a healthy round of applause for Oliver Price and Chris Dent for navigating the remainder of that morning session, Gloucestershire session, inserted earlier by Leicestershire, and they make it to lunch with only 1 wicket down, that of Charlesworth for 32. From 49 balls much earlier in the day itself. Price and Dent have put on a partnership of 24, and they will of course be looking to continue that after the lunch interval.
We'll go and have our lunch, and we'll be back with you at the Uptonsteel County Ground. following the dismissal of Ben Charlesworth, who was bowled by Tom Scriven for 32 when the score was 49. 30 overs have been bowled on a glorious late summer's day here in Aylestone, in, well, just south of Leicester city centre. Machel's trying to get that window open, so see if we can do him a favour. If you put that down and put it across, that you might get a bit more air at your side. There we go. We are anticipating a warm afternoon, as you've probably gathered. I'm going to have to protect some of the electrical gear with caps and things like that, and hopefully we don't go pop. The electrical stuff, that is, as well as ourselves. It looks as though it's going to be Matt Salisbury who's going to resume the attack for the Foxes. They went back to their opening bowlers, Vian Mulder and Chris Wright, for a little pre-lunch burst. A couple of decent leg before shouts, but neither answered in the affirmative, so very much Gloucestershire's morning in that respect. But as we were saying beforehand, if the Foxes can pick up a couple of quick wickets after lunch, the fact that they've retained to a certain extent control of the scoreboard will make it look very different indeed. Michael Hewitt from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast, myself, Richard Ray from BBC Radio Leicester, your post-lunch commentary team. Ed Seaborn having performed nobly on his own for a good hour this morning. We've said he can enjoy his lunch, take his time and enjoy his risotto and lemon tart. As Salisbury's in from the Bennett End bowls, Fullish on off stump, Dent is forward, as careful as he was all morning, just pushing the ball out into the offside, and there is no run.
Just checking you can hear me through your mic.
Perfectly.
All good, fantastic. So what's the plan of action here now for Gloucestershire? I mean, just carry on, and as they did in session 1, but Leicestershire definitely need some wickets in this session.
Salisbury is in and bowled slightly short, straightish though, and Dent sort of got on his back foot ready to carve it away through the offside. Might just have strained up towards him a touch, and as a result all he could do was push it firmly out into the offside. Rishi Patel, the fielder, out there. Few white clouds offering momentary breaks in the warm sunshine. The crowd somnolent after their excellent Sunday lunch. In goes Salisbury and bowls line and length. Dent is carefully forward, slightly angled back, or perhaps it just did enough to take the outside part of the bat along the ground all the way towards the sun-hatted now Sol Budinger, hiding his blonde mop. It isn't really blonde.
I mean, we all try we've all tried at one point in our lives.
Have you?
Yeah,
Did you?
It looks like they're brown, but once upon a time I had blonde highlights myself.
Salisbury is in. Bowles looking for the Yorker. Dent just came down on it in time. Just waited for it. He saw it. He examines the bottom of his bat carefully. Pushed it back towards Salisbury. There's a sort of few sort of golden touches.
Yeah,
Is that the remnants of the?
Yeah. You know, I had my season in the sun.
You had joy. You had fun. Heard that on the radio the other day. That is a miserable song, isn't it? Goodness me, that is an awful song, really. I mean, not tunefully. The sentiment is a little depressing. You're not missing any cricket here because the umpires are going to have a look at what? Possibly a new ball. Whether... Yeah, we are going to get a new ball. How many overs have we had? 30.4, and that perhaps was just jammed into the ground by Dent, digging out that Yorker. What's Cox coming out with? Having run to the boundary. Has he got the selection of... Has he got the nuclear code box? Umpire Hartley wanders across to have a look, and it does look like we are going to get a ball change. So clearly has taken a chunk out of it, I would imagine. Cox too has his shirt out of his trousers. That clearly is the Buttinger too. This is the fashion.
It may well be the post bread pudding effect.
Yeah. Yes, we were remarking on that. One or two of the players just sort of came in and got some fruit and legged it, but most of them, Trencherman, sat down and indulged in Leicestershire's excellent lunches, as did we. So nothing happening. This is going to slow the over rate somewhat while umpire Hartley decides, not in consultation, but Ben Cox is sort of holding them like a votive offering in front of umpire Hartley, who's examining various balls. Vian Mulder is involved as well. Umpire Hartley has made his choice.
So, interestingly...
So better make a note of that. 30.4 overs. Will it make a huge difference?
In the Caribbean Premier League, which I've been paying keen attention to, they've introduced a new rule this season where if you don't keep... Obviously, this is T20 cricket, but I'm saying this to say, would this be something that is worth introducing in red ball cricket? If you don't keep up with the over rate for the final... I think it's 3 overs, 2 overs. The captain gets a red card, and they have to choose a player to leave the field. Would that be the correct?
I can think of a few captains who would welcome that. An early, take 3 overs off at the end of the day. Get some. You look after yourselves. I'm off. But interesting one. But it's kind of whether it would work in red ball. I'm not absolutely sure. Salisbury is in and bowls to Dent, who covers up to a straight delivery, pushes it out into the offside. We're hearing the radio in the effects mic of the cameraman, so sooner or later we're going to have to ask him just to maybe turn the volume down on that a little bit. The director is telling him on sort of where on the field to focus at certain times, but as I say, I'm afraid we're picking up in the effects mic. So in due course, I'll mention that. Could just do with that turning down a touch. Salisbury is in and bowls to Dent full. Dent looking to drive, but again, he doesn't really put his full weight into the shot. Steers it wide of Hill, but not with sufficient power to get past Hill. Gets across, cuts it off. And we start, as we did so often this morning, with a maiden over. 73 for 1 after 31 remains the score.
Yeah, I'm just gonna... So Leicestershire have bowled 11 maidens so far today from the 31.
Which is pretty much a third. And just given, other than those couple of overs, it's probably only about 3 or 4 overs. I know he went for 35 off his first 6 or something like that, or maybe even his first 5, Mulder. But there are a few sort of edges as well.
It's Mulder who is in after lunch to Oliver Price, and there's a big LBW shout that's going down the leg side, and umpire will surely signal a leg by here. In fact, he does not. He says that the umpire signaled that Oliver Price got some bat on that, and there'll be 1 run to the total. Richard has gone to have a discussion with said producer. Interestingly, I've been meaning to ask this since the start of play, and I'll do so after this ball from Vian Mulder. Chris Dent back on strike. He's on 32, 31 even. And that's defended back to Mulder. There'll be no run there. South Africa are currently playing Australia, I think in a T20 series. I'm surprised that Mulder was not selected or not part of, but maybe he was taken into consideration there, but I'd say South Africa's lost, Leicestershire's gain. Mulder's had a fantastic season. Mulder in again to Dent, and again defended down the track. Dent appears to have dropped anchor today, 31 from 102 balls. Obviously I'm putting the commentator's curse on him, but Chris Dent looks like he wants to bat all day today.
Does. Vian, he's yet to sort of fully establish himself in international terms. He's played a lot of sort of international cricket, but I think he's one of those players.
Mulder to Dent, defended. Back down the track, there'll be no run.
Who's wonderfully effective at first class level, as in sort of county level or district level in South Africa, but it still hasn't quite sort of made that step up, so to speak, to become that fully established international player. I think his fitness and the fact that he plays so much, his fitness is exemplary, but I just wonder whether that almost counts against him in an odd sort of way.
Mulder back into Dent, that's left alone outside the off stump, no run.
But he is a brilliant county overseas player.
Yeah.
It's kind of, he's right at the level you want it, so
He's
really
doing everything
good.
he should do.
Pretty much international level, but not fully established international, so he's not likely to be dragged away all the time. So it works brilliantly for Leicestershire. And he's certainly never going to lack an employer.
Yeah,
I don't think, Vian, one way or another, but the big money's in international cricket, isn't it, these days? Pretty much.
Maldron again, and Chris Dent again forward, defends, no run. And that is in fact the end of the over. There was one, I think, off that over at the very first ball of that over. Gloucestershire moved to 74 for 1 at the end of the 32nd over. Chris Dent 31 not out from 105 balls, and Oliver Price 9 from 47.
Just looking at the Leicestershire bowling figures. Chris Wright, 10 overs, none for 19. Mulder, 9 overs, none for 38, so he's sort of dragged his figures back to a certain extent. Salisbury is in and bowls, and on driven. Has he got it past Hill? No, but he's going to pick up just the one in the end for Price. He pushed it wide enough of Hill, who made a little bit of a meal of fielding it as he chased across to his right. He grabbed it and dropped it and couldn't quite get hold of it. Price and Dent thought about a second, but in the end settled for 1. So Salisbury, 6 overs, 6.1 overs now, none for 13. And Scriven with those extraordinary figures this morning, 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3. Presumably they'll go back to him before too long. They do have spinning options in Ackerman and Louis Kimber, as Salisbury is in, bowls onto leg stump, slightly short, just dropped behind him towards leg gully by Chris Dent. Price, seeing that Cox has a fair bit of ground to make up to get to the ball, calls Dent through for what in the end was a perfectly comfortable single. 76 for 1. Amin is making of his Leicestershire debut so far. Not a great deal, I wouldn't imagine, as Salisbury down the slope is in. Bowls, a little bit of extra bounds, but it's quite slowish bounce, so Price sort of started to not flinch, but prepare for a rising ball, and then found himself having to wait for it, dropped it down at his feet, so played it in the end comfortably enough, but just had to wait for it.
There is a spot, maybe slightly short of length, back of a length, where we saw a few in that first session which rose a bit steeply, caught the batters out, but we're talking like 1 or 2 deliveries in the entire morning session.
Salisbury's ready to go, but then he pulls out something flying into his face. I think he just about 3/4 of the way down his run-up stopped and just wiped his brow or his eyes. You can get in touch with us if you wish on social media. Salisbury is in, and bowls again looking to drive. Price might just have come back into him a little bit. It's a little bit inside edge here as it rather squirts out towards Hill at mid on. Nice sound of ball off bat, but wasn't quite where he was looking to hit that, I don't think. At Fox's Crick, C-R-I-C-K 2023 finds me. Make sure you got a handle.
Yes, MASH, M-A-S-H-S-T, Paddy, P-A-D-D-Y. You can find me there.
Interesting one. In goes Salisbury. Bowls driven, but only as far as cover. And Scriven makes the stop. Is that the second name?
Yeah. So
okay.
my middle name is St. Patrick. I am indeed a patron saint, and St. Paddy seemed to be the easiest way to fit it on Twitter.
You can email if you wish, richardray23@gmail.com. Ed will give you his. Or you can sit in the garden, dozing and just listening to us. And I think that probably is the best option at the moment. Salisbury is in, bowl, just drifts on towards the legs of Ollie Price, worked towards square leg. Rishi Patel has to run from mid-wicket to square leg, he does so. Price takes one, he's into double figures now. Ollie Price, he moves on to 11 of 52 balls, so a studied innings, 77 for one.
Just speaking of, I mean, who would you say he is the like-for-like replacement for? Because Cox is for.
Yeah, he's
Hanscom,
he's
was he just an
well,
addition?
No, yeah, he's the overseas, obviously. So Hanscom was the overseas. So if you like, it's he for. But it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, I was about to say it's 2 for 1.
Yeah.
Mulder into Price at the start of a new over down the leg side, and said Cox takes that, and there's no run there.
That's what Hanscom gives you.
Yeah.
Leicester will be hoping Cox can do something. You know, he's obviously got a good record as a batsman, and he's wanted very much to play all forms of the game. And hopefully, you know, he can produce a sort of 800-run championship, or you know, maybe more championship season next season.
But
as well as being a good keeper. But yeah,
as they're both in, who drops out? If you see what, and Mulder in again. We'll address that in a second. And nearly traps Price plumb in front there. Big ooze. Maybe it wasn't as close as the slips thought, but Price is able to dab that into the onside for the no run.
It's a good question. Had, let us say, Hanscom been available in this game and gone through to the rest of the season, then he would obviously have played and kept. Cox wouldn't have come on early loan, and perhaps Hull would have played. You know, there would have been room for the extra seamer.
Yeah.
Or spinner if they wanted.
Mulder again. That's driven down the ground, fielded on his follow through by Mulder. No run. So we've had, I think, 3 overs, or was it 4 overs since the 3 overs since the restart, and we have had a total of 4 runs.
Fango Fox from Melbourne, Australia, has been in touch. Slow start, pitch looks a bit too paced, attack looks a bit same. Would have liked to have seen Hull play. I think you always want to see someone like Hull play, don't you? He's an exciting cricketer.
Oh, and that was a genuine delivery that beats the outside edge. Price leans into it, doesn't get anything on the bat, misses his outside edge, what looks by a few inches. I'll have to catch that one on the replay, see just how far away that was, but that was a delivery by Mulder that asked all the right questions. Oliver Price is still only on 11 from 56 balls. Obviously, it's not been a free-flowing innings, but he's struggled still to find the middle of his bat. Mulder, again, like for like. I think that one's I think that's a better delivery than the preceding one, or the previous delivery, and I think that actually beats Price even more so.
Yeah, that had bounce as well as swing, didn't it? That was a beaut from Mulder. Best one I've seen it in bowl today. I didn't see much of his first spell.
There's maybe a spot there on that length that Mulder is bowling, which is taking a bit more bounce than Oliver Price is expecting, but there's also some movement there. Mouldering again, final ball of his 10th over. And this time Price is forward in defence to mid-on, and there is no run there. Good over that by Vian Mulder. Another maiden. Gloucestershire are 77 for 1 after 34 overs, and that is Vian Mulder's second maiden of the day. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 38.
I have to say that Fango Fox, showing true devotion to the Leicestershire cause, is actually flying in from Melbourne, Australia for the final. He's coming over.
That's interesting, because as when you were on in the previous over, I had to remind myself where the final was, and of course it's in Nottingham. Do we call that local? Localish? Leicestershire to pack out Trent Bridge.
Salisbury is into Dent, who is covering up as it comes back into him a little bit. Didn't get much on it. If anything, it bounced out into the onside, and there's no run. A little shout of frustration from both bowler and wicket keeper. Yeah, Leicestershire not. I mean, they'd like to win it on their local rivals' ground, obviously, albeit not against their local rivals, but there is still the general feeling that finals should be played at Lords. You know, they always were and always have, you know, used to be. And there's no excuse. Salisbury is in on off stump this time. Dent forward, dropping it out into the offside. Budinger runs in and fields, and there's no run. So, yeah, mixed feelings. Trent Bridge, you know, yes, it's a fine ground, but it's a final.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that, and that's actually why I went to check, because I couldn't remember if it was which of the grounds. I knew it wasn't Lords, but I couldn't remember which ground it was actually at.
Why isn't it Lords? I know they've got lots of sort of international one-dayers and what have you coming up. They managed to squeeze Eton Harrow in, didn't they? There you go. Salisbury is in Fuller this time, but as accurate as ever, and Dent as stubborn and determined as ever to keep it out, is forward, pushing it out into the offside. And there's no run. So Price is scoring at, what, 11 off 58, so something like 20%. Dent 32 off 109, little bit better, something like, what's that, close on 30%, isn't it? But even so, Leicestershire are keeping these two, very honest. Slightly rolling gait, rolling shoulders from Salisbury as he comes in and bowls to Dent. Didn't really come on then, did it? And again, he turning it wristily, looking to turn it wristily into the leg side. Found he kind of had to wait for it a little bit, Dent, and turned it out towards Scriven at mid-wicket, wanders down and prods at the pitch. If you ever feel entirely in or ever find your timing on this pitch. Salisbury, shoulders swinging, goes in and bowls, full, driven, but again not quite timed, and it ran straight out to Rishi Patel. Looked good from Dent, it was a good stride, and he got just about to the pitch of it. But not only did he pick out Rishi Patel, it didn't travel particularly quickly to Leicestershire's opening batsman.
They've got to try and find a way to just rotate strike. I mean, whilst you're in this passage of play, you can't allow Leicestershire to just bowl maiden after maiden, much like what happened in the first session. Eventually that pressure will tell.
Salisbury is in, Dent is driving again, did time that rather better, but again he's picked out Rishi Patel, and must be frustrating for Dent. Dent, he's been there, seen it all before, and I suspect he won't, he'd be less inclined to give it away through frustration as much as anything, and he's probably saying something along those lines to young Ollie Price. Keep battling. They'll get tired. 35 overs, 77 for 1, run rate 2.2.
Given when Ed was doing his visual at the start of the day, I think I walked in to see the run rate was 4 at the beginning of the day, and it has slowed quite significantly.
Well, Charlesworth hit Mulder for, I think, 4 fours in 6 balls, something like that at one stage.
And it's Mulder who's back in to Price, defended down the track. Mulder fields on his follow-through and no run. We've had no run in the last 13 balls, 3 runs in the last 18.
And just 4 runs post-lunch in 5 overs. Welcome back to Championship cricket.
This is what it's all about.
It kind of is, isn't it? But it takes a while to readjust.
Mulder.
Oh.
Oh, I thought he'd caught the edge there, but Oliver Price plays inside that one. Again, the ball essentially smooths a touch as it lands.
From Mulder. Maybe this new ball is just doing a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd forgotten the ball had changed actually. That's a very good point. We've seen a slight kind of tinge of movement of the more so from Mulder than Matt Salisbury. Just getting it to do a tiny bit via Mulder. And he's in again to Oliver Price. This time Oliver Price stride into that one, but again can't really get the ball off the square. Mulder fields that on his follow through. There's no run. Oliver Price 11 of 61 balls. Gloucestershire 77 for 1. As Richard points out, 4 runs since we restarted after lunch. Mulder into Price. Oh,
bowled him, has he?
It's bowled him. He's bowled him. I actually thought they'd taken a nick, but actually he's gone straight through him, and it looks like he's taken the top. Looks like he's taken the top of the stump. So I'll have to catch the
top of off. Yeah,
taking the top of off. And it's a beauty. It's a beauty. In that case, it looked like it actually caught an edge, but it's actually gone straight for Oliver Price, and the umpires are indeed bending down to pick up the bells. And Oliver Price is, for want of a better word, torturous stay at the crease is over. 11 from 62 balls. As Ed said when he was on earlier, he was never really middling the ball at any point of his stay at the crease. And if you allow someone like Vian Mulder to continually bowl maidens at you or give away no runs, you kind of sense there's a ball which has your name on it, and Gloucestershire 77 for 2.
But Mulder has definitely got more from this ball, the new ball, the replacement ball, if you like, than from that old ball. I don't know whether I'll be able to see a replay of that one again. But actually, Ed earlier said about the bails being difficult to see. Whoever decided to have these greenish stumps and bails, and against a greenish outfield, they are.
Yeah, I never saw the bails go flying. To be honest,
they're doing commentators no favours at all. And I've somehow managed to get my streams to go right back to the beginning.
I mean, it did look like Oliver Price tried to play a forward defensive and just got beaten. With the movement off the track, as he had been in the at least 3 or 4 of the previous 12 deliveries he'd faced from Vian Mulder, if maybe 11 deliveries. So you could say that had been coming.
It had. So
the new batter is Miles Hammond. Gloucestershire, like I say, is 77 for 2. Leicestershire have got the breakthrough after lunch, and it's Vian Mulder into said Miles Hammond. And that is left alone outside the off stump. So there's now 2 left-handed batters at the crease, Chris Dent and Miles Hammond. And as I said prior to Hammond coming to the crease, I think that's just reward for Vian Mulder. A good spell of bowling, especially since the ball has been changed.
Yeah, he's been excellent post-lunch.
Final ball of his 11th over, and he forces Miles Hammond into a defensive prod.
Wicket
With
maiden.
his back foot, and yes, that is indeed a wicket maiden. Gloucestershire are 77 for 2. Miles Hammond is yet to score. Chris Dent is 32. Leicestershire have a breakthrough.
If they can somehow persuade Dent to do something rash or just get a very good ball, Leicestershire will feel that they're sort of back on top. They have kind of been on top after the first hour, really, after that wicket of Charlesworth, in that they've kept complete control of the scoreboard. And in the end, as Rachel said, that there was a ball with Price's name on it. Can Salisbury find one for Dent? Comes running in and bowls just outside off stump. Dent looking on the back foot to force it away through the offside. Doesn't time it at all, and it dribbles rather apologetically out towards Rishi Patel with his smart new Leicestershire cap. I mean, all Leicestershire players get a cap, obviously, but the fox changes colour. So if you are officially capped, you become a gold. You have a gold fox on the top of your cap as opposed to a red fox. A few counties do something sort of vaguely similar.
How long do you have to play to get the official?
In goes Salisbury, bowls. Dent is forward, slightly inside. It's not a sort of much. It's not as necessarily a matter of length of time as performances, I think, because obviously this is Rishi's second full season with Leicestershire. But it has been a real breakthrough for him, and I think it's justified by performance as much as anything in all formats. So it's a sort of combination, and who actually takes the decision is one of those sort
Well, that's going to be my next question.
I think it's a sort of, as Salisbury goes in and bowls to Dent, line and length, and Dent is forward out into the offside. I think it's a sort of combination of coaches, captain, perhaps the president, Jack Birkinshaw, the cricket chairman, things like, I think it's a sort of
Committee.
comes up for discussion, but I think if probably the head coach and captain said they want it to happen, it will happen. So Yorkshire players, once they get a full cap, their rose buds, doesn't it, on their cap. In goes Salisbury, bowls, and again turning his wrists on his defensive lean is Dent out into the onside, and there's no run, so it goes from a rose bud to a wild rose on the Yorkshire cap if you get your full cap. What about Kent? Your county, do they?
Might have to come back to you on that one, actually. I will get confirmation and let you know next time, the next stint.
Ed will tell us about Gloucs, perhaps. They automatically get a full cap on debut. Gloucestershire. Salisbury is in, bowls full, and it's driven, and this time, at long last, Dent has got it wide of Patel, who just turns and resignedly jogs back towards the manual scoreboard at the Milligan Road. It was full, it was outside off stump, it was that rare thing in this game, or certainly since I've been watching, a half volley, and Dent, relief coursing through his veins, I suspect, leant out and caressed it away through the covers for 4.
Yeah, some welcome runs to the scoreboard for
The keeper. It's unlikely that Hammond is just going to do what Dent and Ollie Price were doing. Hammond will try and take the attack to Leicestershire, but I think it will be interesting to see what happens from him trying to do that. We may well see that actually there's been a reason why Dent and Price have resorted to defence first. He comes down the pitch here and works the ball towards mid-on, and there won't be a run there.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that, because I think this feels like one of those days where you have to speak to said batters at the end of day's play, probably Chris Dent, who's been there the longest, and said, because what looks to us like defensive cricket or tight lines by Leicestershire bowlers, maybe it is just too pace. It's hard to time the ball on this track.
Mulder is in. This is clipped towards long leg by Dent. There's a chase round for the fielder, who's going to have to go into the slide and manages to tip the ball back in. And sorry, did I say it was Dent? Of course, it's Hammond who's done that. And Hammond's off the mark with a couple of runs. 83
for 2. And just the first ball there from Mulder in this spell that was a little bit more like some of the ones that we saw in his first spell, where he just, whether it was just asking you a bit too much of the ball or what, but just straying a little leg side-ish. 83 for 2. Mulder round the wicket, bowls, that one takes off. And we've seen a few do that, but not for a while. And that really bounced, and Hammond had to make sure he got his bat out of the way of that. If that had just run off the bat or the toe end through to the keeper, you see those dismissals happen on a ball like that.
Yeah, and like I say, just every now and again, I want to say like once an hour, there's been that delivery which has just taken off a certain part of the track.
Mulder round the wicket again, and Hammond doesn't have to play at that one either. This time the ball behaves a little bit more regularly off the pitch. So, yeah, we've seen a ball like that every hour, and there's been a ball which has probably stayed down a bit every hour as well. It's so rare, but I think in some ways you might say, in a conventional sense of how a pitch tends to play over the 4 days, you might think, well, if you're Gloucestershire, a bit more uneven bounce on day 4 would be nice, as they'd be bowling last. This is driven by Hammond, stroke towards mid-off. There's a shot at the stumps which is going to miss. I think Hammond was just about home there, but it wasn't quite as comfortable a single as I thought it was off the bat. He's through, and we'll keep the strike. 84 for 2 after 38 overs.
But to be fair, even that shot there, that's the first bit of positive single-taking cricket that we've seen, certainly since lunch and probably since about midway through the first session. Because even if we give plaudits to Leicestershire and say, you know what, they're blowing very good disciplined lines, you can force a run. You can do what Miles Hammond did there and drive it to mid-off and say, right, quick single. You have to keep the scoreboard ticking over somehow.
Yeah.
And that's why with Ollie Price's dismissal, I felt that was more so due, yes, good bowling, but pressure. He wasn't getting any runs off the bat in any shape or form.
Oh, it just allowed Mulder to settle in, didn't it? Just into his groove. He was beating the bat regularly, and it felt like a matter of time, maybe.
And it's Matt Salisbury in to Miles Hammond, who is on strike. That one goes outside the off stump, left alone, no run.
I thought it was a really interesting point you made about Mulder and the South African T20 side, actually, because I've been watching the first 2 games of that series between South Africa and Australia, and really both games, it's like they're playing a different game. South Africa are playing T20 cricket from about 5 years ago, even maybe longer ago than that, but as much as it's evolved, maybe say 5 years ago. And Australia are playing the modern T20 game.
Yeah. And that's defended down the track by Hammond, no run. Salisbury Fields on his follow-through.
And for me, it's both with the bat and with the ball.
Yeah.
South Africa is still very much, and they've always done this in one-day cricket to some extent. They've always kind of wrestled with what balance to go for. Do we go with, and they've ended up usually settling on this, going for the kind of 4 specialist bowlers at the bottom of the order. And they basically select their best bowling attack rather than their best all-round lineup.
Yes. Salisbury forces Miles Hammond onto the back foot, defensive prod into the ground, and there's no run there. Yeah, I think, and this is why I brought VM Mulder up as, I'm not saying he should be in the South African T20 side, I mean, that's up to their selectors, but South Africa have traditionally struggled to fill that all-rounders position.
Very much so.
They either have somebody who bats really well but doesn't really back it up with the bowling, or vice versa, but never someone, well, they were searching for a Jack Harris basically, but never somebody who can do both to the right standard. Salisbury and Miles Hammond leans into that, and that's gone through the covers for 4 runs, and very much as Ed says even, Miles Hammond will try to put bat on ball and get the scoreboard ticking over. You could say that was potentially, possibly even, a bit of a juicy one outside the off stump for Miles Hammond to lean into, but you still got to put it away.
And it's also, you know, possibly Hammond buys himself that delivery by people knowing his reputation. They know he likes to go on the attack. You can't just always settle into that same spot.
Salisbury in again, and this time Hammond tucks it into the leg side for 1. And he's quickly moved on to 8 from 13 balls.
It's even things like that. I mean, I know that's only an inside edge, but it just seemed as if that sort of thing wasn't happening.
Yeah.
Because I think when you're looking just to play totally straight, vertical bat defence, 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 the ball is going to go into that V all the time. And actually, it's probably a less technically correct defensive shot that Hammond has played there, because that's why the ball's not struck the middle of the bat. But it's amazing how when you do that, you're more likely to pick up those quick singles in the ring.
And it begs the question if, looking back at the partnership between Dent and Price, were there singles there that they didn't run quickly that would have alleviated some of the pressure. Salisbury in again, this time to Dent, and he drives through the covers, and I think that will beat. Yes, it does. It beats the boundary fielder. And that's another 4, and believe it or not, that's 2 4s in the over, and that's indeed the end of the over. Chris Dent moves into the 40s. Miles Hammond 8, Chris Dent 40, Gloucestershire 93 for 2, and we've actually had 3 4s in the last 2 overs.
Well, perhaps it's because I've come back on, if you believe in such things, which I don't. Yeah, I think also the other thing is, whilst it sounds as if I'm coming down hard on Dent and Price, it's also the case though that maybe if they can make some hay later on in the day, they've got, and that was what, Salisbury's 10th. Mulder's about to start his 13th over already, and we're not even halfway through the afternoon session. Mulder is in, and Hammond drives. It'll be stopped by Mulder in his follow through, and that ball was certainly not a half volley that Hammond looked to drive there. They've still got the 3 slips in place of Leicestershire to look for that outside edge, but you can already see backward point, extra cover. They're a few steps further back than they were when Gloucestershire were just 1 down. Mid-wicket not in too tight either. In goes Mulder and bowls. Hammond comes forward and plays the ball in defence up to mid-off. I mean, actually, just going back to what we were talking about with Mulder for a bit as well, just because it's something that I've watched in the last couple of days. It's quite frightening actually watching Mitch Marsh hit the ball at the moment. On the flip side of that, he pretty much any shot he wants, he'll hit. If he mistimes it, it goes for 4, and if he times it, it goes for 6. Basically no other outcome. Mulder is in, Hammond struck on the pad, and he's come a bit across there, but not enough for umpire Hartley's liking, I guess, unless maybe he feels there was a bit of bat on that.
I mean, it didn't look out to me. Looked like he was outside the line, but I'll have a look now on this replay.
To operate Richard's laptop in there.
I think that's outside the line.
Absence.
Needed to do a bit more, but yeah,
well, it's another one of those that's worth a shout, for sure. In goes Mulder, bowls. Hammond defends, opens the face of the bat a little bit, perhaps hoping for a gap on the offside, but can't find it. Budinger fields at point. And actually, it has to be said that South Africa aren't talking about how they seem to be playing T20 cricket from a few years back. They're not the only side, and it's only recently that Australia seem to have. I mean, this side that they've got with your Stoinis's, Tim David, Matt Short, who's opening the batting now. Mitch Marsh, I think, always was playing that sort of way. Hammond blocks this one into the leg side. That's another ball which was in the sort of category of balls which didn't quite bounce as much as you felt it might. There's no run. But yeah, you think about India as well, and short of Hardik Pandya, they've struggled to produce those all-rounders that really balance a side like England's, for example, when it comes to that form of the game.
Yeah.
Mulder to complete the over, and he bowls, and Hammond is struck on the pad again. This is Fuller, and it's been given out. And that is the 3rd wicket. Mulder gets his 2nd. Hammond looking to use his feet. And again, work the ball into the leg side. But that one, potentially as just because it was fuller, but also Hammond just didn't seem to come quite so far across the previous time. It looked more out. Umpire Hartley raises the finger. It's 93 for 3.
Yeah, that one I didn't even need to watch replay. That just looked plump, and you can kind of tell sometimes with how a batter walks off the pitch, and Miles Hammond essentially, yeah, that's me done. So yes, and I guess again, VM Mulder has bowled a very good spell after lunch, and it's just rewards for this spell of bowling. I'll get his figures, his post-lunch figures in a second, but that's 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 41, and VM Mulder has very much been Leicestershire's talisman.
Well, he went for
most of this season.
About 35 or 36 off his first 5 overs. I'm sure his economy rate was over 7 in his first spell, or exactly 7, yeah. So he's really settled in since that first spell, where he was a little bit, and it wasn't, his figures didn't entirely represent how he bowled, because there was the inside edge for 4, there were a couple of boundaries down towards 3rd, which you can't always control as a bowler if you're bowling the right lines and lengths.
Was he being too attacking this morning? Was he looking for wickets, as opposed to he's settled it this post-lunch, and actually pre-lunch as well, or the hour before lunch, he settled into a very disciplined line and length bowling, and the batters have had to go after him or had to create shots against him, whereas obviously I missed the opening 35-40 minutes.
Yeah, I would say it was just more a case of his line. He was tucked through the leg side quite a lot early on. I think he's just found that channel, 4th stump or off stump, rather than being middle and leg.
And it's a change in the bowling. Chris Wright is back into the attack. That makes sense. Another end has been opened. Harry Tector, not on strike, but is at the crease. Chris Dent is back on strike. Oh, and that one takes off. And again, it's what Ed and I have been talking about. Every now and again, there's a delivery that takes off, flummoxes the batters. Chris Dent kind of swayed out of the way of that one almost. Again, lucky for it to not catch a glove, the outside edge.
This is an absolutely vital partnership for Gloucestershire now.
Wright is wicketless, but he's being economical. This one's defended into the offside by Dent, and all of a sudden, you look at that. You look at this Chris Dent innings, 40 of 121 balls, and you almost say, yeah, but maybe this is the right type of innings on this track. Maybe it, like I said to you a couple of minutes ago, maybe it's far harder to time it on this track than we're giving credit for. And again, Chris Dent defensive onto the back foot, no run.
You also wonder at all, and there's no way you'd find this out by asking them, because there's no way a professional cricketer would admit to it. But you also wonder whether there's just a little bit in the back of some of these batters' minds who were playing in that semi-final just a few days ago of, look what happened when we really tried to go on the attack. We lost wickets. We actually could have got a score that we could have bowled at.
Chris Wright again, tentative shot outside, or tentative prod I should say, outside his off stump. Chris Wright asking all the right questions here.
Obviously this is a completely different surface. I mean, the surface that they played on in the semi-final was a hybrid pitch. That was the main difference, and this is not. I think there was more consistent pace in that pitch, but at the same time, in terms of approach as well, you have to make the decision of how you're going to be really committed to going on the attack, and if that doesn't work, then you know where the criticism is going to be coming.
Right again, and this is tucked leg side, and there'll be no run there. This one more ball left of Chris Wright's over. So far, there's been no runs off the over. This is his 11th over of the day, his third spell of the day. Yet to get a wicket, but like I say, thus far 10.5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 19. Last ball of the over. And Dent rocks onto the back foot and cuts this, but it will be fielded. It will be fielded on the cover boundary. And that was just 1 run there. Well, no, they came out for 2 in fact. And Chris Dent moves to 42. Gloucestershire 95 for 3. Harry Tector will be on strike for the next over. And we have had 41 overs bowled.
Yep, so the first chance to have a look at Harry Tector in championship colours for Gloucestershire, if we can call them that. The whites, I suppose, white's technically all colours, isn't it? But Gloucestershire do have that strip of blue lined with yellow down the side this year in their championship strip. Tector doesn't have a number because I suspect it wasn't really thought when he first joined Gloucestershire that he might end up playing in this game. Mulder bowls to him, it's down the leg side. Tector tries to clip it away but misses. Cox takes down the leg side. He's been exemplary behind the stumps as usual. As Ben Cox, you certainly know what you're going to get from him when it comes to the gloves.
For those who don't know, why is Harry Tector playing?
Well, so for the One Day Cup, Tector was initially signed on the basis of playing 1 game before some of Gloucestershire's... Initially they thought they were getting 2 signings for the One Day Cup, as Mulder floats one outside the off stump and Tector doesn't have a nibble, it's left alone. So initially it was supposed to be 1 game, and then I believe he was going off on holiday to France.
Okay.
Then it was actually this second overseas signing doesn't seem to have materialised. So do you fancy coming back? He did come back, had to leave again to Ireland duty, that T20 series they played against India. As Mulder bowls inside edge, perhaps onto pad as well from Tector. The ball trickles out to mid-wicket. And then it was, I guess, a case of we don't have another overseas player for this game. Captain's injured. Well, captain's certainly being rested anyway. There have been several players who I think have been very much pushing through that One Day Cup competition. Obviously, seems as though they felt they need more overs from Matt Taylor before he can come back. This is a leg stump delivery. It's clipped away. There's cries of wait, but it'll be yes now as it's got past short mid-wicket. Fielded at wide mid-on, and Tector gets his first run in championship cricket for Gloucestershire, 96 for 3. So, yeah, I mean, they had Joe Phillips in this squad as well, the only 19-year-old Cornish lad who really impressed on his championship debut against Worcestershire, 80 in the first innings, 26 in the second. Pretty tidy return for your first championship game, and then a 70-odd on T20 debut against New Zealand the other day as well. As Mulder bowls to Dent, that one comes back in towards him, but he manages to get the ball away out into the covers in defence. So yeah, I think that long story about covers it. I don't imagine that he's going to be playing. Well, perhaps he might play next round. I haven't.
That was my next question. Is he going to now just stick around for?
I mean, he certainly won't be available for Gloucestershire's last match because that clashes with the Ireland-England ODI series.
Right.
Mulder round the wicket, bowls, forward goes Dent, plays it up the pitch, and Mulder's through another over. He's already got through a mountain of work, 14 overs, but he won't be feeling it at this stage because he's picking up wickets. 2 for 42, Gloucestershire 96 for 3. I haven't, I must say, checked exactly yet when that series starts, but I kind of guessed that it may well even just be the 1 game that he plays, and maybe they hope by that point that Graham Van Buren is fit and ready to resume his spot in the middle order. Just looking now, 20th of September is the first game of that series, so actually he may well be available to play against Derbyshire in Gloucestershire's next round as well.
So it'll be Chris Wright to bowl again, having just started his new spell in his previous over. And he's into Tector, as goes down the leg side. And as Ed says, Ben Cox has been, well, he's been Ben Cox behind the stumps. I was about to say good, but he's beaten Ben Cox behind the stumps. And he takes that down leg side, there's no run.
So there may be interest in bringing Tector back in the future. I think next season it's going to be really tough, whoever you choose, because with the World Cup being mid-season and presumably warm-up matches around it as well.
Right into Tector, that's tucked into the leg side, no run.
And a busy international summer as well. I mean, there are several teams coming over.
Yes.
There. You've got Sri Lanka and the West
Indies are coming over July.
Test series, and then there's one-day series as well. I can't remember exactly who's. I think there might be another team coming for a one-day series on top of those two. Might be Pakistan. Anyway, busy times.
Right in again, and this time Tector runs through for one, tucks that just wide of mid wicket, enough of a gap to run through for one, and he moves on to two to bring Chris Dent onto strike.
And Ireland have got a busy summer next summer themselves. That I did research, having a look at the Future Tours programme. I think they've got something like 9 T20 internationals, 6 ODIs, a test match against Zimbabwe scheduled next summer as well, in addition to the World Cup. So it might not be available that much.
Right into Dent. And Dent is onto the back foot, prods that down into the offside, and again another single. It's good cricket. I think what I've found is that for some counties, I won't name any, but for some counties, I think the overseas recruitment is a lot harder than it is for some of the more established, or
deep-pocketed.
Some of the more established counties. And I don't know how much worth there is sometimes in, right, this person's here for one game, then there's a next person, and then I'm not sure about all that. Chris Wright into Tector, Tector forward, defends, into the covers, no run. And not because that's anything against the players, just more in so much as team synergy and having a kind of, surely a successful team is a team where the majority of that team is together for the whole season. And obviously some things can't be helped, a player gets selected and so on and so forth, but yeah, like I say, some counties seem to have it easier than others. Right into Tector, onto the back foot, defends, no run. And also just finishing on that point, given the nature of the international calendar, and I'm including franchise cricket in there, it's hard. It's hard to find a player that you can just keep for a significant amount of time.
Yeah, exactly.
Because cricket doesn't really work like that anymore.
No, and I think when it comes to the blast especially, one of the really tricky things that is happening now is, even you go back, 2 years to when Gloucestershire signed Glenn Phillips. I mean, most people who followed international cricket knew Glenn Phillips was a really good player, but he hadn't played much franchise cricket at that point.
Yeah.
He'd managed to he's probably one of the last group of cricketers that will manage to get through to international cricket and do as well as he did at the start of his international career without playing franchise cricket, because all the franchises are on the lookout everywhere now for the next big thing, for somebody that they can get as a bargain. And that's counties have kind of had that prerogative almost. There was at least, if there weren't the established international players, which there used to be in county cricket, there were at least those players who were on kind of the fringes, or, you know, but it just seems as if things are getting pushed even further now. Here's Scriven replacing Mulder. So Scriven, who only went for 3 runs off his first 7 overs and got the opening wicket of Ben Charlesworth bowling to Dent. First ball's played to backward point. And that's another one where sort of in between run. There was at least 3/4 of a run available there, but they decided against it. So I mean, a player like Mulder even is becoming more and more rare to be able to get somebody like him available. Scriven bowls to Dent, comes back in towards him. Dent is once more not interested in doing anything more than just keeping it out, playing it back up the pitch, 98 for 3. And so sides have been forced to shuffle things about. And like you were saying, Mash, the whole dynamic of a team can change so much depending on who's available. You get a player who wants to keep wicket, well, okay, then the keeper's got to drop out, or somebody's got to play as a specialist bat. You get a spinner in for the last part of the season or something. You've got to change the whole balance of your lineup because, you know, you say your seamers all can only bowl and they can't bat, so you've got to bring somebody in to bolster the batting as well. Scriven is in, or he gets turned around there, does Dent. Leading edge, I think that time as he looked to play the ball out into the leg side for maybe a single. Ball trickles up the pitch. And there's no run, and Richard Ray's back with me as we're lamenting the state of county overseas, the difficulties of finding them.
Yeah, they're available. It's a difficult market, but Leicestershire got it right this year, just about.
Scriven is in over the wicket. Dent cuts and misses. And he, for the first time, looked as if he really wanted to lay into a shot for quite a while. And in the end, I think that was another one which has maybe just popped up a little bit off the surface, maybe. And it underlines the difficulty, I think, of going for too many attacking shots on this, because you might get one that keeps down and then you could chop that cut shot onto the stumps, or it just pops up a little bit like that and you bring the outside edge into play.
This changed ball is a different beast.
Seems
no
like
question.
it, doesn't it? Short mid-wicket in place, 2 slips, Scriven bowls wide of off stump, and Dent sways out the way of it, goes through to the keeper.
73 for 1, 30.4 overs. The ball was changed. And it is now, what, 12.4 overs since then. And it's, what, 25 for 2, but the ball has done plenty as well. So, yeah, Leicestershire may be bowling better with it, but I think it is, the properties are definitely different.
Scriven to finish off this latest over, and this time Dent does crack the cut shot away through cover point, and that's 4 runs, and Gloucestershire bring up their 100, 102 for 3. That was the end of the 44th over, and they were stuck on 49 for a long time. It was right as the change bowlers Scriven and Salisbury came on after the new ball spell, and they were stuck on 49 for what seemed like about half an hour. And really since then, barring a couple of overs, scoring has been so tricky. 102 for 3.
Yes. That possibly is the first 4 Scriven has conceded.
It must be, I suppose, mustn't it? Because
one
he's
for
got
3
off his first spell, yeah.
And, well, ruined his figures, completely ruined them. Right. Still looking for his first wicket. He's certainly got a lot more from the ball. It won't be right. It's, of course, going to be, well, waiting. Josh Hull has been on with a bag containing, don't know quite what. And we're all now waiting for the reappearance, perhaps. Or is Chris Wright gone between overs?
Scriven going to bowl both ends?
Well, I was going to say. Here we go.
Looks like
Chris
he's going to
Wright.
try.
Okay. He came out with, I think it was in replacement spikes or studs.
Yes,
or
it looked
something.
like there was maybe studs in those.
So he's
that bag
replaced the offending or missing spike. Perhaps he just lost one. Chris Wright takes off his cap, hands it to the umpire, with whom I'm not particularly familiar. Naeem Ashraf. I don't.
Yeah, I've seen a little bit of him. I think maybe more so on the women's circuit actually than the men's in the past. I think maybe in the past couple of seasons rather than just this season. I think he might have been on the reserve list initially. I've come across him before.
Right is in to Tector, who is studiously leaning forward, defending out into the covers, picked up by Budinger. Out there at extra cover. There's no run. Right down to 2.3.
Yes, he is. I thought so. He's the husband of the umpire Jasmine Naeem, who's been doing a lot of games this summer on the women's side especially.
Right is in. Tector leaves safely outside off stump. Tall right-hander.
And they actually, last season, they became the first husband and wife umpires in an English professional cricket match. They officiated a game together in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't like to be, you know, trying to solve the dispute of the disagreement on the number of balls remaining in the over or something. That, oh dear.
Yes, it's fraught, isn't it? Potentially with danger. Right is in, very full, very wide actually. Not sufficiently wide for the umpire to extend his arms, but taken by Cox diving across in front of the slips.
I was just thinking the other day, Kevin Howells was saying that he'd been umpiring his son. He'd no-balled his son and denied him a wicket. All these things which could happen, relationships out there on the field.
Indeed. I remember playing in a game at school once when my elder brother was playing for the opposition. In goes right and bowls. Straighter, forward goes Tector, slightly angled back along the ground all the way towards backward point. There's no run. Picked up by Amin there. Remember he appealed for a leg before against me that was turned down by the headmaster, but can't remember whether I got him out. It was a long time ago now.
And of course I was at my first school. My dad was one of the cricket coaches, so
Okay.
yeah, safe to say I didn't get too many LBWs.
Right is in, it comes back, bounces high, but the appeal certainly doesn't come from right, and it's choked off from the slips. It was certainly too high.
Had to be hitting the middle of middle to be out LBW.
And then grudgingly, was it?
Yes, exactly. Well, the last thing you want to be accused of is nepotism, is it?
Absolutely. And indeed, from probably your point of view, the last thing you want is, you know, for him to be giving you decisions.
No, true.
And be resented on that basis. In goes right down the slope, bowls outside off stump. Good movement, but started wide, went a bit wider, and allowed to go through by Tector. Didn't get his line right in that over, Chris Wright. He examines the sole of his cricket boot. The sole that was missing a spike, perhaps. And he marches back via Tom Scriven, having a quick word with Scriven and with Hill as well. Hill looked particularly sort of, and it was hot out there this morning, but I saw, seeing him at lunch, he looked quite red and dishevelled a little bit, Lewis. He'll be feeling a bit better now, I would anticipate.
Yes, it's amazing what a couple of wickets will do. Scriven over the wicket to Dent. It's short and wide, but Dent can't time it as he cuts towards backward point. Ball trickles out to the sun-hatted Budinger there. Along similar lines to these, the first time I went to the Scarborough, well, I suppose we call it Scarborough Festival, but it's not really a festival, is it? But anyway, a game at Scarborough. We're staying in a B&B on the edge of the national park, and there was a club game going on in the village that we were staying in, so I just thought, well, it might even the forecast wasn't good, so I thought it might be the only cricket that we actually got to see. Scriven bowls, forward goes Dent, leans into a defence that goes up to mid-on.
Do you remember the name of the village? I will have played
I
there
don't.
almost certainly.
It's really annoying. I can't. This is ages ago. We're
inland
talking
from
about
Scarborough.
2003 or something like that.
That's
probably.
not ages for me.
Anyway, yeah. So there was one of those dreadful mix-up type run-outs, and you know, 2 batters middle of the pitch, yes, no, sorry, that sort of thing. Man trudges off, not happy at all. As in goes Scriven, bowls another ball which would have been threatening to induce a loud appeal from Leicestershire if Dent hadn't met it in defence. So to the B&B, got to the breakfast table the next morning, everything seemed just sort of a little bit quiet. Sort of thinking, why is there a slightly tense atmosphere here? Of course, it was the farmer and his son who'd both been involved in the run-out. So, yes.
How did you establish this? Did they?
Well, I think
you recognise
the
them?
wife told us.
Okay.
In the end, in comes Scriven and bowls. It's driven, caressed through the covers by Dent for 4, and that is his 50. A battling 50 it has been, a patient one. It's a word that Dent likes to use about his batting a lot, that word patience. He's had to be today. And he at last got a ball that he felt he could drive and timed it beautifully through the covers. And that 50 from 138 balls. And that was his 7th for 106 for 3. So it's not been easy going for Dent. Even when Charlesworth was putting the ball to the boundary one way or another, it wasn't really the case that Dent was flying along, picking up the odd boundary and rotating the strike well, but he's really been checked of late, but he's still there where others have left. This is down the leg side, another tremendous one-handed take by Cox as that ball was continuing to move away from him, and he took it down low as well. Magnificent work from Cox.
Looks a proper keeper, doesn't he? Well, we know he's a proper keeper, but it was kind of unfussy as well as athletic as well. Like he knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, he's certainly got all those trick shots in his repertoire, those scoops, reverses, whatever, he brings those out in white ball cricket. This is well outside the off stump this time from Scriven, and Dent does not offer a shot. So 46 overs bowled now, and 106 for 3 Gloucestershire. Dent 51 and Tector 2. It's still, though, the case that Gloucestershire will be feeling that they cannot afford to lose another wicket quickly here, because whilst they've got fairly legitimate reason to say, well, we're basically missing the entire seam attack here that could have played. Matt Taylor, Tom Price, David Payne, Marchand de Lange, 2 of whom won't be playing any part in the rest of the season, and Tom Price and Matt Taylor, I suspect. Well, Matt Taylor's working his way back from an injury, played in the second, so he's obviously close, and Tom Price having played in the majority of the One Day Cup.
Right is in, bowls edged, it bounced short of third slip. Who did well, Louis Kimber, to sort of block it because it was travelling, or get something behind it at any rate. But genuine edge.
Really very little such excuse exists when it comes to the batting lineup. They're missing Van Buren, obviously, but other than that, given the fact they've got Tector as an overseas player, they basically do have this full-strength batting lineup.
Right, bowls, ooh, leaves, and that one comes back in a little bit, and well, misses the stumps by a couple of inches, but not much more than that. Plenty for Tector to think about. Those 2 deliveries, he wanders down, pushes at the pitch.
I kind of wonder what the pitches are like.
It's become increasingly so as longer he's been out there. He's faced 19 balls for his 2 now, but clearly far from being settled at the crease at the moment. Presumably they play most of their first-class cricket on the one ground in Dublin, you would have thought. But I don't know. I must admit, I've never seen it there. In goes right, and bowls, turned off his legs, or attempted to be turned off his legs. How much he got on that, I'm not absolutely sure. It's fielded by Sam Evans, who's on long leg at the moment. He did get something on it. And so it is 2-2. The nameless Tector, he has a blank Gloucestershire shirt on.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know actually when exactly it was that he was asked if he would like to play this game, because it may well be that it wasn't that long ago, given what I was saying earlier in terms of how kind of ad hoc it was, his appearances through the one-day cup.
Wright is in, bowls to him, leans forward, plays with an angled bat down into the ground, down towards backward-ish point, almost. He's wandering around Umali down there. When he finally settles, it's sort of almost a sort of fly gully position. It's an odd position for the skewed drive, perhaps, in the air. Right, still wicketless, none for 25 from 13.5 for him. In he comes and bowls straighter this time. Tector is equal to it, leans forward, head right over the ball, blocks it out towards mid-on. Lewis Hill comes in and fields. Right, takes his cap from the umpire, end of his 14th over, 108 for 3 of 47. If Leicestershire were to pick up certainly one more quick wicket post-lunch, they'd feel they're right back on top. And from what you were saying then, perhaps from Gloucestershire's point of view, it wasn't necessarily such a bad thing to be asked to bat first.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Maybe. I mean, it's always an odd one, isn't it, these days when you get these English pitches? What do you do? Do you think actually you make the most of what pace there might be in it up front with the new ball, or do you actually think, well, if there's going to be any kind of quick scoring, it might almost be easier to do it when there is that pace in the pitch? I don't know. I still can't quite kind of solve it myself. In comes Scriven to bowl, and Dent struck on the pad. This looks pretty close again, and out. Eventually the finger goes up from umpire Hartley, and that is the wicket that Leicestershire were after. It's Scriven again, who's been so impressive. 2 for 11 now from 9.1 overs, and Dent's vigil comes to an end. 141 deliveries he was out there for his 51, but he got a ball which looked as if it straightened quite nicely on him.
Swung back in.
Yeah, I mean it's probably straightened enough. It's a sort of a ball which is actually carried a bit further straight on than I thought it had, but I think it is going to hit some part of off stump anyway. I don't think it's going on to miss off, which I think would have been the only thing that could have saved Dent there. And so he must depart, having made a 50, but got out. And now, well, there's not a massive amount of batting left in the Gloucestershire lower order. James Bracey has been short of first-class runs this season, comes out now. Zafar Gohar can certainly hold a bat, but then Actor, Goodman, Shaw, Luke Charlesworth in some sort of order. It can all hold a bat, it's just none of them would be in the side for their batting, and key wickets have now been taken in this afternoon session, and Leicestershire looking on top.
395 championship runs at 24 and a half, more or less, for Bracey. Best of 60 not out. He's passed 53 times, but hasn't gone beyond 60 so far this season. Maybe today will be that day.
Well, I think they'll be hoping, Gloucestershire, that double century in the one-day cup is the innings that kind of really catapults him forward for the rest of the campaign, because James Bracey signed an extension for the next couple of years. He's going to be a Gloucestershire cricketer until I think at least the end of it's 2025. Scriven is into him, and he's beaten first ball. Another beautifully landed delivery from Scriven, just giving it a chance to do something, either or both of, through the air or off the pitch, and it passes his outside edge first ball, Bracey. So he is one of Gloucestershire's most talented players. He is somebody who has played for England, and he was, I think, playing for England during the last time that we were together here in 2021. In goes Scriven to bowl to him, and he leans forward into a defence, finds bat on ball, sends it out towards cover. but you know, he's somebody that Gloucestershire need to have scoring those, as you said, with Cox, those sort of 800 type run seasons. 1,000 runs is tricky nowadays. You don't get that many batters scoring 1,000, but you know, 700 or 800 runs, approaching 900 at a decent average. That's what Gloucestershire need. And of course, he's moved down the order now. His keeping has improved massively as he comes forward and defends back to the bowler. But at the same time, he will tell you that he wants to be in the side on his batting if his keeping weren't a thing. So he could certainly do with a big finish to the season, and they'll be hoping, Gloucestershire, that he would gain confidence out of that one-day cup run. It wasn't just the double century, of course. He's leading the side as well. He's captaining this game too because of the absence of Graham van Buren. They need a sizable partnership here, Gloucestershire. Scriven bowls, and that one comes back in towards Bracey, who let it go, but kind of missed off stump by a massive amount. And yeah, not a massive amount of I mean, they say that there's batting to come, but there's not the kind of batting where you'd think maybe somebody's going to score the century that somebody you'd feel always needs to in a first-class innings. Zaffar's only got one in his first-class career, and then you're into those that are more bowling inclined. Scriven moves in and bowls, and once more Bracey allows that one to pass through to the gloves of Cox, and that ends a wicket maiden from Scriven. It's just gone for 11 runs off 10 overs and taken 2 wickets. And I think other than that one ball that was cut for 4 by Dent, I can't remember another bad one.
No, he's... I like watching Tom Scriven. His bowling has come on, seems to have come on a lot this season, but I like him when he's in this sort of frame of mind. He's not trying to bowl too quickly, he's just trying to get the movement, and that's his strength, really. Accuracy and movement. You know, when he does try and bowl at sort of 80 mph plus, it doesn't get the movement. Oh, we have an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Much better than it did at lunch for the Foxes, Andy. 108 for 4, Gloucestershire. Leicestershire put them in this morning, and at lunch, when Gloucestershire was 73 for 1, that decision looked a little bit questionable, but 3 wickets after the interval. Ollie Price was bowled by Vian Mulder for 11. Miles Hammond leg before wicket to the same bowler for 8, and just now Chris Dent, after a really hard working half century, has gone leg before wicket to Tom Scriven. Scriven and Mulder have been the pick of the Leicestershire bowlers, a couple of wickets apiece for them, and as a consequence, if they can pick up another couple more wickets before tea, they'll feel they've got a good chance of restricting the Gloucestershire score and building a good first innings lead themselves. There's a little bit in the pitch, there's a little bit available for them with the ball as well. So the innings at a nicely balanced stage, Andy. Gloucestershire, that is, are 109 for 4. Make that 109 for 5. Tector has just left a delivery from Chris Wright that came back in and I think just nipped off a bail. Well, perfect timing. Gloucestershire now 109 for 5.
Oh well.
That was not a good leave.
No.
As they say.
No, I mean, earlier on we were saying that nowadays it seems that basically any leave that doesn't hit the stumps is a good one. That wasn't, I'm afraid, from Bracey. It just clips the bails again. I barely saw the bails fly off. Caught a slight glimpse of them. Yeah, Gloucestershire are in dire straits now. I think they're struggling to make 200, to be honest.
I just told BBC Radio Leicester it was Tector, didn't I?
Oh,
and it
well.
was that was poor. But anyway,
I won't
yeah,
remember.
elite. No, probably not. As you say, very difficult to see when it clips the top of the bail, to see it sort of disappear into the green. But curious. We've had 3 such incidents.
Yeah, we have, haven't we? We've had 3 deliveries which have trimmed the top of off stump, and and possibly with Chris Dent, another one which would have done and was given leg before wicket before it had the chance to hit off stump as well. So, yeah, they've bowled well, Leicestershire, as they did when they skittled Gloucestershire out in the semi-final the other day. But I just think at the same time, whilst it's been certainly been doing something out there, they haven't looked a particularly confident side for the most part. Gloucestershire, Hammond tried but then got out doing so, and maybe that does bear the argument out of, well, actually, if we'd all done that, then maybe things could be even worse. But at 109 for 5, with not as long a batting lineup as they would potentially like to have, and a bowling attack, as I say, which is missing so many members that they'd like to have as well, it already looks as if Gloucestershire are in a very tricky position.
Right to the new man, Zafar, who is pinned leg before. No, says the umpire, and right. Can't quite believe it. I thought that was pretty close. Ed's finger went raised up straight away. It swung back into the left-hander. Didn't look to be necessarily too high. But well, the umpire has shown he is a hard man to convince already in this innings, and he wasn't convinced then either.
Actually, I think it might have been going down the leg side.
Maybe just did a bit too much.
Yeah, I think particularly from our angle, because we're looking at it from sort of a third man position.
Right is in again to Zafar, who defends the straight ball out into the offside. Naeem Ashraf may have got that one right.
I think, yeah, as I say, because the way that we're looking at it, it's going to look more out if it's going down the leg side. It just looked as if it had come back in beautifully, but actually I think maybe looking at it again, it's probably missing leg, just shaping down.
Enough for Zafar's heart to beat a little bit more quickly, I would suspect, when he heard the appeal. In goes right, bowls to him. He turns the in-swinger off his legs out towards mid-wicket. Buttinger is the fielder, and there's no run.
Yeah, he hasn't had quite the season with the bat this season, Zafar, which he had last year. He had a habit of scoring those vital runs in this sort of a situation where the team had its back to the wall. He would so often come in and score just a 40 or a 50, keep somebody company, and he's going to have to do that here, but he only has the 1/2 century to his name this season.
Right is in, bowls to him, outside off stump, doesn't swing back enough to persuade Zafar to play at it, lets it bounce through to Ben Cox, but applause for Chris Wright for the wicket in the over. 1 for 26 from 15 now for him. Zafar, yeah, 281 runs, just that 150, so he's averaging only 20, and in those circumstances coming in at 7 is,
yeah,
could do with a knock.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, he's a better player than that. I think he's, from what he showed the previous season, where he scored almost 500 runs, 27.4 is around about his career average. Again, it's still, it does underline the fact that it's not as deep a batting lineup as Gloucestershire might like it, but he's a better player than the 1/2 century this season. Scriven bowls to Tector. He comes down the pitch and strikes Tector on the pad as he looks to clip the ball into the leg side, but that time Peter Hartley not particularly interested in the appeal. It will be a leg by down towards fine leg, 110 for 5. And of course, it has to be said as well, it hasn't been the season that Zafar would have been after with the ball either. Signed a 2-year deal with Gloucestershire after the success of the finish of last season, finished with 5 wicket hauls in the last 5 matches that he played in,
wow,
including a 10 in the match against Northamptonshire at Cheltenham, and the previous year it was fairly similar, absolutely prolific. As this is a push and a miss this time from Zafar, played a long way away from his body and didn't get the outside edge that would have had keeper or 3 slips interested, because he did go fishing for that one. I mean, the previous season he'd taken 11 in the match in the last game of the season. Finished with 20 wickets in the 4 games that he played at the back end of 2021, but I think he only picked up a couple in his first. It was something like 17 wickets in his last 3 games. Scriven bowls, and again, Zaffer's had a bit of a nibble at that one, misses it, goes through to the keeper. Surely Scriven's got to be thinking it's only a matter of time before the edge is found if I keep doing this.
Well, he doesn't look like a man brimming with confidence, does he, Zaffer, at the moment, the way he poked nervously, really, at those 2 deliveries.
Yeah, and it can't have helped him massively either, being not a regular fixture in the one-day cup. Of course, you'll say, well, he's got through so many overs, maybe it gives him a chance to reset for these final games, but just the fact that Gloucestershire brought Anwar Ali in, and of course Tector played when he didn't necessarily have to be asked back, if you see what I mean. You know, they could have gone with Zaffer and Anwar Ali. Scriven bowls full, very wide of off stump this time. I think even if he is looking to field bat on ball at the moment, Zaffer, he would have struggled to do much with that one, and it goes through to the keeper. So he's a fantastic team man, is Zaffer. Whoever you talk to, nobody has a bad word to say about him. He's a great positive influence on the team, but it's got to be tough. Things aren't going the way that he would like this season with bat or with ball, and he's not been the absolute regular fixture across particularly the 2 formats that he might have liked to have been, as he drives and misses at this next Scriven delivery. And this is a testing period here for Zaffer Gohart.
Would he be saying to himself, September is my month?
Well, that's
this is when I come good.
It's what he's, I suppose, yeah. So it's what he's got to think in terms of how he's finished the previous 2 seasons off. But at the same time, just hope he's in that frame of mind that he can think that and can turn it around. He's contracted next year. Scriven is in. This strikes Zaffer on the pad. It's going down the leg side, and it will be a leg bye to end the over. Is that another maiden? I think it is. We only had to 2 leg byes off the over. So 11 overs for 11 runs from Scriven. His 6th maiden, 2 wickets as well, and it's Nelson for 5.
Hard to believe on the basis of what you're seeing here, but Scriven's actually best bowling this season in an innings 3 for 61. But he's shown a lot of promise, but this is this is altogether better. And I think he's taken a lot of confidence from the way he bowled in the Metrobank One Day Cup, or has bowled up to now in the Metrobank One Day Cup, and certainly have a role to play potentially in the final. Right, to continue from the Bennett end is in, bowls to Zaffer, who after that leg bye back on strike, kept the bowling. That was a better, more solid forward defensive push out into the offside. Lewis Hill is the fielder. Sort of a very content murmur now amongst the Grace Road faithful. They're full of lunch, and they've seen 4 wickets.
So if they had the lemon tart at lunch.
Good. It goes right and bowls. Zaffer is back, defending. Nice high right elbow as he blocked that one back past right. Fielded by Scriven at mid-on.
Rich, creamy filling with just the perfect tartness, glazed with a sort of raspberry and also maybe a bit of peach or something like that. There was something like that also. Just delicately layering the plate and some stewed raspberries and a fresh strawberry on top. Delightful.
It goes right and bowls. Zaffer again is solidly forward, this time out to Hill. At mid-off goes the ball. There is no run. I think there's a future for you as a food reviewer.
Well, if any newspaper wants to.
Or radio station.
Or radio station, then they know where to find me.
There's some nice places in Bristol, aren't there? These days, they're very much a foodie venue.
Yep, indeed. Down Gloucester Road. Sort of work your way back along them after the day's championship cricket, if you like.
Right bowls, again straight, but again met with a very solid bat from Zafar Goa. And again, there's no run. He seems to be a lot more comfortable against right than he is against Scriven's sort of slightly more drifty swinging deliveries. We are past the halfway point of the day. 45 overs remain after this. These last two deliveries from Chris Wright. 3 slips as there have been all day. Wright is in bowl, slightly short of a length, and again Zafar, though it does shape back in a touch to him, can get back up on his toes and block it comfortably enough. Slips Mulder, Ackerman and Kimber. Kimber, for a young man, doing a lot of the talking out there. Now they're sending Budinger back from conventional mid-wicket to deep square. Seeing if he's just gone slightly backward. It's pretty much deep square. Maybe just backward of straight. Absolutely nobody then saving one on the leg side except mid-on, outside off stump of course from Wright, pushed out into the offside and realising that Rishi Patel has a bit of ground to make up to the ball. Zafar calls Harry Tector through for the single. Patel doesn't bother throwing and the single is comfortably taken. 112 for 5. Zafar off the mark. Josh Hull emerges from below, a shirt out of his trousers. This is definitely a oh no it's not, beg your pardon. It's neatly tucked in, Mrs H, you'll be pleased to know. Be out on the farm. The Hulls.
I probably shouldn't mention Hull really after what happened yesterday.
I'm quite happy to, given they're my side.
Ah, right.
So sorry about that, Leicestershire, or Leicester City supporters, but I am an East Yorkshireman. Boothbury Park, as was the nearest ground.
Here's Scriven going in for his 12th over and bowling. Down the pitch comes Zafar and manages to guide the ball down towards the third man boundary, and it will just about make it. Creeps over the boundary rope in the shadow of that floodlight pylon, and Zafar gets what will be a very welcome boundary for him. He moves on to 5 and it's 116 for 5.
Wasn't entirely convincing, was it? It just sort of shuffled forward a bit. Got well on top of it, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a batter early on in your innings, then be delighted to get one away down there, just one way or another. The slips are in really close, and that third slip is almost reach out and touch Zafar. Not quite that close, but that one's hung outside the off stump this time from Scriven. Zafar watches it go through to the keeper. They're certainly not allowing, you would think, the ball to bounce short of them. If anything, it's going to be, well, okay, if one of those ones which has occasionally taken off a bit were to take an outside edge, then we sort of take the hands getting hit a bit hard there, because we think with the older ball it's more likely that we're actually going to get one that's a little bit lower down. Scriven moves in now and bowls, and again Zafar's managed to touch it past third slip. It was much closer to third slip that time, but it still fell short as well as wide of him, and it's another boundary. 120 for 5, ruining Scriven's figures. His economy rate is almost at 2 and over. Disgraceful.
Frustrating, but again, there's definite hope there for Scriven, if you like. Zafar's played them both reasonably well, but it wasn't that far short of Kimber's reaching left hand. That said, he has forced them. Leicestershire, Hill has decided he's going to have a third man.
I was going to say, I wonder, does
I think
this...
that's a little bit defensive.
Yeah, does it just show maybe what Leicestershire think about the pitch at all? I don't know. Scriven bowls to him. Again, he's just shuffling down the pitch, Zafar, and working round his front pad to play the ball towards mid-wicket. Because I'd have thought you want him playing like that. You want him playing down towards third like that with the outer half of the bat. I don't know. So I'm not out there captaining, but
maybe they feel it's yeah. They don't know what par is, and you know, it could be that sort of 240, 250 is right up there.
yeah.
So
Or maybe they're just thinking, well, one way or another we'll take these wickets, so I may as well keep what runs we can down. I don't know. Oh, that was actually, as much as we love the sun coming out, it's quite nice at just going in for a few moments. Scriven delivers well wide of off stump. Zaffa does not have a drive at it, especially when you've made the decision to come in black trousers. Just think if Gloucestershire were playing 50 over cricket today with their pretty much all black kit, they've been absolutely baking.
Yes, yeah. I sometimes think designers don't necessarily think of the players' comfort when they come up with the various kits. Leicestershire had a season in sort of black with gold colours. They quite liked it. The players quite liked it, in fairness.
Yeah, I think I can just about remember that. It's quite smart, wasn't it? Last ball of the over. Scriven bowls down the leg side. It skips in front of Cox, but he handles it with a minimum of fuss. And for once, Zaffa's not got off strike at the end of an over. 120 for 5. What have we got? 12 overs still remaining until the tea break, so going to be closer to the usual tea break.
Be 10 past, shouldn't it?
Yeah. Be closer to the old money of 20 to 4, I think. But
'twas ever thus.
It was always going to happen, really, an afternoon session, especially with wickets being taken. If wickets hadn't been taken, then Leicestershire would have thought, well, we might as well just handle the over rate while we can. Whereas here, there's not much need at this stage when you know that you're going to have another innings with the forecast as it is. You might as well just try and take the wickets.
The amount of sort of movement that they've got with this ball, you can't help thinking that Hull might have been pretty effective on here. We're going to do a swap around. Ed's coming off, so I shall we'll do a quick shift around as Matt Salisbury comes in and bowls from the Bennett end, replacing Chris Wright. Just dropped by Tector out towards square leg, and there's no run. As Ed said, a little bit of shade now, a temporary relief, that is all, because it is just a few white clouds around. Tector, who's been there for 24 deliveries now for his 5 runs, awaits the arrival of Salisbury, who bowls to him outside off stump. Doesn't really move too much. Tector leaves, rehearses a slashing sort of back foot crash away through the offside, which probably wise not to play. I can see the Friends of Grace Road busy dispensing their splendid array of cakes down there. Don't know what's on the menu today, cakes wise. It'll be a good selection, it always is. In goes Salisbury and bowls straight, and Tector is careful. Not a great deal of foot movement for a tall man, just a sort of half stride and thick inside part of the bat. Squirts the ball out into the onside. A few shirts off below us, hopefully plenty of sun cream on as well. I suspect there might be a few sore shoulders out there by the end of play, as Salisbury, and that rocking and rolling run, comes in and bowls very straight, and Tector leans forward, blocks it back up the pitch to Matt Salisbury. Remarks his guard. Curious to have when you see the shirts without numbers on with their back to us, the Gloucestershire shirt, the sponsor's name isn't particularly sort of legible from a distance, so to speak, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, but it does look almost like he's wearing a polo shirt from this distance. In goes Salisbury, bowls to Harry Tector, who sort of walks into the defensive press out into the offside. Goes the ball. Leicestershire's sponsor name isn't particularly sort of writ large upon their chest. It's pleasingly restrained, if you like, although the numbers are in that sort of green, that sort of limey green that they've adopted, are very large names and numbers. 3 slips go down as Salisbury is in maybe a slightly slower delivery. Tector has to wait for it, turns his wrist and it pushes it out towards mid-wicket, and there is a no run. He remains on 5 of 29 deliveries. Zafar has 9, he's faced 21. 120 for 5 is the score. One more before tea for Leicestershire, and I think it is already their session with 4 wickets, but another one, they'd be well on top.
Yeah, it's becoming hard to understand now, or determine, I should say, what par is going to be on this track. It's hard to tell or know if Gloucestershire have played too defensively, or if there are more demons in this track than we might have initially thought. But either way, Tom Scriven is in to Zafar, and well, they've gone up again behind the stumps. I mean, Zafar has poked at it, but there's nothing doing there. But again, there's one that kind of leapt a bit. Not steeply, but just leapt a bit off the surface, quickened up. And it's that type of delivery, again, which makes you think, is there a touch more? But I just think back to that morning session and probably post-lunch, even prior to the ball being changed. Could Gloucestershire have been a bit more positive? Getting that rut where 1 wicket equals 2, and then all of a sudden the scoreboard hasn't moved on. Scriven back in. Forward defensive from Zafar. There's no run.
They have been admirably disciplined,
yes.
Leicestershire's bowling
yes.
attack. They haven't given them much to get away, have they? And perhaps sensing it is a much changed Gloucestershire lineup and slightly vulnerable in that respect.
Certainly speaks volumes to the importance of pressure in county championship cricket. Scriven. Oh, and well, he's gone. Zafar wandered down the track somewhat, and Scriven has found the edge. He's nibbled one off the surface. He's found the edge. Cox has taken it behind the stumps. I think that's Cox's first catch. Did he go to Cox? Yeah, he went to Cox. That's his first catch on debut for Leicestershire, and Zafar will go for 9. Gloucestershire 120 for 6. And at this stage, Leicestershire should be expecting to bat again at some stage today.
They will certainly hope so. That one sort of bounced and straightened on Zafar, and he played and missed enough times at Scriven, who he found a real handful, didn't he? He seemed comfortable against Wright, and to a certain extent against Salisbury. Scriven was a different proposition. Really just never came to terms with him. But that one, having been swinging them in and in and in to the left-hander, held its own.
Just checking again, because I felt like Zafar walked down towards him. With what intention, I'm not sure, but I'll just double-check if
just in the replay, he sort of went across, but it was a good ball.
Yeah.
It was a good ball. And so that's 5 post lunch. 73 for 1 has become 120 for 6, so 47 for 5 post lunch.
I'm wondering if he moved, trying to cover what movement he thought was there, and actually just got done by a good ball by Scriven. And it's worth reiterating Tom Scriven's figures: 12.3 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 19.
Now his best figures of the season in an innings.
I mean, he had joy against Gloucestershire in the semi-final, so you could say familiar foes. He's continuing the good form.
His first class best, well, that was the 3 for 61 he took earlier this season, so at the moment he's sitting on his first class best figures, Tom Scriven.
New batter at the crease is Josh Shaw. His fourth first-class game of the season. And Scriven is in to said Shaw. Just kind of caught the under edge of his bat there, guided it down into the third man region. Not sure if that was intentionally guided down, but either way he picks up a single. And he is off the mark and brings Harry Tector back onto a strike. And I guess, I mean, again, you look at Chris Dent's innings. Yes, he got out after making 50, but he faced 141 balls. And you kind of look at the collapse, well, you could say after Dent, but even before Dent, not enough players have stayed at the crease and been willing to put in the hard yards. That one is defended out into the leg side for no run.
I suppose Tector is doing that at the moment. 30
True,
balls
good point,
now.
that's right. That's a very good
5. But yeah, you can't just stay there either, can you? It's a tricky one for Gloucestershire now. Yeah, it could be that 180 is a good score. We may find out. We may know more by the end of the day, because there are still 42 overs after this.
Scriven into Tector. Tector's forward, defends, no run. And that's the end of a successful over from Tom Scriven. 13 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 20. Gloucestershire 121 for 6. Harry Tector is on 5. Josh Shaw, who's just come to the crease, is on 1.
He took 5 wickets against Surrey in the first game of the Metrobank One Day Cup. Tom Scriven at the Oval, and I think that's made up. And as I say, the rest of his performances in that competition, but I think that performance in particular led to a sort of real, almost discernible rise in confidence that he carried it with him all the way through that tournament, and self-evidently now on into the county championship. Salisbury, he is still looking for his first wicket of the day. Comes down the slope and bowls edge, dropped by Mulder at first slip. Well, that should have been it. Shaw went for a sort of slightly, well, loose push at the delivery, got the edge. It flew at a nice-ish height to Vian. Mulder looked to be safely pouched, popped out. Mulder can't quite believe what he's done there. Salisbury shoulders slump a little bit. That should have been the wicket, and first drop of the day. Vian Mulder, who's got such a good pair of hands normally. Yeah, it was above waist height almost. He went quite hard-handed at that one, sure. Salisbury is in, bowls to him. He turns the foolish delivery off his legs out towards mid-wicket, where Scriven is the fielder. Mulder sort of tried to grab it to his chest. If anything, it was probably a little bit higher than he thought it was going to be. Whether it burst through his hands and sort of bounced off his stomach stroke chest, quite clear, but they live to regret that one. Shaw can be a tricky man to get out on his day, perfectly capable. In goes Salisbury, bowls straight to him. He's waiting deep in his crease. He's not going to get on his front foot unless he has to after that let off. He pushes to mid-wicket again. Scriven is the fielder. Shaw, this season with the bat, 99 runs, so he's just got his 100th for the season. But as Mashad, he's only played, this is only his 4th appearance, so just 4 innings to date. Salisbury bowls to him on off stump. No, he says, having blocked it out into the offside. Mar the fielder. Yorkshireman, of course, Josh Shaw.
So after saying in the morning session that we were surprised, well, Ed didn't in fairness, but we did. So I was saying that we were surprised that Leicestershire adopted to field. I mean, the scoreboard says that
Was it right?
they've done the right thing.
Indeed. Salisbury is in, slightly squares up Shaw, but he pushes it out into the covers, and Umar, bouncing around to his left, can't pick it up cleanly. So, although initially it looked like a slightly ambitious single, it turned out to be perfectly comfortable. He moves on to 2. His dad Chris also played for Yorkshire. Josh, that is.
Just some scores from around the Division 2 grounds. Sussex are 183 for 4 at Durham.
Salisbury is into Tector, who is defending in... I'm getting used to his slightly eccentric style. Almost back foot sort of pops up off the ground as he pushes out into the offside. And there's no run. 5 off 32 to him. I remember watching a Sussex-Durham game when both were top of the first division. Really pretty close. It was a real sort of top of the table clash in the old days. And Chris Adams was captain of Sussex, and Mushtaq took loads of wickets. I remember he could take him on anything. He had a couple of seasons for Sussex when he took close on 100 wickets, didn't he? Mushtaq,
yeah. And it's Scriven, pick of the bowlers today, into Shaw. Shaw defends that on the back foot to the Point Gully region, no run. Other scores, sorry, Worcestershire are 169 for 6. At home to Glamorgan. I think if Ed reminds me, that was the key fixture in Division 2 today. 2nd versus 3rd? Yes. And Yorkshire are 179 for 4 at home against Derbyshire. Shaw waits at his mark and defends that. There's no run again. If anybody is keeping count, please let me know how many times we've said on comms, defends, no run. 122 for 6 after 55.2 overs. Current run rate, for those who say that matters, 2.21. Again, onto the back foot, into the offside, so there'll be no run there.
I was just thinking before Scriven picked up his 3rd wicket, he was just starting just to look a touch tired. The previous over hadn't been his best, and he got that one to straighten away from Zafar and found the edge, but I suspect this might be his last over. When he does get tired, he sort of, you can almost see him trying even harder, and he sometimes just starts to drop a little bit short, bang it in, trying to bowl, maintain his pace, so to speak.
Scriven, 4th ball of the over, that's straight, and Josh Shaw is equal to that. Back down the track to mid-off, no run. They, of course, have only used the 4 seamers today. Do you think they'll... I mean, you wouldn't think so, but would they turn to a 5th bowler? I don't think you do.
Well,
but they are. It's a hot
without
day.
Hull, the options are sort of slightly limited. You go give Ackerman a couple, you know, with his occasional off spin. Kimber with his occasional off spin.
Scriven, and that one is dabbed or tucked into the onside. To mid-wicket, there's no run there. Looks like well, one more ball and there'll be another maiden.
They've gone with the extra batter in Louis Kimber. It was a really fine prospect, don't get me wrong. For a moment saying it doesn't justify his place in red ball as well as white ball cricket, but say with Cox and replacing Hanscom.
Oh, and there's an LBW shout there.
Thought there were two noises then. No.
Was given his leg by. So the umpire's saying there's no bat on that. I thought it was leg side-ish, but
Yeah, I agree.
I'll have a look on the replay in a second. Well, it's not a maiden, sorry, because that leg by was given, but Gloucestershire 123 for 6. Scriven, as Rich says, looking a bit tired. Maybe time for a change for him. 14 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 20.
Yeah, Mulder's going to replace him. You can see that sort of three-way conversation between Hill, Scriven and Mulder. And Mulder leaves the slips, heads down to long leg. And I think that's an indication that he's going to come on and bowl at this pavilion end. Rishi Patel goes in at first slip in place of Vian Mulder, who, remember, dropped Josh Shaw on 1. Shaw is on strike again to Salisbury, squared up a little bit by the straight delivery, but manages to get plenty on it. Squirts it out towards Buttinger at point. No run. We are now past tea time, but we have, well, 7.5 overs left to bowl before we can partake. We can get the kettle on. Salisbury is in, a little bit short, middle and leg stump, back went short, turned it out towards mid-wicket. Scriven quickly onto it, made sure there was no chance of a single. Oh, I can turn August on the Fox's calendar, which had a picture of Vian batting, into September. It has a picture of Roman Walker appealing for leg before wicket. How much more we'll see of Roman this season remains to be seen. Not been a great summer for him so far. In goes Salisbury, played firmly back up the pitch to the former Durham man by Josh Shaw. Stuck out his right hand, blocked the ball out into the onside, picked up again by Scriven, and there's no run. Did have his day in the sun, Roman, when he came for the game.
I was literally about to say to you,
when he picked up his 6 wickets.
Was it 6?
6 wickets, 6 for not very much. And that was his solitary day in the sun this season. Roman had a few other chances in the competition. In goes Salisbury, bowls straight again, but not particularly quickly, and sure plenty of time to block that one out to Hill at mid-on. Yeah, this is the danger for Leicestershire without that extra seamer. They do need to finish off this Gloucestershire innings. The ball is old now, 57 overs almost. Old, approximately, because it was changed at 30.4 overs. Salisbury is in, straight and fullish, and again Shaw staying on the back foot, hence the oohs and ahs, particularly from the white gauntleted Cox. Both his gloves went into the air. They thought that was going to sneak through either onto the pads or onto the stumps. Likes to stay on the back foot, Josh Shaw, clearly. He's had a life.
Yeah, I think the effects of the sun and the hard yards. T is calling.
In goes Salisbury, bowls edged wide of third slip down to the third man boundary for 4. So Salisbury can't quite believe it, raises his eyes to the heavens. He drew Shaw into that slightly flat-footed drive, found the outside edge. It went just about at catchable height through the sort of gully area, but well wide of third slip and down to the third man boundary for 4. So the drop already has cost Leicestershire 5 runs. Shaw moves on to 6, 127 for 6 after 57 Gloucestershire.
We are expecting, and indeed, Vian Mulder is marking out his run-up, so we will see the change in bowling. Scriven to be replaced by Mulder. Mulder, who of course after lunch made the key breakthroughs, removing both Oliver Price and Miles Hammond. And he'll be into Harry Tector. And Tector tucks that into leg side. They should get 2 here, and they will get 2. Big gap there. Harry Tector moves to 7. He's been there for quite a while now. He's faced 33 balls. 77 minutes. The scorecard tells me he's been at the crease. And it will be Mulder back in to Tector. And this one he's squeezed down to third man. There's no one there to cut that off. A vacant third man boundary. That's 4 runs for Harry Tector. 4 welcome runs for Gloucestershire. They move to 133 for 6. Tector is into double figures. Only the 4th Gloucestershire batter to do that today. Just a bit of a loose start from Mulder. Just releasing some of the pressure on the Gloucestershire batters. See how quick he's able to get into his groove. 3rd ball of the over. And that one's straight, and that Tector has to respect that one. Defends that into the covers for no run. Next to me, the effects of this morning's triathlon is starting to.
Well, the sun coming in. The sun coming in the windows is yeah. This is where you sometimes regret your shorts because you'll be exposed. But
Mulder again straight, but Tector is equal to it. Forward defends down to short mid on. No run.
But yes, prospect of a soak in the bath. It's not an unpleasant one at the moment.
Was there any point during your efforts where your will was tested, or were you able to just gut it out for a...
I must admit, sort of 10 minutes into the swim, it was... Oh.
Mulder, again, Tector shoulder arms that one. Oohs and ahs behind the stumps. Maybe a sense that Tector could have caught some glove on that, but he doesn't, and he remains at the crease.
Sometimes that is the way anybody does anything longish sporting-wise will probably say that, and then the body sort of accepts it and gets into a rhythm. But yes, it felt a strange place to be for a while.
Mulder, final ball of the over. Tector forward defends into the offside, no run. That's the end of Mulder's 15th over. Gloucestershire 133 for 6. Harry Tector 11. Josh Shaw 6.
Doing a good job for his side, Harry Tector at the moment. A dogged, determined job. But he, like pretty much all the Gloucestershire batsmen, is only sort of going at about 30% in terms of strike rate. Shaw exactly 33. Salisbury knows he should have already had Shaw. Just has the 2 slips as he comes down the slope from the Bennett end and bowls to the Yorkshireman, who is careful, just pushing it again off the back foot. It takes a lot to get Josh Shaw onto the front foot. He wasn't on that occasion either. Dropping it out into the offside while the fielder.
I should just shout out Phil O'Rook 2 on Twitter, who has been sending in some tweets.
Sorry, Phil, we've been neglecting you. What's Phil's? What's on his mind as Salisbury is in. Bowl slightly short of a length. Shaw can stay on the back foot quite legitimately to that one and block it out to backward point.
It was 15 minutes ago, but he says Tom Scriven bowling beautifully today.
Yeah.
Claimed another Gloucestershire wicket, his third. Leicestershire well on top. Gloucestershire appear to be subsiding quickly. Really need a happy Harry Tector to get a few for the bowlers to bowl at. Come on, Gloucestershire.
Well, he's endeavouring to do just that. He's watching at the moment as Matt Salisbury is in and bowls too short, turning it off his legs, just slightly wide of mid-wicket. Has to run away to his right to field. It's Vian Mulder. He's gone to mid-wicket now. Gets his throw away, but Shaw picks up a single, moves on to 7, 134 for 6. Partnership of 14 between these two for the 7th wicket so far, so just arrested the slide. Whether it will be temporarily remains to be seen. Josh Hull comes out below me with a drink for Tom Scriven, acting 12th man. Salisbury is in thick inside edge from Tector. There's that one shaped back in towards him. It runs off that thick inside edge out towards Mulder at mid-wicket. There is no run. Mulder and umpire Hartley didn't quite nearly collide. Mulder a little bit too sure-footed for that, but umpire Hartley hopped sort of backwards nonetheless. And now there's a animated and amused conversation between the two of them. Salisbury is in thick outside part of the bat as he went forward to that one. Tector along the ground all the way, through around about 5th slip, down it trickles towards 3rd man where Louis Kimber is the fielder. Single taken. Tector into double figures on to 12. You say he was just the 3rd Gloucestershire batsman to fourth now.
Yeah. Although he now has the 3rd highest score.
Nipped ahead of Ollie Price as in goes Salisbury. Bowls to Josh Shaw, who indicates with his right hand, having just managed to block it out in the offside, that there's still a little bit of something there for Salisbury. But these are tougher overs now for the Leicestershire Seamers. The ball is 59-ish overs old. I say ish because it was changed and we don't know how old it was. We know when it was changed, but obviously don't know the exact age of the old new ball, so to speak. And out comes the Gloucestershire 12th man with an offer of a change of bat for Harry Tector. And without saying the manufacturer, because I'm not quite sure it is, it's a sort of greenish logo, which is appropriate. 5 for 6. How many to go? 5 till tea.
And it will be Vian Mulder to bowl the 2nd over of his new spell. And Tector is on strike with a new bat. And you hear it loud in the effects mic, I'm sure. No run. As he defends that out to point. Name of the game is surely survival until tea, reassess, go again. But Mulder and Cole will be looking for another wicket. And he's in again. And that's down the leg side, and Ben Cox takes it well. Tector wants nothing to do with that. Mulder is of course into his 16th over of the day, I think. I was about to say he's bowled the most, but he hasn't. He's equal with Chris Wright, who's also bowled 16. Mulder, again, no run, defended to point by Tector. 3 dots in a row. I mean, I suppose the fifth bowler, if it was Ackerman, for example, it doesn't look like it's a track that will take anything other than good seam bowling, but I'm just mindful of it's a lot of work to ask for seamers in this heat to just keep going and going. Mulder, oh well, I say that, and then he gets one to just deviate slightly, move slightly, and Teta gets nothing on it. He'll say he played inside it, but I think he's beaten, to be fair, and there's no run there.
Yeah, it might just be a case of someone like Ackerman just getting through a few overs to get them towards the new ball if, which is still 20 overs away, if they need it.
2 balls left of the over. And this one is defended back down the track to Mulder. Mulder threatens to shy. Tector feints to, well, I don't know what, but a bit of shadow boxing also.
Nice bit of theatre between the two of them there.
And it'll be the final ball of Vian Mulder's 16th over. One more dot, and it's a maiden. Well, Tector leans into it, tries to kind of cut that, but obviously does not beat the man in the covers, and there's no run there. It is a maiden. That's Vian Mulder's 5th maiden of the day. 16 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 48. We have 4 until tea. Will it be Matt Salisbury to continue? It looks like it will be.
Oh, hang on. Umar is going to have a bowl.
Oh, we are having. Oh, right. So we do get a new 5th bowler.
Right. Well, this could be interesting because I have not seen Umar bowl previously. Well, Ben Cox is standing back, so it's going to be a little bit of. You anticipate.
As I desperately look to see what his first-class bowling record is, if he has one of note.
You assume it's going to be a bit of sort of seam-up, wobbly stuff. It's not a long run.
Oh, do you know what? Not bad.
Go on then.
49 wickets at 34 apiece.
Just a couple of paces almost. Comes in and bowls on off stump. And
you can see why he's got 49 wickets.
It's, yeah, a little bit of sort of wobbly seam-up. See if he can move the odd one, get through some overs quickly. Gentle seam. Cox is, I suspect, going to call for a helmet and stand up fairly promptly. The moment he's standing back, but Umar, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 strides and bowls straightish and just rolls his fingers across the seam. And Shaw probably is an ideal subject for him, really, because, as I say, he just doesn't want to get on the front foot. He just doesn't like to play off the front foot. So, again, played that one off the back foot. Doesn't want to get forward. Uman was ready to go, but Shaw wasn't ready to receive and looks back rather reproachfully at Sam Evans. But Evans was on the right side of the boundary. Leicestershire's 12th man with his orange bib on. Goes in well, bowls and driven or pushed back past him very straight by Shaw, then examines the bottom of his bat. Just let it go through.
I should also point out that Umar has 3 test wickets.
There you go. So we have a test match wicket taking bowler. Goes in and bowls. He's going to pick up a run there, Shaw, as he turns that one down towards the deep square. Here's an update for BBC Radio Leicester. 135 for 6, Gloucestershire. So man to go. Since you were with me last, Zafar Agohar was got a really good delivery from Tom Scriven, who'd been swinging it back into the left hander. Got one just to straighten and move away slightly, and it took the outside edge. And a nice catch for Ben Cox, who's making his debut for Leicestershire in this match. The former Worcestershire stalwart has moved to the Foxes on loan prior to his full-time move at the end of the season. He signed a 3-year deal essentially from the end of September, beginning of October. So he picked up his first catch. Since then, though, no joy. They should have had one more wicket. Josh Shaw was dropped on one by Vian Mulder off the bowling of the unlucky Matt Salisbury. Salisbury has yet to pick up a wicket. If they could pick up one more before tea, the Foxes, which is still a couple of overs away, they'll feel they've had a really very, very good afternoon. It's still been a pretty good one. Gloucestershire 140 for 6. And that one from Umar is a little bit leg side, and tried Tector to work it into the leg side, didn't get anything on it, came off the thigh pad, trickled down towards the weary looking Vian Mulder at long leg, and the leg by was taken end of the 61st over. It was a fairly unremarkable one would have to say, you think, from Umar. I mean, it wasn't particularly exciting.
It wasn't,
but
it wasn't anything to write home about, but he might just be getting into his work.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. And he's got a very old ball, and he's been out there all day.
He probably will have to bowl some more, though, in the final session.
I think he very well might have to. Although they'll get a bit of a break, the seamers, won't they? So, and a talking to, no doubt. Salisbury goes off.
So Mulder for his 17th over of the day to Harry Tector, and Tector defends that. Sorry, I say defends that. Dabs that into the leg side and saunters through for 1 run. It's kind of reached that point of the middle session where it looks like every player wants tea time.
I think everybody in the ground wants tea time, to be honest. I think everybody in the commentary box does, for sure.
Josh Shaw on strike. Straight from Mulder and tucked into the onside for no run. Yeah, Mulder's pace is... I know he's just come back for another spell, but his pace is down a bit here. You can...
He has to be a bit. They have to be a bit careful with him. It broke him at Worcester by making him bowl, or having him bowl. He might very well have wanted to. Very long spells.
Again, straight from Mulder. Shaw defends on the back foot, no run.
So he's very fit, but came into the season with a little bit. He'd had I think a broken rib over the winter, and there's sort of corresponding a little bit of damage to the side, which is the worst place for a seam bowler, and it took he wasn't available to bowl for the Foxes in the first few games.
Shaw. Oh, that's brilliant fielding. I was about to say cuts on the back foot, but that's brilliantly stopped by Louis Kimber at point.
Great pair of hands.
It's not the first time he's fielded excellently today. Maybe some frustration for Shaw that he wasn't able to score there. And he has to defend the next delivery into the offside for no run. Although it must be said that since the early drop for Josh Shaw, he's looked relatively unflustered, untroubled.
He's been taught in a tough school up in Yorkshire, so he won't give it away.
Final ball of the over. Straight, defends, no run. One off the over, Gloucestershire 142 for 6. Tector 17. Shaw 8. This may be... Is it 2 or is this the last over before tea?
2 more.
2 more.
That said, he hasn't got a first class 50 yet. Josh Shaw. His best is 42. That was made for Yorkshire against Somerset at Headingley back in 2018. He's 8 not out at the moment. Tector on 17 faces Amin, who bowls a little bit short outside off stump, cut or tempted to be cut down towards the meat, a little bit bottom edgy, and it bounces kindly down to third man, where Kimber is the fielder. Tector takes his single, moves on to 18, rehearses the shot. Pitch blending into the sort of outfield almost, under the sun. Outfield very green. Amin is in. It's a peel for leg before he's gone. He went across. That looked to hit Josh Shaw quite high to me, but Umar Amin has picked up a wicket, and Shaw is looking back most, well, unhappily at the umpire, Naeem Ashraf, but he's on his way. Umpire Ashraf has been hard to convince, but his finger fairly shot up there, didn't it? So
Yeah.
a look at that one. He stepped right across his stumps, Shaw there. Unfortunately, they cut to the picture behind the bowler just too late. We might get it on the replay, but we shall see. No, we didn't. So, unfortunately, as I say, just cut to the
Looks a bit high
right
to
camera.
me, but based
bit
on the
too
little
late.
that I've seen, I can see why Josh Shaw is
Bit unhappy.
yeah. But either way, Amin has got the breakthrough. The fifth bowler works.
Does that mean he's got? Did we say 49 first? So he's got
Yeah,
50
it's
now.
50th,
So a little
it's
bit of a
50th
landmark.
first class wicket. A wicket on debut for Leicestershire.
So the drop from Mulder off Salisbury wasn't too expensive, and even so, Mulder will be relieved. So 6 wickets in the session for the Foxes, and Gloucestershire have added 60 runs, so they're 60 for 6 in the session.
Yeah, I think we
From
can say it's
32.2 overs. Because it was 30 at lunch, wasn't it? 60 for 6 off 32.2. Yeah.
yeah. I think I'll get Ed to give me his thoughts on that later later on. But yeah, Leicestershire would have wanted a wicket prior to tea, but they've got it off the person they least expected.
Umar bowls outside off stump. Akhtar steps forward and leaves, and it slides past off stump by, well, enough for plenty of oohs and ahs to be prompted from behind the stumps.
So I think Amin's bowling is quicker than the batters might realise.
In he goes, and bowls solidly forward is Akhtar. Out into the offside goes the ball. Tall right-hander.
He's coming in off what, 5 steps?
If
6,
that.
if yeah,
they're
if
quite
that.
little, because they're quite little steps, aren't they? And
It's a bit, it looks like it's a bit. I mean, I need to see some more. It looks a bit
Skiddier than
skiddy
you
through the air, skiddy through the air, so almost.
in he goes, and bowls down the leg side. That's just helped down to fine leg, and I think it will be cut off. It will be cut off. Good work down there by Vian Mulder, who dives and scoops and stops the ball and keeps it 2-2 for Akhtar rather than the 4 that looked likely to be the case. I heard Ed say after Vian Mulder's, or maybe even his first over, or during his first over, he looks a little weary as he walks back, but he kind of always, you know, whether he's bowled 1 ball or 80, Mulder kind of looks weary. I mean, outside off stump, swings away from wide, goes wider, and is left by Akhtar. But a successful over from Umar Amin. 2 overs, 1 for 8 for him. He gets a polite round of applause from the pleased Leicestershire faithful. And Gloucestershire won't be pleased. 145 for 7 off 63. 1 over before tea.
And it will be Vian Mulder to bowl the over. Looks like Zaman Akhtar will be on. No, it will be Harry Tector who's on strike for the over. Bad balls notwithstanding, you would assume Harry Tector will just want to see this over out. See if Vian Mulder can summon up some pace of movement for these final 6 balls before tea. Oh, there was the said pace and movement. Gets one to move away from Harry Tector's forward defensive. Doesn't get any outside edge on it, but good start to the over.
Was a good ball that, wasn't it? He's been in for 50 odd balls now. Tector, comprehensively done there. That's swing, isn't it? It's not the pitch. That's just straightforward outswing.
Almost a like-for-like delivery there, but this time Tector's equal to it. Forward, defends down the trap, Mulder fields. Yeah, just looking back at that previous delivery, yeah, genuine swing there. 4 balls left of VM Mulder's 18th over. He has bowled the most of any Leicestershire bowler today. And Tector shoulder arms to that one. Isn't seduced into going at it. And there's another dot ball there. Mulder turns.
Ooh.
Oh, and again, maybe just losing a bit of focus here. Harry Tector knows tea time is nigh, and that one again nearly takes an edge. It was a bit of a nothing shot by Harry Tector, neither defensive nor forward with any intent really, and lucky to not nick off. 2 balls remaining.
Brings his deep square into a single saving position. Umar goes the conventional mid-wicket.
Oh, and again,
Beauty.
again, draws Harry Tector forward, swings away from him.
Suddenly getting it to swing.
There's 1 ball remaining, which Harry Tector will be grateful for. In an ideal world, he'll hope he can just shoulder arm this one and Gloucestershire can walk off for tea and reassess their approach for post-tea. But 1 more ball and Mulder is in. And again, that one keeps a bit, even that one keeps a bit low, a bit of outswing again, and that should be the end of the middle session. Mulder takes his hat, waiting for the yes, and the players are walking off. They are walking off. So as tea time as we head for tea, Gloucestershire 145 for 7. Harry Tector remains 18 not out after that final testing over before tea.
72 for 6 of 34 overs
in the second session.
Second session.
You don't need me to tell you that Leicestershire comprehensively won that session. They are very much on top. They also have 2 bowling points I can see on the screen for those that are keeping score at home. And they will hope after tea to wrap things up and get a bit of a bat before the close of play today.
Definitely will, and we will be back to tell you whether that actually is what happens at the Uptonsteel County Ground. I shall Ed and myself in around about 18 minutes time.
Also, with reference to the Metro Bank final at Trent Bridge, tickets are available on the Trent Bridge website or by calling Trent Bridge directly. Phone number 0115 899 0300. And also coach travel is available from the Uptonsteel County Ground. Once again, website for details. And some other games around the country, everybody. In Division 1 at Southampton, Hampshire 164-5 against Somerset. Northampton 201-7 against Lancashire. And at the Oval, Surrey 224-4 against Warwickshire. Division 2, Chesterfield, Sussex 196-4 against Durham. At Worcester, Worcestershire 202-6 against Glamorgan. Finally at Scarborough, Yorkshire 209-6 against
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground in Leicester for the final session of play on day one of this Leicestershire Gloucestershire County Championship Division 2 fixture. The sun continues to blaze out and it shined the brighter on Leicestershire by far so far. Gloucestershire 145 for 7, having been stuck into bat this morning, but an afternoon session which saw them rather subside from 73 for 1 when they started. They were 77 for 1 and then losing 6 wickets for 66 runs. 145 for 7 as we resume. It's Chris Wright to bowl the first ball of the evening session to Zaman Akhtar, who pushes the ball up the pitch. It'll be picked up at mid-off and there's no run. Ed Seaborn and Mashal Hewitt, your commentary team for the start of this session. And we were just discussing the news which came out officially came out quite a lot earlier actually, but I'd forgotten to look at the final results of the BBL draft. But congratulations to Rehan Ahmed, who's picked up a deal in the BBL. Wright bowls full to Akhtar, who drives extravagantly at that ball and misses it. Again, there's a bit of swing there, it seems, which there's been throughout. Been surprised at. I say I've been surprised in a way, but at the same time, perhaps not so much, because you kind of forget that warm, humid conditions actually you can have the ball swing in them as well. And the way that wickets have fallen around the country, perhaps not quite so much as here, but it's obviously doing a bit for bowlers at the moment, as Akhtar again has his outside edge beaten by Wright as the ball zips past it. So Rehan Ahmed is going to play for the Sydney Sixers in the Big Bash. How does he look in magenta, I wonder?
Is my name on that list? I'll put myself forward.
Well, a lot of people, you say that, I mean, a lot of people did. I think Zaman Akhtar put himself forward for it. I think I saw him on the list of players. There were a lot of people who put themselves forward. Wright bowls to Akhtar, who tries to tuck the ball towards square leg. Oh, Akhtar Text has come a long way down here. There's a shot at the stumps which misses, and potentially with a bit more composure there, Leicestershire, somebody could have got to those stumps, and actually they would have had time still to run out Akhtar with a medium fast throw. But in the end, it's Mulder who's lined up the throw, missed, and Gloucestershire have somehow got through for what is a leg by.
Yeah, that was a bizarre piece of cricket there. Tector seemed to stop and start himself, and then almost made a decision mid-wicket all this time in which the ball could have been lobbed back to the stumps. He seemed to make a decision mid-wicket, yeah, I'll go for this run after all. And Zaman hadn't even moved it at any point in all of that. But also I think the bowler, Chris Wright, he had gone to the stumps.
Yeah, or even a mid-off.
Or mid-on. Yeah.
Wright is in and bowls and trying to flick this one away into the leg side, missing, and Tector's trapped LBW in quite similar fashion, it has to be said, to the way that he was out in the semi-final, trying to work through the leg side. But Wright has got his man, it's his second wicket, and I think that really does put to bed hopes of a dramatic late resurgence of this innings for Gloucestershire. Tector departs having made 18, and it's 146 for 8.
I wonder if Harry Tector is now running through for that quick single. It looked plumb. I'm just looking on the replay now to see how plumb. Yep, it's another wicket, and I suspect the end is nigh.
Yeah, I think he's basically missed a...
Missed one, yeah.
Is it a low full toss, or is it a ball which has just bounced? It's hard to tell, but it's...
Either way, he's missed it.
Yeah, it's not a ball that I think he'll feel he should be missing, really. It's of a length which it could be picked off into the leg side, and he's just...
I just wonder how flustered he was by the previous stop-start run, and then maybe just hadn't mentally got set for the next ball, because you're right, he probably should have tucked that into the leg side.
Yeah, well, it's not a ball that you can be missing, really. So Dom Goodman is out there. Gloucestershire lose nothing in terms of height. In fact, they gain it with Goodman out at the crease. He's not necessarily a man, Goodman, who particularly gets on with it in terms of trying to score quickly. He can certainly hang around, though. Right bowls to him, and he lets that one go through to the keeper. 6'5", Goodman is listed at in this particular source. He's a graduate of Exeter University, actually played for Exeter University against Gloucestershire a couple of times, and a man who is looking to forge his way now in the professional game, having completed his studies now, and he's certainly exciting when it comes to the height he can send it down at. Be excited to see how much movement he can get out there, given that Leicestershire have found plenty. And as I say, he's shown that he can hang around with the bat, but it's a different thing now that there isn't a top order player to bat for.
Yeah,
that makes a huge difference coming in this low.
I say they just try and hit this and try and make some bonus runs rather than try just dig it out like that. Oh, sorry.
Yes, don't worry. You can describe it even.
was like that not enough? But yeah, Scriven, that delivery was essentially... You could call it a slap. You could almost call it a caress. But either way, it's gone through the covers down to the unmanned boundary for 4 runs. I think Scriven's essentially floated one outside the off stump to see what Akhtar's all about, and Akhtar's helped himself to 4 runs there. Apologies for not describing that to anyone who did love the like that description. I can do that again. Scriven back into Akhtar. Oh, and this, well, he goes for the big drive this time. Scriven straightens one up on him, and that goes through to Cox behind the stumps. But already in the first 2 balls of Scriven's over, I think a decision probably has been made by Zaman Akhtar that there's no use now trying to defend what runs there are to be made. Let's try and get them quickly before we have to have our bowl ourselves. Scriven turns on his mark, 3rd ball of the over. Well, that's very wide, and indeed it is given a wide. And that's an extra to the total.
Oh, well, you don't see that very often.
I was going to the point where I even looked at the umpire and said, is he actually going to give that a wide or not?
You do, don't you? Because so often nowadays it has to land off the cut strip almost to be considered a wide. And then, of course, it's a no ball if it lands off the cut strip. So it's good to see wides actually being called in the first-class game. It's too often, I think, in the past they've not been.
Scriven, and again straight, and Zaman is able to tuck that leg side, and they come back for 2. And this has been a rare over today where runs have flowed. 6 off the first 3 balls of the 4 balls of the over.
And then a wide as well. I think
and a wide, yeah, good point, sorry.
We've had 7. It's an outburst. In the context of 153 for 8.
Scriven in, and Zaman goes for the big drive. Is fielded at cover, and there's no run there. But again, it's an attacking shot.
Yeah, it was quite a sweet shot from Akhtar, but not just giving him that cover gap. He's certainly shown that he can bat. He actually bagged a pair on his first class debut, but then after that he wasn't dismissed for his next 4 innings and 5 of his next 6 innings.
Final. Oh, I was about to say the final ball. It is a final ball, in fact. Well, you know, Sam Akhtar knew little about that. He catches the inside edge, squirts leg side. It's fielded at fine leg, and it wasn't the final ball. I got that wrong. It was the penultimate ball of the over. Zaman Akhtar is off strike. He moves to 9. Double figures in sight, and that will bring Goodman. I had to just double check. I was about to say Don Goodman.
Yes,
Dom. That's why I paused.
It's
like
something
Dom,
this is something
Goodman.
that every opposition commentator or neutral in your case has to work through. That particular distinction.
Final ball of the over, Scriven to Dom Goodman. And Goodman defends that down to mid on for no run. That is the end of the over. 8 off it. Gloucestershire 154 for 8. Akhtar on 9. Goodman yet to score.
It's a little bit like every other commentator has to work through the situation where you have both Price brothers involved somehow. You know, they're bowling it at opposite ends, or they're putting on a partnership together. It's inevitable. You know it's coming. It's just we get it done, we get it out the way, and then you know. But yeah, that was. I mean, it was even right from Goodman's first class debut at the start of 2021. That was pointed out to me, and I had no clue because I'm not much of a football fan personally. So
I'm actually proud of myself for pausing then and actually checking before I said something.
No, I think it's very
it's so
good.
natural.
I'm sure there've been plenty of people who'd not watched him before who are thinking the same thing. This is driven at and missed to start a new right over by Akhtar, and basically now Leicestershire are realising that Akhtar is going to go for these drives, and they're saying, well, fair enough, you do that. Eventually we'll bank on you nicking one. Perhaps his signature performance with the bat so far in his Gloucestershire career came in the most recent competition, the One Day Cup. Right bowls to him, and that's edged down towards a fine third. The fielder has to go into a slide, and not only has Kimber managed to keep the ball in, but he's released it so quickly that they only get 1. Akhtar to 10, 155 for 8.
Yeah, more excellent fielding by Kimber. Seems to be one of those fielders who, you know, if it's coming to him in particular, you cannot take a chance.
Yeah.
What you think is 4 is probably stopped. What you think is 2 is 1, etc.
Yeah, basically wherever he fields, isn't it? Whether it's in the ring or in the cordon or down at third in this instance. Right bowls to Goodman, and Goodman lets that one go outside the off stump. Akhtar's main contribution, as I say, in his Gloucestershire career so far with the bat was a 27 not out he made at New Road, which not only did it help Jack Taylor through to his maiden List A century, but also just, well, more than just actually reduced the margin of defeat, which was one of the reasons which really helped ease the pressure on Gloucestershire's eventual qualification in that tournament. As right bowls to Goodman, who plays a defensive shot, which I think he's played and missed at that. He might have played inside the line, but I think the balance of probabilities, I'm going to say he probably played at that. As I said that, I tried to replay what I thought was the delivery, and he shouldered arms, and I thought, hang on, have I just completely seen things? But I think the stream I was watching was a little bit behind. Right, he's into Goodman, and again, that ball is let go. Just about makes it through to Cox, maybe on the bounce.
It's a bit low there on the hole, yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure whether that was one which had kept a bit low, or whether it was just quite full and being, what is it, 67 overs old now, this ball, whether it was just, you know, the low bounce that you might see at this stage of an innings. That's right, bowls, and once more Goodman doesn't offer a shot. That one does carry through noticeably better to Cox. 155 for 8 remains that score. So as far as the rest of that BBL draft goes, no retention for David Payne from a Perth Scorchers point of view, which is obviously disappointing, but then you know the way these tournaments work. Actually, the Scorchers have left an overseas slot available anyway. They didn't draft 3 players, they only drafted 2, and a lot changes within still it was it even,
never mind even before.
Yes, that's true. And was it 3 months probably about until it actually starts? So obviously it would be great to see Payne involved again, or if not that, some of the tournament during the winter. It's always nice to see players in action.
Scriven again, Akhtar defends into the offside, no run.
As much as we bemoaning the way that cricket's going to some extent with regards to the absolute takeover of franchise tournaments around the world, which is causing a lot of issues, not just for the traditional cricket fan, even somebody who doesn't mind watching some of these tournaments. It's very hard to keep up with what's going on.
I've given up, to be honest, trying to keep up. Scriven again, and Akhtar, good forward defensive push. No run there. But I think also what's interesting with some of these franchise tournaments, and I guess until I speak to more players about it, I can't say this definitively, but I feel, could be anecdotal, I feel that more players are starting to sign and then drop out. Like, I need to expand on this. I'll expand on this point after this delivery. Scriven in once more to Akhtar, and Akhtar on the back foot cuts that one off the back foot and is able to come through for 1. Only goes as far as the point boundary. Akhtar's looked to be positive ever since the 8th wicket fell. He's looked to be positive in his shot making, 11 from 18, which might not sound significantly positive, but in the context of today's play, is some run getting there. And that shot brought Dom Goodman onto strike. And Goodman is forward and defends. Yeah, so you're starting to see in some of these tournaments players signing up and maybe initially signing up for a longer period and then actually leaving before that period is up, citing whatever particular reasons. And I just wonder if there's starting to be a bit of what I call suitcase fatigue.
Yeah, definitely.
So what initially was, this is great, I get to go here, I only work for this amount of time, but actually how good is living hotel to hotel? Scriven into Goodman, again defended into the down to mid on, in fact, and there is no run.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, you hear about how well the owners look after players in the IPL, for example, and the amount of attention they get and facilities, that sort of thing. But at the same time, you still hear from players who aren't playing in the IPL that actually if they're not playing in the 11, they can be actually a little bit distanced from the team, and it really is just a case of, you are living in the hotel.
Scriven goes full, but Goodman is equal to it, squeezes that one out into the offside. There's no run there. There was just a 1 off that over. Quick over that. 156 for 8. Akhtar 11. Goodman still yet to score. He's faced 9 balls, and this partnership is 10.
And I think it's got to a stage now where there are so many tournaments that players start to have to learn to say no.
Yes.
Until now, they've basically been able to have the run of things and pick up money that comes their way, and they haven't had to worry too much about anything else. But now they're effectively, some of these players, in demand 12 months of the year in different venues around the globe. As Wright comes into Akhtar, is on 11, and he comes forward and plays calmly to cover, and there's no run. And So I think it really is now so much about who these players have advising them, and you know, the power is not just within players' hands, but so much within agents' hands, and tipping a word to a player to say, come and play in our league. You know, just if you need to skip a league, don't skip that one. You skip this one instead. Right bowls to Actor, who drives, squirts it away wide of the deep third fielder, and it will be cut off though by Kimber running round, or I assume it's still Kimber down there, peering through the railings. 2 more runs to Actor. He's on to 13, and it's 158 for 8. And you've got a lot of players who would dream of a franchise gig, and there are always going to be players to fill those teams, but every league obviously wants the biggest names possible, and that's hard on those big name players. Right bowls to Actor, who plays towards backward points. It's cut off there by Budinger. No run.
I mean, I was pleased with this year's 100 in so much as common sense prevailing, with players being allowed to go back to their counties, and so Kent's the team that I support, so it was good to see someone like Daniel Bell-Drummond prefer to come back and play for Kent rather than sit with, can't even remember which franchise he was at, but sit with them.
London Spirit.
Could be anybody.
So he was certainly at them.
Hula Hoops FC, one
at
of them.
Some point. And right bowls to Actor, who gets a bit cut in half by that one as he looked to push into the offside, and might actually been beaten on the inside edge there through to the keeper.
But using Daniel as an example, my understanding is he requested, I want to just go back and play for Kent. That is more preferable to just sitting around not playing any cricket. So that tells me as well that there's a shift in some players' mentality of, well, hold on a minute, what is this all about?
Right, leaps wide of the crease and bowls. This is caught the shoulder of the bat, loops up in the air, and that has been caught at second slip. Running back, Colin Ackerman takes the catch, and Actor is the 9th Gloucestershire wicket to fall. Nasty delivery there from Wright to get as a lower order stroke tail ender batter, and he tried his best to fend it off, did Actor, but either caught shoulder of the bat or glove and looped in the air, and Ackerman takes the catch. So Wright has his 3rd, and it's 158 for 9.
Yeah, I think that's... I'm trying to think if that's the steepest delivery I've seen today. Certainly caught Zaman out. Rolls on him quickly, caught him by surprise. I haven't really seen a short ball properly dug in.
No, they haven't needed to, have they? I think it's to their credit that they've not actually gone to it, because they've got more than enough out of bowling full. And I think one of the things that hasn't happened to this ball, which was changed and seemed, whether just by actual outcome or whether it actually really did make a huge difference, it did more by the looks of things, and certainly the wickets fell to that changed ball. And I think what they've managed to do with this one, because Gloucestershire have hit so few boundaries, is they've kept it probably in better shape than that early one. And this is the thing. This is why I'm not saying that this is an issue with this innings by any means. Do not get me wrong, Leicestershire supporters. Gloucestershire have, it's been a limp batting performance from Gloucestershire, but these ball changes have got to stop. We've got to get a ball that lasts.
Yeah. And
I don't know how it's... I do know how it could happen. I don't care how it happens, but it has to, because sides that are able to take the shine, as it were, off the new ball, what's the point?
Yes.
You're then going to have it changed in 20 or 30 overs' time. Right bowls, and Luke Charlesworth, facing his first ball in first-class cricket, is beaten by a ball which was dug in on a good length, at decent pace. Right, knowing that just a little bit of extra effort here, and he can put his feet up for what he hopes will be more than a day. That was the end of that over. Charlesworth, Luke, that is, surviving his first ball in first-class cricket. And that completes the 69th over of the innings. The score 158 for 9.
So it will be Scriven. I thought they may change. So I mean, Scriven's bowled very well. 16 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 29. You would think Scriven's got enough within him to actually finish this innings himself. Goodman is facing, and he's able to squirt that one down to third man for 1 run. And Gloucestershire move to 159 for 9. Initially we suggested that maybe 180 might be what they want to reach. I don't think they'll be making 180. We will see.
You'd have backed him to do it at lunchtime, wouldn't you, really?
Yeah. Charlesworth now on strike. And Scriven, well, that's Charlesworth's second ball in his first class debut, yes. This is his second ball in first class cricket, and he's beaten again. But that's okay. as long as he hasn't lost his wicket.
It is not easy out there. And he's also got a horrible shadow of the floodlight right in front of him. It's just a broken shadow, isn't it? It's of the lights themselves, and it can't make life at all easy.
Luke is, of course, just 20 years of age. And
There
he's
you go,
forward
young man.
this time, and he'll feel a lot better about that one. Bat on ball. Defensive. Forward defensive down to mid-off. No run. Just clarifying that the Charlesworths are related.
Ross.
Luke facing up again to Tom Scriven, and he tucks that into the leg side. No run there.
I sort of live in hopes of one day again seeing a genuine number 11, as in somebody who really can't bat to save their lives, but you just don't see him anymore, do you? You know, who spars away and misses every time, or is it LBW every time, like Charlie Shrek used to be for
I used to
Leicestershire when I
consider
started.
James Anderson a number 11, but actually he can
Oh,
he
he's-
can throw his bat a bit.
Yeah, he's made himself into
And he takes the edge.
LBW.
Oh, well, no, it's LBW. I thought he'd
Yeah.
taken the edge, but no, it was the pad that he hit. It's an LBW decision. He's out. Do you want to watch that one again? But umpire had no hesitation in giving that out, and Luke Charlesworth lasted 5 balls for his duck, and that is Tom Scriven's 4th wicket, the pick of the bowlers today.
It's also his first class best, confirmed best return. First time he's taken 4 for.
4 for 30 for Tom Scriven, and very much well deserved. Sometimes a player can get the most wickets, and you say they're the pick of the bowlers, but they just happen to get the most wickets. But Tom Scriven has bowled brilliantly all day from the very first spell. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 3, and he's ended the day with 16.5 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 30. Gloucestershire all out for 159. Dom Goodman ends unbeaten on 1.
The other bowling figures, Chris Wright 19 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 30, so pretty close to those of Scriven's. Vian Mulder 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 49. Matt Salisbury, he was the unlucky one. He had a catch dropped off his bowling. He had Josh Shaw dropped by Vian Mulder at first slip, so he went wicketless in the end. 14 overs, 6 maidens, none for 35. And Umar Amin has bowled 2 overs for Leicestershire, and he's taken a wicket. And he finished with 1 for 8 from those 2 overs. So from 73 for 1 at lunch, and indeed 77 for 1, something of a collapse by the visitors. They have finished 159 all out, so 59 and 23 is 82. They lost their last 9 wickets for 82 runs.
Yeah, it's it's a woeful collapse, isn't it? You, there's no explanation that you can give as a side to really explain away going from 77 for 1 to 159 for all out. Yes, we must look at the fact that the ball was changed after 30 overs, but I think in the context of the day, Gloucestershire were already in their shell at that stage anyway. Would all of the wickets have fallen so quickly? Possibly, possibly not. But we will soon see just how difficult it is.
Exactly.
When Leicestershire come out to bat, and if that will tell us how much of Gloucestershire's play was a reaction to the pitch versus getting in a shell that they then couldn't get out of.
Yeah, exactly that. We can't be too critical at this stage. We can certainly say that Leicestershire bowled very well after lunch. They didn't bowl badly before lunch. Mulder was a little bit profligate in the first sort of hour, but thereafter they bowled very straight, they got movement, and they didn't give the Gloucestershire batters much to get away at all. So it was a really good, disciplined bowling performance by the Foxes, who finish, of course, with 3 bowling bonus points. Gloucestershire with no batting bonus points. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll be back with you to see if just see how much there is in the pitch early on for the Gloucestershire seamers. Signifies the commencement of Leicestershire's reply to Gloucestershire's 159 all out. 24 overs remain to be bowled as Rishi Patel and Sol Budinger jog their way out into the middle, bouncing around, playing a variety of loosening shots. And they know that if Leicestershire can get off to a bit of a flyer, although it is not going to be easy to do that on this somewhat too-paced wicket. But if they can, they will have had a very good day indeed. Seeing who's going to open the bowling for Gloucestershire. Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol, and of course Gloucestershire. Myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester. Michelle Hewitt is with us just today, sadly, from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. In the shadow of the floodlight, although it does obviously still extend across the pitch. The worst bit, the lights bit, has gone past the pitch now, so much more straightforward from that point of view for the Foxes batters.
Yeah, I was trying to guess who might take the new ball. I thought Actor was probably nailed on,
yeah.
And then it's a question of, I mean, you could make a case for all of the other three seamers to take it with him. Here is Actor then to bowl the first ball of the Leicestershire innings. It's Rishi Patel on strike, and he rises up onto his toes to play the ball down into the ground, and Actor fields smoothly off his own bowling. Josh Shaw has taken the new ball a couple of times this season. I said taken the no ball then, I think. I should think, from his point of view, I hope he doesn't do that. Actor is running in towards us and bowling to Patel, and again there's good carry there, but doesn't particularly trouble the tall right-hander. Through it goes to the keeper.
Is the Wi-Fi playing up a little bit on the stream? I don't know whether it's just affecting things. Let us know if there are issues. We'll pass it on, but no, it seems to be okay. Mike Jelfs is watching on the stream.
Here is Actor bowling over the wicket, and Patel cuts, and it's stopped by Tector at backward point. So he had a ball to try and get off the mark with there, but just couldn't quite pierce the field.
Mike asking if that is Tom's best bowling. It's his best first-class bowling, certainly. 4 for 30.
He's bowled superbly. I mean, it's just the fact that there was something there for him off a spot. As long as he kept hitting that spot, he knew that good things would happen, and it certainly did. That is not hitting the spot from Actor. That is way down the leg side, and Patel he's tried to flick it away, but can't have been particularly close to it. It'll end up being a bye as Bracey launches himself to his left and knocks the ball down, but it's a pretty horrible delivery for Bracey to try and have to stop dipping and swooping on him. So the first run on the board in the Leicestershire reply to Gloucestershire's paltry 159 all out, with only Chris Dent providing really significant resistance. 51 off 141 deliveries. Tried to battle it out as best he could, as Actor bowls to Budinger, who flashes and misses outside the off stump. It's the way he plays.
It is.
I know it's a phrase that annoys a lot of people, so I thought I would say it.
It does, yeah. But, well, it's come off often enough, certainly in the Metrobank One Day Cup, for him to be able to point at his figures. Less perhaps so in the Championship.
3 slips and a gully, very definitely a gully this time, as this is a very wide delivery, and it continued to get wider on Bracey. Budinger tried to drive it still, but could barely reach it, I think, and Bracey just about manages to knock it down behind the stump, so that will go down as a maiden over, with just the one run off it being a bye.
There are maidens and maidens, aren't there? You have to be there sometimes to see that. Wasn't the greatest. Budinger in the Championship this season, 380 runs in 16 innings. No not outs. A highest score of 72, just the 250s and an average as a consequence of just less than 24. So, impressive though he's been on occasion in the Metrobank One Day Cup, still really to establish himself at the top of the red ball order as far as Leicestershire are concerned. But they love the way he does score quickly when he gets in, and if he does get in and get away to a flyer, then he can set up an innings. He's watching at the moment though, having a chat to umpire Hartley, as Rishi Patel, who has been one of the best batters in red ball cricket, faces Josh Shaw outside off stump, tries to force it away into the covers, doesn't time it. We've said that a few times today. Wide mid-off, moves across to his left to make the stop.
So do you see the Budinger argument as akin to the Zach Crawley argument for England? Is it the people who, I mean, of course, let's clarify that, the Zach Crawley argument before this Summer's Ashes series?
Shaw is in, bowled straighter this time. You heard the rapt no from Patel as he defended that one down the pitch on the on side. And there's no run. Yes, with qualifications, which is that England have enough very good batsmen to dig Crawley out of the hole that he is, or to dig the side out of the hole that Crawley's early dismissal often sort of kind of leaves them in a way. And Leicestershire's sort of lower and sort of middle and order in particular, Shaw is in, bowls full, stroking the ball on the walk is Patel, but he just checks the shot, doesn't quite hit it as firmly as he would have liked, so goes more or less straight to mid-on. But Leicestershire's batting, if you like, can't always dig them out of that sort of hole, so just would like occasionally to see Sol temper his attacking instincts a bit. Shaw is in, bowls outside off stump, grunt of effort from the Yorkshireman, it moves away but uninterrupted by Patel, allowed to do so, started outside off stump, went a little bit wider.
Well, I mean, the only reason I asked is I remember watching Sam Evans score a century, I think it was at Bristol, so obviously seeing his name in the squad and thinking which way will they go, and suspecting they probably would go the Budinger route.
Shaw is in, Patel leaves outside off stump, steps forward, lets it go through. Sam came in for one game of the One Day Cup and played a really important innings in support of Peter Hanscom as they had to sort of grind their way to victory from a difficult position. And he made something like, I think, 18 or 20 off 60 or 50 odd balls, which is a lot in the context of the competition. Shaw is in, Patel defends, head right over the ball, leans forward, blocks it out into the offside. And it's a good over from Josh Shaw as the, I'm going to say, it was a maiden, wasn't it? So there was a single off the first over plus the buys, of course. Hang on.
Yeah, it was just the one buy off
just
the first
buy?
over, yeah.
Yeah. So two maidens. Shaw's a slightly more genuine maiden,
Yes.
if that's the right. It isn't the right word.
Although I
mean,
suppose
you know what I mean.
Yes, no, I know exactly what you mean. As Actor will say that he beat Budinger one ball, but other than that, there was one which was fired a long way down the leg side and one which missed the other way. Actor bowls to Budinger. This is cut in the air, and it has gone past the fielder at mid-off in the end. I must admit I couldn't tell whether he got a hand to it or not. Judging by the speed that it has gone towards the boundary, you might just have got a fingertip on that. I think it's Zappa Gohart, the fielder, that managed 3 in the end. So the first runs off the bat come in slightly hairy circumstances if you're Leicestershire.
Bracey leapt into the air. Catch as it just evaded Zafar.
Here comes Zaman Akhtar over the wicket, bowling to Patel. It's down the leg side, beats Bracey and goes for 4 as they're going to go down as buys again. Bracey picks up his cap in fury, I'm sure, mostly with his bowler rather than anything else. Not that Actor can see because he's walking back to his mark, but this is exactly the sort of start that Gloucestershire cannot afford. They can't be giving away runs when they've only got 159 to play with, 8 without loss. So, I mean, it's got to that sort of stage of the late afternoon as Patel plays this one away up the pitch, Actor Fields, where it's especially because you have to have sunglasses on, otherwise you're just going to get absolutely murdered with your eyes. Or at least I do anyway. I notice you've not got sunglasses on, but my... Oh, right. So if I stare into this sun at this stage, I'll get a migraine. It's very difficult to pick the ball up, so I didn't see whether that did take the hand of Zaffer. As this is punched away off the back foot, beats extra cover. The boundary is short towards that side. That's going to go for 4, and I think potentially that one
thought we should have got there.
Might have been stopped, yes.
Yep.
And it's 12 without loss.
Seemed to sort of flop over it, Zaffer, on that occasion.
Yeah, I mean, he's normally a good fielder, but he didn't. I mean, I don't think he could have done whether it did catch his fingertip or whether it did just go past him. I don't think Zaffer could have done any more than he did. I think it was a really good dive to get close to the ball, but that time less so. Actor bowls tighter to off stump, and it does come back in towards the right-handed Patel, but potentially more so after he'd left it alone. Through it goes to the keeper. And I think this was going to be the thing with the comparison between the two bowling attacks, just that accuracy. You would think, given the fact that the ball moved for Leicestershire, even when it was changed. About 60, yes, it was changed. It was about 60 odd overs old, or should have been. Actor bowls, this is too full and driven by Rishi Patel beautifully through cover point for 4 more runs, and that over has gone for 15 one way or another. I think there were just the 4 buys in the end, but anyway, it's been an expensive one as it's turned out. 16 for no wicket Leicestershire after 3 overs, and it's only going to take about not even an hour of these two, 45 minutes, for them to have really broken the back of what deficit exists. But it just in terms of the discipline, I think it was going to be a real test for Gloucestershire's mix of mostly real inexperience with Actor, Goodman and Luke Charlesworth. Asking them to replicate what Leicestershire have done was going to be tricky. Of course, not that Leicestershire's attack in its entirety is full of experience, but it does make that big difference having an overseas player like Mulder, an experienced player like Wright just leading the attack, and I think Gloucestershire will miss that.
Josh Shaw, who hates conceding runs, he says, runs in and bowls to Sol Budinger, who advances slightly, walks into his forward defensive press. Back down the wicket it goes to Wakefield-born Shaw.
And I was reminded in that interval that I think I'd said Gloucestershire were missing probably their best 4-seamers, but it's 5. Payne, Matt Taylor, Tom Price, Marchand de Lange and Ajit Singh Dale I missed out earlier.
In goes. So bowled him straight through Budinger. Well, it swung in a little bit and Budinger's shot was loose. And it was sort of a little bit indeterminate as well. Didn't really know what he was doing. It wasn't an attacking shot, wasn't a defending shot. And it was slightly across the line. The ball swung back in and disturbed leg stump. So Shaw strikes back for Gloucestershire. And a much needed wicket, but a good wicket as well. Budinger goes, fails again, bowled for 3, and Leicestershire 16 for 1.
And it's what Josh Shaw's got to do. He is the most experienced member of this attack. He's been given the new ball. He's going to have to lead the way for Gloucestershire here. 52nd first-class game for Shaw, and I haven't totted it up, but Actor, Goodman and obviously Luke Charlesworth is on debut, but they won't even come within a quarter of those first-class games combined. So he's got to be the man that sets the tone. And that's a good way to get things started because, as we've been saying, this Leicestershire opening combination can be really destructive and take things completely away from Gloucestershire in very little time at all, so it's key to break that partnership.
Just let's emphasise again that, again, it wasn't the pitch, it's just sort of in-swing,
Yeah.
which didn't do anything particular there. A little bit of in-swing to the left-hander. And it was a fairly ordinary shot on the part of Sol Budinger that sees his departure. Good bowling, of course, as well from Shaw, so that will lift his spirits. Shaw's, let's have a look, see. How many wickets he's taken in the county championship this season? Well, that's number 5. That's a reflection on the amount of cricket he has played, or hasn't played, as more appropriately. But he's got his tail up now. Runs in very straight from the pavilion end, bowls to Leicestershire. Skipper Lewis Hill just drops the foolish delivery on the front foot out into the offside. Sees that pointers are, that's Charlesworth. There's a lot of
Tector.
No, it's Tector. They're tall. Again, we remarked on this the other day, didn't we? In the one-day game, they're a tall side.
They are.
Gloucestershire, tall, slim young men. But Tector, without a number on his back, readily identifiable, or should have been. Hill takes his single. He just struggled a bit in recent innings, Lewis Hill, so he could do with a knock as well. Shaw is in to Patel, very full, driven, and it's going to bounce away. There's going to be a chase, should be cut off because the outfield is a little bit soft. Certainly, sort of where the grass has been allowed to grow on the square, and he did hit it quite hard down into the ground. Rishi Patel has to settle for 3. It's dragged back about a yard or so inside the ropes. He's into double figures though. Now Rishi Patel on to 11, 20 for 1. Jazza seems to be the nickname of choice at the moment.
I've heard of
Josh
Shawsy, Shawser, that tends to be, but Jazza, I've not heard that
That
one.
sounded a new one. In goes Shaw and bowls outside off stump, left extravagantly by Hill. Lifted his bat high over the line of the ball.
Yes, it would make a change. A cricketer with a particularly new and exciting nickname, because most of them really do just tend to be added a Y on the end, and that'll do.
They do. Let's check what he suggests it should be in Who's Who. In he goes and bowls outside off stump. Again, a very sort of pronounced leave from Hill, this time on the back foot. He doesn't give his he doesn't give a nickname as such. His favourite format though is 4-day cricket because he hates going for runs. Although, as he points out, that still happens to me in the longer format.
Right. I thought we just ought to clarify that he means runs off the bat rather than that he hates running.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because a fast bowler who doesn't like running is probably a bit of a tricky one.
He'd like to be a groundsman one day. It interests him.
Here comes Zaman Akhtar, and he bowls to Patel. He's in behind that one and playing that one into the leg side. And the ball just about creeps towards Shaw, who's able to walk to the ball, pick it up.
Rishi Patel's 11 takes him over 900 championship runs this season.
Big marker in sight then.
It is, potentially. He's averaging over 50, the only Leicestershire batsman to be averaging over 50.
It's a rare achievement. 1,000 runs these days. Akhtar bowls full. There's an appeal for leg before wicket here, but I think that was probably, even though I can't see with the body of Patel being right in the way, but judging by the way that ball has come off, I'm guessing that was bat first rather than pad. The fact that it's trickled out into the offside would lead me to believe it's come off inside edge onto pad and then dribbled out offside. If it were the other way round, it might have come off the inside edge into the leg side. Actor bowls full, and it's driven beautifully for 4 runs through mid-off by Rishi Patel. They're trying to cover 2 stations a little bit with the wide mid-off fielder with Zafar there. He has to float a little bit between mid-off and extra cover, and it means that even a not exactly gun barrel straight drive like that from Patel will be too straight for him. And that is 4 more runs, 24 for 1.
Full toss as well, low full toss. He's going to put those away.
Actor is in to bowl, and Patel dabs this one down to Hammond, who's fielding in the gully. There's no run. I don't know whether that was a deliberate one-day shot there from Rishi Patel. It sort of looked as if it was. He's obviously feeling confident about what he's getting from Actor, that he's able to play that shot with the 3 slips and the gully waiting for a nick. And I noticed that Chris Dent is back in the slip cordon as well. Actor bowls and Patel turns that one to mid-on, and there's no run. It's been a while, I think, since Chris Dent's been in the slips. He had a finger injury at the end of last year, which was one of the reasons why he tended to field sort of extra cover or mid-on. He's back at 3rd slip here. Ben Charlesworth at 1st, Ollie Price at 2nd, and Hammond in the gully. Actor leaps in and bowls, and Rishi Patel with a slightly exaggerated leave lets it go through, and it's taken low by Bracey, so it's not been so far Actor's finest work. 3 overs for 15, and his finest work actually came against Leicestershire in the reverse fixture. He bowled, I thought, I mean, he'd had quite a tough debut against Durham, and then he took, I think it was 4 for 33, something like that in the first innings, as I'm desperately trying to find the right scorecard.
Well, you do that.
Yeah, 4 for 33.
Shaw continues. He is in, bowls to Lewis Hill, who defends on back foot. Just slightly short of a good length on off stump from Josh Shaw, dropped out into the offside by Hill. Shaw with a big white sort of sweatband, sort of one of those double sweatbands on his left wrist. I say sweatband, I'm assuming that's what it is, rather than a sort of little forearm bandage as
yeah,
such. He might have had a wrap on there, but he sports a sweatband, yeah. Does he? Bustles in and bowls very full down the leg side, not taken by Bracey again, and as a consequence I think there's going to be, could be a leg bye, could be a bye. Buys again, and Bracey excuse me, will be disappointed with it. I mean, it was not an easy take by any stretch of the imagination. It bounced in front of him, but he got there and got there with 2 gloves, and he scrapes angrily at the ground, Bracey, because 7 extras, and are all 7 buys?
I think they are,
I think they are, yeah. 26 for 1. As Shaw is in to Hill, who's solidly forward. Yes, Shawsy, says Ben Charlesworth. Miles Hammond. Chris Dent behind the stumps alongside. There's still cross Bracey, actually. He's fed up with himself.
It's tricky, isn't it, when you're captain and you don't field a ball the way that you want to, especially early on with not many runs on the board.
Shaw is in. Hill defends. You heard again the nose. It didn't go straight to Akhtar, who's trying to cover both mid-off and extra cover, but close enough to confirm no chance of a quick single. Hill too has had a very good championship year. He's currently on 699 championship runs as Shaw goes in, bowls to him, goes through him, outside off stump. I don't think it got up that much. Hill was on the back foot, came back to him a little bit and beat him on the inside edge as he sort of jumped into the air rather.
Again, all this is doing is illustrating exactly what was there in the Leicestershire innings. If you land it on that full length, you don't pitch it right up allowing the drive, which is what's happened a couple of times, and Patel has got runs through the covers that way. But there's enough variation off a good length and a full length that if you just hit that, things happen.
Shaw is in, fullish, a little bit of swing. Hill blocked it back down the pitch to the Yorkshireman, and again you heard that characteristic shout of no. End of Shaw's third over, 1 for 4. His figures 26 for 1. Rishi Patel has made a decent start. He's on 15 off 22. Hill still very much playing himself in out there, 1 off 9.
Been a while since we've rounded up what's happening elsewhere. We'll start in the T20 International between England and New Zealand. It looks as though New Zealand are going to be pulling off their first win of the series. England in some difficulty there. Actor bowling, it's another ball way down the leg side. Bracey is going to go for, I think, 4 more byes here. There's just really no other signal that can be made, but it's another poor delivery. And 30 for 1 is the score. And Gloucestershire trying their best to pick themselves up in the field, but this has not been an impressive display so far, with the exception of really Josh Shaw, who's actually bowled quite nicely. And it's Actor who bowls. This time it's on the money, and forward goes Patel to play the ball out towards mid-off. And there's no run. New Zealand have made 202 for 5 from their 20 overs. Finn Allen with 6 sixes in an 83 made from 53 deliveries, and Glenn Phillips 69 off 34 balls. He hit 5 sixes in that innings, but excellent figures for Gus Atkinson, which is certainly the standout from England's bowling point of view. This is short, it's been pulled by Patel away through long leg in the end, and it's another boundary just swiveled on it. It wasn't a short ball, which was likely to cause many issues, and it's now 34 for 1. Patel moves on to 19, and this has been really ragged, I'm afraid, from Zaman Akhtar. He's a young bowler, he's still making his way, but it has not been a spell that he would care to remember at this point. 3.5 overs for 19, but that doesn't really tell the full story. Akhtar is in, bowls full, it's driven by Patel, who goes onto the front foot and almost nonchalantly drives it through a straight mid-off for another boundary. Rishi Patel moves on to 23, and Marshall Hewitt is back with me.
I'm loathed. First and foremost, hello, I'm back. But I'm loath to say that this shows that the track didn't have the demons in it, but I'll return to that point.
Akhtar in, this is short and pulled, and Patel will be cross that he's not got hold of that. He's played it to Goodman at mid-wicket.
It's that difficult thing of trying to find the line between how much of this is ragged bowling,
yeah,
versus someone like Rishi Patel, who's in the form of his life or having a fantastic season and would be dismissive of most bowling. Like it's hard to find that line at this particular moment in time.
At least in the early stages, I think Shaw's bowling has shown where that line might be. Akhtar bowls to Patel, who comes forward and plays respectfully out into the covers. And that ends the over. We've only had 7 overs, and Leicestershire are 38 for 1, trailing now by just 121 runs as Gloucestershire are bowled out for 159. Chris Dent with a half century, passing 11,000 first-class runs in that 51, other than Charlesworth's 32.
no other batter making above 20. Ben Charlesworth, that is, I should say.
I think using your point, or going further on your point about Josh Shaw, what Josh Shaw's spell thus far shows is that if you are disciplined, there is something. You can earn something out of the track if you're disciplined. But it will be Josh Shaw again into Lewis Hill. Hill squeezes that one. It beats Gully, and they come back for 2. Not fully in control of that, but he'll say all runs count. Lewis Hill moves to 3 runs. And already, with what, 16 overs remaining after this one, dare I say Leicestershire might...
Yeah.
They'll be very close, put it that way.
I did wonder whether that would be at all possible during the interval.
Shaw in again, and Hill drives down to mid-on, but there'll be no run there.
You would like to think from a Gloucestershire point of view that Leicestershire wouldn't be level at the close, but...
I certainly wouldn't rule out 3 figures.
No. I mean, I must say, I felt it might be within about 40 or 50, something like that. Because they're not going to score slowly if Patel and Budinger especially are still there.
Or this one takes off. Hill drops the hand somewhat, but close to the outside edge all the same. And Josh Shaw showing that if you, similar to what we saw with Scriven and Mulder and Wright, if you continue to just probe on a length, you'll get the odd ball that will rise on the batter or occasionally keep low. Shaw turns on his mark. Lewis Hill onto the back foot. Into the covers, there'll be no run there.
Yeah, I mean, again, that previous delivery to that one just serving as another reminder of what is possible. And even if it doesn't keep low or bounce a bit, there's still movement through the air. We've seen swing all of today. And Gloucestershire have got to find somebody who can provide that consistency from the other end.
Shaw once more. Again. Quickens up a bit there on Lewis Hill. Like he was hurried into that defensive stroke. And it's another dot ball.
And unfortunately, the other partial excuse, which is... for a professional bowler, it's not an excuse having the right hand, left hand out there, but even that's gone now. You've got 2 right-handers there. You can settle into that groove.
Yeah.
Trying to hit the same spot over and over, or similar.
Josh Shaw goes for the short ball, digs it in. That's not going to cause any problems for Lewis Hill. He barely ducks underneath it, just goes over his head. No run there, and that is the end of the 8th over. 2 runs off that over. Leicestershire 40 for 1. Patel on 23 and Hill on 3.
Yeah, so I mentioned that score between England and New Zealand. New Zealand having made that 202 for 5 from their 20 overs. Atkinson 2 for 31 from his 4 overs. Certainly the pick of the bowlers, not just, as you were saying earlier, in terms of having taken the most wickets, but most economical as well. Of course, not having watched the game, it's impossible to know whether somebody's gone for about 3 inside edges or not, but either way, it's good to see Atkinson bowling with that degree of potency, because England may well need him. Change of bowling, and it's Dom Goodman into the attack, and he bowls a leg stump half volley first ball, which Rishi Patel flicks away through wide mid on. I don't think it's quite going to get to the rope though, and I'll have to sprint back for a 3rd run. 43 for 1. Patel up to 26. In reply to that, New Zealand score England 76 for 4. Kyle Jamieson back playing for New Zealand. They brought Matt Henry in as well, so it's a much changed New Zealand seam attack, and
Looks as if it's really tied England down. Bairstow for 12, Jacks for 11, Milan for 2, Brook for 8. All in the hutch. And Joss Butler 38 off 17 balls, trying to pull off something extraordinary.
Repeat that again, so how much do we...
Goodman is in, it's short, wide, cut by Hill and well stopped at backward point, with Tector getting across to his left to save runs. Yeah, so 78 for 4 now after 11 overs. England still need 125 off 9 overs. It's going to be tricky, but if you would like somebody at the crease in world cricket to try and do that, Joss Butler would be...
I've seen it done.
Yeah, Joss Butler would be fairly top of the list, and he's still got Moeen for company. Liam Livingston's yet to come. Goodman bowls full and straight to Hill, who comes forward and plays the ball in defence up to Zaffer at wide mid-off. Chris Jordan's been in good touch with the bat this summer. He seems to have been scoring quite a lot of runs when I've seen him anyway. It might be unrepresentative, but certainly hit some big blows for Surrey in the blast, and then the Southern Brave in the 100. Goodman delivers outside off, and Hill lets it go through. And Australia have rattled to a series sweep of South Africa. Slightly better batting display by South Africa this time. 190 for 8 they managed on their 20 overs. They brought Donovan Ferreira in, who is a mean hitter at the ball. 48 off 21 he made, but Australia have chased that 190 down with 2 overs and a ball to spare. Been in some form with the bat that series of Australia. Goodman is in and bowls one pretty much where it needs to be, full and on the stumps. The only issue for him was that Hill did not allow it past him. Defends up to mid-off. Travis Head 91 off 48 balls. 8 fours and 6 sixes, runs for Inglis and Stoinis as well.
Ominous.
Yeah, it is, I think, when you look ahead to what Australia might be able to do in that World Cup, bringing their big guns of the ball as well. Goodman, to complete his first over, hangs one outside off, and Hill isn't drawn into a shot again. So, first ball, he had a bit of a loosener, which went for 3 runs, but after that, Goodman finding his rhythm, and it's 43 for 1 Leicestershire after 9 overs. Elsewhere in the Championship, Sussex 265 for 8 at Chesley Street, and perhaps that pitch is turning. Matt Parkinson has taken 3 wickets. 3 for 58. George Dressell's got another, and Ben Rain continues to add to his tally in this division this year. 3 wickets for him. Half centuries for Clark and Alsop, but judging by the way runs have flowed at Chesley Street this season, 266 for 8 would appear to be a little short for Sussex.
And Shaw back in again for his 5th over, and that is defended into the covers by Rish Patel for no run. Shaw so far 4.1 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 6. Certainly been on the money with the new ball.
Looks as if it's been a really entertaining day's cricket at New Road. 275 for 8 Worcestershire, but at one stage they were 78 for 4 and 110 for 6. So it's been a fight back from them.
Recovery.
D'Oliveira 71 not out.
And Rish Patel defends that one or drives that one to mid-on for no run.
Van Beek made a 50 as well, 53 to him. Ben Allison, who's on loan to Worcestershire, obviously not required by Essex, who've signed Umesh Yadav for their bid for what would be a 3rd title in 7 years, I think, for Essex. Well, a 3rd championship title, I should say, because of course they won the Bob Willis Trophy as well.
And Rish Patel swivels on that one, pulls it but doesn't get all of it. Might have caught the top handle of the bat a bit, and comes through for 1 run. Score moves to 44 for 1. So are you backing Essex to win it over Surrey?
I didn't say that, but I think that they've stocked up pretty well for their push of Essex. You're certainly unlikely to score a huge number of runs against that Essex side, and it's sort of Essex's bowlers against
it's not quite Essex's bowlers against Surrey's batters, but there's a certain element of that.
Shaw in again, and Hill dabs it into the offside. They run through for a quick single.
But you know, that Surrey side going forward, it'll be without Atkinson, without the Currans. Of course, they could still put out an attack of Worrell, Roach, Jamie Overton, Tom Laws,
Yeah,
Jordan Clark.
that would
goes
do
on
bits.
for about a
That would
year.
do bits and pieces, yes.
Yeah. So it's certainly not a case of that. But what you do know with Essex is that they'll tend to get results in terms of wins.
Shaw again, and defended on the front foot by Rish Patel. No run.
I mean, they're gonna prepare surfaces at Chelmsford, which are going to be to their advantage, and why wouldn't they? Surrey, I guess you always have that nagging feeling of, are Surrey just going to get a pitch at the Oval at some point where it just does nothing?
Good point, actually. It's a very good point.
We'll see.
Last ball of the over for Josh Shaw, his 5th. And Rish Patel, 1 foot, kneels into that one, caresses it through the covers. It doesn't have enough on it to go to the boundary, and they should... No, they only can come back for 2, in fact. It was one of those shots which looked pleasing on the eye, but didn't have the power. didn't have all the power to make it to the boundary, but still. One of those ones where you say shot and then realise it's not going to the boundary.
Yeah, well, I think he forced it away quite nicely, didn't he? He just didn't quite ever look as if it was going all the way. I think I need, for these sorts of situations, we're quite lucky at Bristol in that the commentary position, the sun is behind us, so we don't have this problem. But I'm in the situation here where I kind of need some of those ridiculous flip down, flip up shades.
I understand.
Because it's not easy at the moment going between the laptop and the live action. In comes Goodman, and he bowls to Lewis Hill, and Hill will again not be interested in playing a shot. Just in the last few moments, Sussex have lost a 9th wicket, so it looks as though Durham might even have a few overs to negotiate this evening. Sussex 266 for 9. Mentioned that Worcestershire score, the other game in Division 2 between Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Yorkshire have been dismissed for 297. James Wharton top scoring with 58. As leaving that ball alone is Hill once again. Goodman, who whilst he's a very tall man, he's not express pace, and as a consequence he must be accurate, and when he's on song he certainly is. So far it's been basically on the money, and Gloucestershire have needed that spell. They need a longer spell obviously, but just to steady things after, unfortunately, a rather wayward opening spell from Zaman Akhtar. Goodman is into bowl. Hill comes forward to play the ball to mid-off. In reply to that 297 from Yorkshire, Derbyshire have already lost a wicket. They've lost Harry Kame, and that's another one where...
Harry who?
Harry Kame. You can't help but, actually, even if you're not meaning to, make the pun there. Ben Code has seen the back of him, and Derbyshire 6 for 1. As Goodman prepares to send another one down, he is driven this time by Hill, but Zaffer tumbles to his left and cuts it off. In Division 1, we certainly know that Surrey are batting well on that oval surface. Question is whether it's going to be a flat one all round, and Warwickshire will do the same. But Surrey are 317 for 4 in the 91st over, and of course batting points vital as well. Ben Folkes has just gone to a century. The spurned man, Ben Folkes of English cricket. This is edged by Hill, and it's gone between the slip cordon and gully. It flew away. That really did seem to be one of those balls which just took off and caught the shoulder of Hill's bat and has flashed away, I think, into the gap between Dent at third and Hammond at gully, and that will bring up Leicestershire's 50 with a boundary, 53 for 1.
Yeah, no one could get anything on that. It's gone in the one area where no one can pull out a dive. Good bowling from Dom Goodman.
height that he sends it down, the release point as they like to call it, that any variable bounce would be tricky for the batters. Hill this time comes well forward, put that last delivery out of his mind, and was able to block this one up to mid-on. So century for Folkes at the Oval, 60s for Sibley, Jamie Smith and Cameron Steele as well. Warwickshire have used 7 bowlers, but only Barnard and Rushworth have picked up wickets. So Surrey taking firm control there. Goodman bowls. Hill turns this one to mid-on. There's a quick single there. Very well taken. Luke Charlesworth coming in. Tried the one-handed pick-up and throw, but would have had that single anyway. So Hill will pinch the strike. He's got 9. Patel's got 29. 54 for 1 at the end of that over, but moral victory for Goodman, taking the edge in that over, but it didn't find hands. Northamptonshire 232 all out against Lancashire at Northampton. It's not been a happy time of it for Northamptonshire either with the bat this season. Sam Whiteman made 79, but the only half centurion and no batting points for them. Lancashire 34 for 1 and reply, having lost Wells for 8. And Hampshire 243 for 7 against Somerset, with Liam Dawson yet again in the runs, 88 not out. And we're going to see
a change of bowling. Yes, Luke Charlesworth
for his first bowl in first-class cricket.
Yes, on debut, got a duck with the bat, but he's not in the side for that. He will get a chance to bowl. And what can you tell me about him after this ball? He's into Lewis Hill, first ball up. Oh, and well, there's an appeal. He reckons he's got him strangled down the leg side, but the umpire is not moved. Ed will have a look for me to see if there was... Well, no, sorry, no, I'll have a look.
I was going to say, not just because of the sunglasses, but also just... It's seldom easy to tell exactly where.
The leg side strangle, unless you've got Snicko with you, you can't tell anything. But somewhat of a good start there for Charlesworth with his first ball. And this one he drifts onto Lewis Hill's body, and Lewis is able to tuck that into the leg side for 2 to move into double figures. He moves to 11.
Yeah, so Charlesworth, Luke that is another man who has been to Exeter University. He's played 1. In fact, I haven't said that. I should double check that. I think he's played 2 T20 matches for the county now, both at friendly games.
Charlesworth again. Oh, he's gone for an LBW shout this time. He's full. To me, that looks like he's drifting down the leg side. I'll have a look at the replay. I can understand.
It looks like he's said he hit it.
So he might even be inside edge onto his pads.
The way that Peter Hartley moved away immediately led me to believe before he didn't signal the leg by, that he just decided that's bat.
Yeah, it's a big nick in fairness.
Just didn't even entertain the appeal, so yeah.
But he's asking questions thus far. Charlesworth, 2 balls, 2 LBW shouts. Off 2 of the 3, sorry. In again, and his radar's a bit off there, though. Down the leg side once more. No run.
Oh, you've got to fight the demon inside you as a fast bowler, which is forcing you to strain for every ounce of pace, and you get to first class level, and you can I'm sure you can kind of feel that you've got to bowl so much faster, differently to how you bowl when you're bowling for the second team. So it's something, I'm not saying that's what's going on here, but it's something you have to fight against, I'm sure.
And again, it's a full toss in fairness. And Rishi Patel, that's meat and drink to Rishi Patel, and he just helps that into the mid-wicket boundary, deep mid-wicket boundary for 4 runs. And Rishi Patel, in the blink of an eye, has gone to 33.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to get away with that leg stump delivery, and to a man who likes to attack as well in Rishi Patel. And Mills didn't really have to try too hard for that one. You just got to time it, and when there's such a gap between long leg and mid wicket, should be 4 runs every time.
Last ball of Luke Charlesworth's debut over, and that one is straighter. And Rishi Charles leans into his forward defensive, and there is no run there. Leicestershire 61 for 1. Rishi Patel 33 from 37 balls, and Lewis Hill 12 from 31. Partnership is 45. We have 12 overs remaining in the day.
Still though, a little bit of encouragement for Luke Charlesworth in his opening over, with a loud leg before shout, even if it was swiftly turned down. I'll give him something to feel good about after that opening over. But yeah, as I say, he's played 2 T20 matches against the Sri Lanka Cricket Development 11.
Okay.
That was last year when that tour was happening, and then this year, just a matter of days ago, against New Zealand. Goodman bowls. Goodman was captain of that side, as Hill turns the ball towards mid-wicket, where Actor fields. They quickly decide there's no run there. So Goodman is he's already taken on the leadership role, both in that T20 game and the second 11. Bowls now to Hill, who comes forward and plays quietly out the strip for Goodman to field.
It is gorgeous out there now. There's a gentle breeze, it's warm. Oh, Leicestershire going well.
Yes, I'm sure that helps.
It does.
I'm sure if you're a Gloucestershire supporter, you're feeling it's
Oppressive,
sultry,
oppressive,
yes, it's
yeah.
claggy, far too hot. Goodman in, and Hill covers up in defence again, played to mid-off.
Goodman's first name is
Dom. Dominic, yes.
Dom, not Don as in the former
No, well,
Wolves striker.
we had that when Goodman was batting.
But inevitably, oh, update, it is an update. Here we go, for BBC Radio Leicester. Well, that seems an awful long time ago now, indeed, because Leicestershire are miles ahead of the game now in that respect. They bowled Gloucestershire out for 159, so they did pick up those last few wickets very quickly. It was a brilliant afternoon session for them. They picked up 6 wickets in conceding just 72 runs off 34 overs, and they took the last 3 wickets quickly after tea. 2 for Chris Wright, 1 for Tom Scriven. Scriven finished with 4 for 30, which are his first-class best figures. Wright missed a consistent 3 for 30, 2 for 49 for Vian Mulder. Matt Salisbury was unlucky, had a catch dropped off his bowling, but Umar Amin bowled a couple of overs, Leicestershire's new overseas batsman for the last 4 championship fixtures, and he managed to pick up a wicket, 1 for 8 from his 2 overs. So all out 159 from having been 77 for 1 is a pretty spectacular effort even on the part of the Foxes, and they've made a good start with the bat as well. They did lose one opener very quickly. Sol Budinger was bowled by Josh Shaw for just 316 for 1 at that stage, but Rishi Patel, he's closing in on 1,000 runs in the championship this season. He's 33 not out off 37 balls. The captain Lewis Hill is with him. It's still not that easy out there. There's still a little bit in the pitch for, has to be said, an under-strength Gloucestershire attack. But these two, Hill and Patel, doing sterling work for the Foxes at the moment. 11 overs remain. The Foxes, in reply to Gloucestershire's 159 all out, are 65 for 1. Don't know how much cricket you missed then. Seemed to be chuntering away forever there, but Hill managed to keep out Goodman. But he looks an interesting prospect, Dom Goodman. He's very tall and he gets a little bit of bounce. And on his day, he'll be a real handful.
Yeah, definitely bowled very nicely up at Chesley Street and managed to bounce out a couple of the Durham batters there, actually. Is it me or is it you?
I don't know, to be quite honest. In goes Charlesworth, hits the gloves of Rishi Patel with a ball that just lifts on him a little bit. He drops it out into the onside, takes the single. But he's a combative cricketer, clearly. Young Mr. Charlesworth, he went racing after the ball, picked it up, turned, hurled it at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Akhtar had to back up because the throw missed, but belligerent piece of cricket.
He's certainly got a fast bowler's build, doesn't he? Looks very strong.
Stocky,
He's got decent
yeah,
amount of height as well.
runs away from us and bowls full to Hill, but that's onto the toes of Hill, clipped. That's where he likes it. Lewis Hill out to deep square. There is a deep square hiding in the shade of the trees out there. Josh Shaw it is. Hill takes one, moves on to 17, 67 for one, and that scrambled single in the previous ball brought up the 50 partnership for Leicestershire's second wicket, 51. It is now Worth with that single there to Hill. Charlesworth runs in, bowls to Hill, grunt of it to Patel, beg your pardon, grunt of effort. Patel waiting, forward press, back down the pitch it goes to the fair head, albeit very short fair head. Charlesworth, Luke.
I would guess. To be honest, I don't actually know because I've never seen them. This is the first time they've played together, Ben and Luke Charlesworth. I would guess Ben might be slightly taller, but he's certainly a lot leaner.
Luke Charlesworth is in, bowls very full, driven in the air for a few feet by Rishi Patel. Wasn't quite there and bounced well short in the end of Akhtar at mid-off.
Say Luke is very much fast bowler's build. He looks as if he's certainly been pumping the weights in the gym, and Ben is much more, as I say, much leaner.
Now Ben is 6'3". Luke, well, he isn't. He doesn't figure in the who's who yet. Next season he should be in there. In he goes and bowls. Good line and good length. And Patel is respectful, leaning forward, defending out to point or backward point, and there's no run.
I remember Ben in that because we had that in the reverse fixture. He says there should be 3 hits in the championship, doesn't he?
He does, to bring more excitement into the longer format and to punish bowlers for no balls.
I'm sure his brother wouldn't agree at this point. Mind you, he hasn't bowled one yet.
Luke is in, bowls down the leg side. Patel misses out, tried to help it on its way down to fine leg, didn't get anything on it. Bracey took it cleanly, diving away to his left behind the stumps. The problem with something as slightly artificial as that, red ball cricket is the kind of purest form of the game, if pure is a very pejorative word to use in relation to cricket, isn't it? But you know what I mean. It is the basic game, and that just introduces an artificial element, a really artificial element, that giving people a second chance if they whack it up into the air in those circumstances just doesn't sit right with me. You're laughing at me.
Oh, no, I'm not laughing at you. I'm just sort of chuckling about the debate that it creates. I think it's one of those things, isn't it? I mean, I must say, I'm not kind of massively pushing for it, but if they were to do it, I can't say I would throw my hands up in horror. But you know, it's one of those things. Somebody will probably decide it at some point, and who knows? Is that red arrows in the distance?
It could be. They've
just made their way over towards the.
They operate. They used to operate from
at.
Scampton, which is just on the other side of Lincoln.
Here comes Goodman. Meanwhile, bowling to Hill, who pushes up to mid-off and then wonders whether there might have been a single there.
But Sunday is a day when they would be out, going to sort of fetes and things like that, or flying over fetes.
I think you can still
hear
see
them.
the plumes of smoke in the distance. I think those might be clouds, but they were over the top of the indoor school over there.
I don't know if they are still based at Scampton. I think they are.
In comes Goodman, and he bowls, and this is tickled away fine by Hill. A really nice leg glance there that'll get him 4 runs, much too fine for Akhtar to get anywhere near it. Hill moves into the 20s, 21 to him, 71 for 1.
We used to live at Stamford, which is over to the east.
Yeah.
And both the Red Arrows and actually the Battle of Britain flight occasionally used to pass overhead en route to somewhere.
Yeah, from Coningsby.
Yeah. Well, they for a while were based at Scampton, but as you say, then they went up to Coningsby.
In comes Goodman. He's past the umpire and he bowls, and that's been edged and taken by Chris Dent in the gully, and Goodman gets reward for bowling a decent line and length here. He caught the shoulder of Hill's bat and it flashed wide of Dent this time. It was a fuller ball. It drew Hill into the shot, and this time it has ended up in the hands of Dent. So a wicket for Goodman, Leicestershire 71 for 2 as Hill goes for 21.
Yeah, really well bowled. That extra little bit of lift from Dom Goodman. Well bowled, young man, found the edge, and Dent took, by gully standards, a reasonably comfortable catch. And did he like it, Dom Goodman? He punched down through the air with a real delight. 1 for 18 from 3.3. Yeah, just to finish that story about the Red Arrow. My son came back from primary school and we saw the Red Sparrows today, he said. That's a brilliant name for them.
Yes.
He was really proud. The Red Sparrows.
Well, perhaps that could be a sort of a tribute act in, I don't know, sort of microlights or something, maybe something a little bit smaller than an aircraft, I don't know.
Good idea. There's something in that.
I think there was, yeah, I was going to say there's been, I remember this has been all over the news actually with Scampton, but I couldn't remember exactly what it was.
They're putting in some
seekers,
asylum seekers, aren't they? Yeah, it was odd because I used to drive past often, and essentially the buildings didn't really change too much. And it was exactly as it looked when the Dam Busters were based there. Gibson's office, they could have made such an attraction. I mean, even for a while, there was a Lancaster actually sort of on the sort of fourth sort of court, so to speak, just outside it, and they could have made it a real feature, or attraction.
So Colin Ackerman to face his first ball. It's Goodman bowling to him, very full, and it's dug out as much as anything else by Ackerman up to mid-off. 3 slips and a gully Gloucestershire have gone with, so Dent goes back in tight at third and Hammond in the gully. Yeah, well, my dad still lives in East Kirkby in Lincolnshire, which is the Aviation Heritage Museum, and the Lancaster, which doesn't take off but goes on taxi runs around the old taxiways of the airfield. Goodman is in and Ackerman is squirting this one somewhat out towards backward point. The bat comes down at a slightly strange angle. But Ashraf is just having a little examination of where Goodman's feet landed. We didn't see a single no ball bowled by Leicestershire, I don't think. I don't remember one. Deep square is going out towards the boundary, not all the way back because it's such a long way out there. As Goodman bowls to Ackerman, and it's an away swinger, if anything, outside the off stump. So Ackerman has yet to get off the mark, and some applause from a few travelling Gloucestershire supporters. I think the one's down to our left-hand side for a wicket containing over for Goodman. 4 overs, 1 for 18, I think his figures read over there. 71 for 2.
I'm quite glad some of the, with respect, the supporters who came to the semi-final, they'd had a few beers, hadn't they? And some of the chanting got a little bit football-like. Luke Charlesworth is in from the pavilion end, forced off the back foot by Rishi Patel. Just hesitated for a moment, wasn't sure it was going to penetrate the covers, but it has, and running back, sliding and picking up around about a yard inside the ropes. Extra cover means that Patel can take 3 and move on to 37, exactly half of Leicestershire's total of 74 for 2. Ackerman's had a pretty decent championship season as well. He also one-day cup campaign has been outstanding. He looks absolutely determined to finish his time at Leicestershire on a high, preferably with a trophy. Charlesworth is in, bowls very long way down the leg side. Bracey sort of takes it on the run. Ackerman flicked at it in a somewhat desultory fashion. not given as a wide.
So I'm sort of struggling to keep up with the overall Leicestershire player movements here. So
So
Callum
Ackerman,
Parkinson's going
Parkinson
as well.
both going to Durham, Wright going to Sussex.
And
Those are
then
the three main ones.
Players in Cox, Travaskis has been
Yeah, that's confirmed.
confirmed, yeah.
Charlesworth is in. Forward goes Ackerman, plenty of time. Down into the onside goes the ball.
So sort of left arm spin.
So
swap.
Travaskis for Parkinson is a fairly, not quite like for like, obviously, but similar sort of skill sets in a way. I would imagine Travaskis's primary role would be in white ball cricket, which it has been for Callum Parkinson this season too. He wants to play red ball cricket. So I guess why he's gone up to Durham. In goes Charlesworth and bowls. Very straight bat from the very correct Ackerman down the pitch on the onside. Fielded at mid-on, and there's no run.
It was on a real turning pitch, but Travaskis bowled in the first-class game for Durham at the end of the 2021 season. That game that I actually touched on earlier, where Zafar got his 11 in the match, and Travaskis bowled really well in that game. I mean, of course, you had the assistance at the pitch, which helps, but certainly bowling first-class cricket.
Charlesworth bowls a full toss down the leg side. Bracey can't deflect, can't stop it. I think it's going to run down to the boundary. Good tumbling, jumping stop by. Is it Zafar down there? Well, he's redeemed himself to a certain extent. It's more buys, unfortunately, but that was a horror for Bracey. It was almost impossible to stop. Diving away to his right, it was a full toss spear down the leg side that bounced a long way before Bracey sort of bounced up, and he flung himself to his left and got enough on it to save a couple of buys, but does concede two more, 15 extras now, out of Leicestershire's 76 for 2. Charlesworth is in. Ackerman is just leaning forward, slightly turning the bat face on that defensive push out into the onside. And, well, the young man trying his absolute guts out is Charlesworth out there, and when you do that, sometimes you try almost a little bit too hard and lose control just occasionally. 3 overs, none for 12 for him.
Yep, he took 3 for 56 in the most recent second 11. I say game, I mean it wasn't a full game by any stretch. I think they lost the entirety of the last day of it, and I think they may have had some rain on day one of it as well. Gloucestershire taking on Warwickshire at Bristol CC. Goodman is into Patel, who tucks that one off his hip out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Charlesworth, say 3 for 56, got through the most work in that game, bowled 16 overs, so I don't know whether it was always in the plan that Charlesworth would play this game, because it wasn't in the squad that Gloucestershire announced, but at the same time, I don't think either Matt Taylor or Tom Price were even here this morning. In goes Goodman, and there's a drive from Patel that goes over the top of cover and will plug a little in the outfield, even towards the short side, and won't go for 4, with the sliding stop made just inside the rope, and they're through for 2, 78 for 2.
Red Arrows info. Brunty tells us they are now at RAF Waddington.
Oh, okay, so the other side of Lincoln then.
He hears them and the RAF Jaguars quite frequently while working on the water railway path between Lincoln and Boston. But you have to look, he says, about a mile ahead of the noise if you want to see
Yes.
them.
Goodman bowls, and a drive will be knocked down by Goodman in his follow-through. Yeah, they had the AWACS at Waddington.
I want to show you something from Brunty, who penned a remarkable tribute to Peter Hanscom.
Oh. An encomium, was it?
It was a musical encomium, that's right.
Here comes Goodman bowling. It's edged, and I think it's fallen short of
Price at second slip. He holds up a hand of apology, I think, to say sorry for letting it get by me rather than it being a dropped catch, but he did find the edge again there, did Dom Goodman. They've grabbed a single as the ball trickled behind Ollie Price, and Patel moves up to 40, 79 for 2.
Came and played for Leicestershire.
Goodman bowls to Ackerman, who pushes to mid-on. There's no run.
I'll have to start that again, won't I? That was bad time. I'll play it between
yes,
between overs, and I'll play it
get
down a microphone and see what everybody thinks
in
of it.
that
But
time,
I think
we
it
might
ought
get
to be.
Mash back on, seeing as
See what he thinks as well.
Otherwise, you're not going to get much of a stint in before the
No, this is true.
end of play. Last ball of the over, as Goodman is in. Ackerman's
easy.
beaten outside the off stump. I'm not sure actually whether that carried through to Bracey or not, but that completes the over. 79 for 2.
Once Peter Hanscom came and played for Leicestershire instead of a Jinkarahani. And he came and he kept and he scored a load of runs. He sent Fox's fans into ecstasy. One Peter Hanscom, one Peter Hanscom, one Peter Hanscom at our county. And he came and he kept and he scored a load of runs. He's the best overseas in the whole country.
Well, there you go. I had to play that as that one is played out into the onside by Rishi Patel off the bowling of Luke Charlesworth. 4-3 in the end. I think that's he scored something like bleeding loads of runs. But I think that ought to be made into a record of some kind. Your thoughts, Master? Did you manage to?
Who was the?
It's a Leicestershire supporter.
Do you know what? I enjoyed it.
A tribute to Peter Hanscom. A tribute to Peter Hanscom. It is. I don't think you can not enjoy it. Charlesworth is in and bowls full, but at this stage of his innings, Ackerman, who's yet to get off the mark, 0 off 11, just strokes it out to mid-on, and there is no run. But if Leicester supporters don't have that off pat come the final, I was very, very disappointed. I'm expecting chants of that song to ring out across Trent Bridge in a couple of weeks' time. Just under a couple of weeks' time now. Charlesworth is in again to Ackerman. He is going to get off the mark there, as it's a foolish delivery on leg stump that is just clipped neatly away by Ackerman through mid-wicket. There is cover out there, so it is going to be just the single. 83 for 2.
Speaking of Pete Hanscom, though, given his integral role to Leicestershire's success, was there any attempts, conversations? Obviously, it would have been pre-arranged that he has to leave, but any attempts or conversations to try to?
I think actually probably the semi-final was pushing it a little bit,
Okay.
if that makes sense. In goes Charlesworth and bowls. Patel is clipping into the leg side now. Shaw runs through the shadows along that side of the ground, the west side of the ground, and makes sure it is just one. But I said to Peter, because obviously it was a bit rain affected the game, and he was due to fly out the next day. I said, well, what if it had gone into the reserve day? And that would have been a conversation I would have had with my wife.
Right, okay.
So he'd have said they'd have found a way to delay the flight one way or another. Charlesworth is in bowls. Forward goes Ackerman. But he is captain of Victoria, and he had to get back and to prepare for the season ahead. So he did his. He couldn't have made a bigger contribution, essentially, especially those last 4 games. Essentially, he got Leicestershire over the line in each and every one of them in that competition, in company with Vian Mulder often. But It is down to Peter in no small measure that Leicestershire are through to their first final since 2011. Charlesworth is in and bowls, and forward goes Ackerman, turning the ball in the air just for a couple of feet into the onside, and there is no run. 84 for 2 after 18, 6 remain.
I think it's a measure of how good Rishi Patel has been this season, that he's made. I've now conceded, having seen Leicestershire bat on it for 18 overs, that it's not an easy track to bat on. I think you have to work for your runs, but Rishi's made this look rather simplistic, which I guess is in keeping with the form in general that he's been showing.
Well, that's 934 championship runs, currently averaging over 50, 52.35, so he would love to go over 1,000 in this game, with still potentially 7 innings left to play.
Changing bowling, Zaman Akhtar is back into the attack. Expensive in his first spell, and he tucks Rishi up a bit. Rishi's able to negotiate it, but hurried him a tiny bit there.
I think the only thing sometimes with Rishi, he's been in such form this season that it almost looks it comes so easy for him that he just sometimes gives it away. He's been caught and bowled a few times, just stroking the ball back in the air. May have been out that way at Beckenham. I'll have to look back.
Yes, he was right, that's true. Akhtar in again, and Rishi defends on the back foot into the covers, no run. Yeah, it was caught and bowled, if I remember right. That's what my memory is telling me.
Caught and bowled. Kadri popped up a simple catch. 50 off 67.
Well, if he does put up 1,000 runs, which seems very, very likely, certainly eyes will be turning towards Grace Roll and what is going on. Akhtar in again, and Rishi tucks that off his legs into the onside and scampers through for 1. He moves to 45.
Well, he's already scored 4 championship centuries and 2 50s, plus centuries in the One Day Cup and T20 as well. So if in those circumstances, if he were to go on and go past 1,000 and wasn't to get some sort of recognition this winter, well,
yes, I was about to say England Lions, surely.
Well,
surely.
You would hope so. You really would hope so, and it would add fuel to the you don't look at hard enough at the second division argument if he didn't.
Akhtar into Ackerman, who again nudges that one, similar to the previous delivery, nudges it into the onside and picks up a run. 1 more ball remaining. Oh no, sorry, I've got that wrong, sorry. From the wrong scoreboard. 3 balls remain of this over.
And I can confirm for Ed that it was the Red Arrows. They did a fly past at, quote, Cosby Victory Show. Well, Cosby's just actually not far down to the south, so there you go. You're absolutely spot on, Ed. You did spot them.
Rishi Patel back on strike, and he rocks onto the back foot, cuts, and fielder there, who I can't make out in this reflection of the sun, tried to stop it. Tector seems like he's nursing his hands there. It's a stinger that he's caught there, and he's still on his haunches looking at his hands. I can't see a physio going out there to tend to him, and he's back up. He's had to rub that one off himself. And in the meantime, Rishi Patel did run through for 1 off that misfield. Yes, of course, Tector's got no number, hasn't he? Well, that's, I should have known it was him. Akhtar into Ackerman, who's back on strike, and there's no run there. Defends into the covers, and that is the end of Akhtar's 5th over. There are 5 overs remaining of the day's play. Rishi Patel on 46, Colin Ackerman on 2, and Leicestershire are 87 for 2. They trail by 72 runs.
You said at least 100, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought they'd make 3 figures.
Maybe a bit more.
I think 5 overs to go, 13 off. You could think they'd end the day on something like 105, maybe.
If they do, especially if they're just 2 down, then it will have been certainly the afternoon and evening sessions, I think we could say, have both belonged to Leicestershire. After the morning session belonged to Gloucestershire and to Chris Dent in particular. Luke Charlesworth endeavouring to swing the balance back to the visitors, runs in and bowls a low full toss to Rishi Patel, and that is pumped away to the wide long on boundary for 4, and that is yet another 50 for Rishi Patel. And as Mash said, it's come in really good time on a pitch that isn't straightforward and that he has made look reasonably straightforward. His 50, as I say, of 54 balls, and that is his 3rd to go with 4 centuries this season in the county championship alone.
Yeah, excellent half century there from Rishi Patel. From ball 1, his intent has been clear.
Charlesworth is in full on off stump, driven by Patel. Didn't really put his weight into the shot though, and steered it as much as anything out towards wide mid off. Just to give you the number of 4s hit by Patel in his innings, it is 7. So 54 balls, 7 4s. So yeah, you've seen Rishi Patel twice this season, and each time he's impressed.
Yep, 100%. I'm calling on England selectors to select Rishi for England.
Recognise this young man. In goes Charlesworth and bowls to him. He's turning him off his legs down to long leg for 4. Lovely little timed sort of leg glance. It was a bit more forceful than a glance. He really did turn his wrists on it, but really sweet piece of timing. And Luke Charlesworth finding out that you stray against first-class batsmen, really, especially first-class batsmen in form, and you pay the penalty in a way that you sometimes get away with when you're playing second 11 cricket.
Yeah, his radar, it's been a bit erratic, often strained onto the legs. Not for want of trying though.
No, he's giving it everything. Goes in and bowls to Patel, who's waiting in position for that one, and just steers it towards backward point. He's got so much time,
yes.
And that's what sometimes just makes me a bit nervous, because he's sort of in position waiting. What am I shot? You know, and you can see he's got so many shots that he could play, and he sometimes just that's a straight. No, I'll stop it. I'll be careful. I won't put that one away or try to put it away to the boundary. You want to get through to the close here. 4.2 overs remain in the day. In goes Charlesworth, bowls. Patel drives him beautifully, elegantly away through extra cover, and if anything, it's gathering pace as it runs down the slope to the extra cover boundary. 3 boundaries from the first 5 balls of Luke Charlesworth's 5th over. Patel moves on to 58, now scoring at a run a ball, and Leicestershire on to 99 for 2. Partnership is 28, of which Ackerman has scored 2. Patel approaching 950 runs for the season now, 948.
I'm just thinking ahead here, and very presumptuous to think this far ahead, but Leicestershire have Durham, Sussex and Yorkshire remaining.
Yeah.
Come back to that point.
Charlesworth is in, Patel is forward, deflecting it, bounces out towards point, and there is no run. End of the over, 99 for 2 after 20. Leicestershire scoring at 5 and over, and 4 overs remain to be bowled today.
The reason why I bring that up is Leicestershire are in the One Day Cup final and potentially could have a historic season amidst all the off the field movements. They could yet get a promotion and a One Day Cup. And I guess riffing off you, like, was this something you could have foreseen 2 months ago, much less at the start of the season? Or do you think momentum's just coming together all at the right time for the club and the players? We'll come back to that point as Akhtar comes in for his 6th over. Oh, and he tucks up Ackerman there. Definitely the slip cordon loved that delivery. Squares him up a bit.
It looked as though they were strong enough to be a factor in the county championship from the game 1 when they beat Yorkshire away, really. And it also looked like they could be a force in one-day cricket, but the T20 campaign, which ultimately cost Paul Nixon his job, was so disastrously bad.
Akhtar in again. Ackerman forward in defence, no run.
It was a little bit hard to see them doing as well as they have done in the one-day cup, but what I think for me the most pleasing aspect of the season, it's great when your overseas come off as well as they have, and Hanscom and Wright and everyone like that, but the progress made by the younger players, by the likes of Scriven and Josh Hull and Rishi Patel, has been, we're finally unearthing some really good prospects here.
Akhtar and Ackerman drives back into the ground, and Akhtar parries that over the crossbar, so to speak, on his follow through, but there'll be no run there.
You know, the young players who can really take the club forward. And I think that is the most hopeful thing. I think the members love it when you unearth your own good young player.
Akhtar better in this spell since he's come back, but drifts onto the legs there, and Ackerman tucks him leg side for 1. And that applause you can hear is because Leicestershire have brought up the 100. 2 wickets have fallen. Rishi Patel is still there, 58 off 59, and Colin Ackerman 3 off 20. You could be forgiven for forgetting that Colin Ackerman is actually out there, as Rishi Patel has been stroking it to all parts, and Ackerman is quite content to get to the close of play. Akhtar, 2 balls remaining of his 6th over. Rishi Patel back on strike, and he's loud shout for leg before. Umpire wants nothing to do with that. We'll have to look at the replay to see if that was an inside edge or if it was drifting.
It looked a bit high to me as well. Let's have a look-see. Might have been also outside the line.
Outside the line or something.
Possibly.
But further evidence for Akhtar bowling a better spell, coming back. And 1 more, and as I say that, he drifts onto the legs, and Rishi tucks him again into the leg side for 1 run, but only 2 off that over. Leicestershire 101 for 2, 3 overs remain in the day. Rishi Patel 59, Colin Ackerman 3. This partnership is 30, and Leicestershire trail by, that's not actually on the scoreboard, so I will have to find that for you. I could just do the quick maths in my head, but
58.
58.
Yeah, good day so far for the Foxes. But no, just to finish that point, really, at the start of the season, you know, a final would have been fantastic because we haven't reached one since 2011. A trophy would be astonishing, and a trophy and promotion just don't really bear thinking about, to be honest. But
If you could only take one.
Good question.
1 day cup or promotion?
Oh, good question.
And that goes for all Leicestershire fans listening to
Yeah,
this.
that's
1 day cup or promotion.
You know, that is a really hard one. Shaw's back on to try and pick up a wicket at the end of the day. Bowls down the leg side, won't be with that one, but Bracey takes it diving away to his left, and there's no run. Interesting one. What Leicester supporters would... I mean... I don't know. I mean, a final and promotion.
Oh, yeah, good, yeah.
You know, if that would be great.
I'll ask the neutral
but
in the
it'd be lovely
room.
to lift a trophy.
Ed, 1 day cup or promotion?
See,
Ed says promotion.
but he's used to the Gloucestershire serial trophy winners. In goes Shaw, bowls outside off stump. Patel leaves. They've been there. They know what it's all about. Leicestershire. This is a generation that haven't experienced success. And yeah, it'd be interesting to ask. I'll ask some of the Leicestershire players at the end of the season. We'll see what's happened. I think promotion is a bit of a long shot. I think they're outsiders, but you never know. 3 wins might take them. Shaw is in, bowls outside off stump. Patel, everything he kind of does, even when he's out, it looks quite stylish, and that was a stylish leave. Steps forward and lifts his bat over the line of the ball. 15 deliveries remain, legitimate deliveries remain to be bowled. It's been a long old day, one way or another.
Yeah, probably this is the first time since about 11:30 that the sun appears to not be blazing directly on us, though.
Shaw is in, bowls. He says, holding up his hand to stop the blazing sun as it comes in at the side window.
Sorry, let me rephrase that. It's not blazing on me, as I have here to found a section of. I've found a
You've
section
finally
of
found
shade.
some shade, yeah. Barely a cloud in the sky. Just a few. Just a few. It's been a gorgeous late summer's day, early September. Often the best month. We always used to say that when I was playing club cricket, that September was nearly always the best weather. In goes Shaw and bowls straight. Patel carefully. Looks like he is thinking now in terms of getting through to the close. Blocks it out to mid-on.
Several games around the country have reached a close, so I'll just summarise some of them. Sussex 266 all out against Durham. Durham are 6 without loss at close of play there. Worcestershire 284 all out, and Glamorgan closed on 3 without loss.
Shaw bustles in, bowls a slower ball, but again he's lost his radar, but it's down the leg side. Bracey, who's had to throw himself around behind the stumps, does so again and makes the stop cleanly enough. End of the 22nd over, 101 for 2. Ackerman 3 off 20, Patel 59 off 67.
Yorkshire 297 all out. That game has not closed yet. Derbyshire 47 for 1. That is Division 2. I will try and find the results in Division 1 in a second.
There's a good crowd at Scarborough today.
Yeah.
Really good crowd. And they'll all be hanging around at the exits now because the landladies stop serving tea at about 6 and they all have to go running off to the various boarding houses.
England lost the T20 by 74 runs against New Zealand. England were all out for 1-2-8, chasing 203. Akhtar for his final over of the day. This is the penultimate over, and that's down the leg side. Good take behind the stumps.
Bracey. He spent more time diving around than a goalkeeper, poor soul, in this last hour, and he lay on his back having taken that one and looked up at the sky with a sigh.
So I think Akhtar in his first 4 went for 23. Only gone for 5 runs in this spell. Back him outside the off stump, and Ackerman shoulder arms that, no run. In Division 1, Hampshire closed on 282 for 7 against Somerset. Northamptonshire 232 all out, Lancashire 54 for 2, and Surrey closed on 339 for 4 against Warwickshire.
So all the second division games away from here are fairly sort of well balanced, aren't they, in a way?
Yeah. Akhtar once more. And Ackerman just digs that one out. Might have kept a tiny bit low on him.
Leicestershire might not be too upset about that, given the position that they're in. If the uneven bounce, occasional even, it sometimes gets worse sort of days 3 and 4. Here.
And Ackerman again. Defensive prod into the offside. There'll be no run there. I think Colin Ackerman has pretty much decided this over will end as a maiden.
The Leicestershire fans, well, on the stream, Edwardian House, one-day cup, he says. That's what he wants. That's if offered the choice. He wants to see Leicestershire lift a trophy.
And again, defensive push, this time into the leg side. Onside by Ackerman, no run. I think I'd take, if your club hasn't won a trophy for a long time, that means you have a generation of fans who haven't seen something for a while. So I think I'd take trophy personally. Obviously, you'd take both, but I think I'd take trophy. Final ball of Akhtar's over, and Ackerman goes back in defence. There's no run there. That's a maiden. There will be 1 over remaining. Leicestershire 101 for 2. Rishi Patel will start the over, or see out the over, or try to. He's on 59 from 67. Colin Ackerman is on 3 from 26. The partnership, for what it's worth, is 30. And there are 6 balls remaining.
If Leicestershire can negotiate them, as bowled by Josh Shaw, I think they will feel that it has been a pretty good start to this game. Fango Fox, who's coming from Melbourne, says he definitely wants to see them lift a trophy if he's going to fly for 60 hours one way and another. In goes Shaw, bowls and clipped by Patel down to long leg with all the time in the world. Single taken, practically walks it. Rishi Patel, he moves on to 60, takes off his gloves, hoping, I suspect, to watch Colin Ackerman play out the last 5 deliveries of the day, which started at 10:30 but is still finishing at 6:15. So 45 minutes late as Shaw is in. Ackerman is solid in defence, everything nicely close together. Pushed out into the offside. There's no run. Dog down below. It is a dog down below us, isn't it? But, sounds like he's ready to go. They struggle up here. They can't get up here really because of the nature of the flooring on the terrace alongside us. Which is a grid. In goes Shaw and bowls again. Ackerman. This time it's a straighter delivery. It's played firmly back down the pitch on the on side.
I reckon Colin Ackerman's eyeing up 1,000 runs as well.
He'd love
300
to, yeah.
away from it. Well, less than 300 away from it now.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
7 potential
here.
innings at bat. Well, including this 8.
Yeah,
it's possible.
It absolutely is. He'd love to go out on that note, I think. But he too, I think, as I say, would probably love. Well, he wouldn't mind playing Leicestershire in the First Division next season, I'm sure. In goes Shaw and bowls. Thick inside edge of Ackerman's bat. Good work down on the long leg boundary. Keeps it to 1 rather than potentially 2. Mike Jelfs, yeah, one-day cup win definitely, he says. These trophy hunters.
I didn't realise what I started here. Just for the record, I'm no Leicestershire fan, but I wish you best in your promotion race. Although they may well be replacing Kent for all I know. So.
I think we might be the neutrals' favourite come the final against Hampshire as well, by and large. In goes Shaw and bowls. Patel is all care and attention. On off stump, drops it out into the offside. And there's no run. Yeah, I've already seen a few heartfelt tributes, not tributes, but well, professions of support from the likes of Derbyshire and people like that who also sort of struggle for trophies and recognition in recent years, saying, yeah, beat the Hampshire boys.
It's only Ed who said, trophies, been there, done that. Promotion.
Yeah. Shaw bowls full outside off stump, trying to tempt Patel. He's not to be tempted. Steps across and leaves it, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is stumps on day 1 of the LV Insurance County Championship between Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Leicestershire have had the best of it in the end. Didn't look that way at lunch when Gloucestershire had battled their way to 73 for 1, but the Foxes, well, the bowlers were outstanding. Scriven, Wright, in particular, Mulder, Salisbury 2. Umar Amin picked up a wicket as well, and then Rishi Patel has played as well as he has done all season in going to 60 not out off 70 balls. Good support from the skipper, Lewis Hill, who battled his way through. Hill has gone, Budinger went early, so they have made a couple of breakthroughs, Gloucestershire, but Ackerman has dug in and given Patel very good support as they put on 32 unbeaten so far for the third wicket. So the Foxes are just 56 behind with 8 first innings wickets in hand. Mash, it's been a pleasure as ever.
An absolute
It's a shame
pleasure.
it's just for the one day, but
Well, you know what? Now,
You know what?
now I know that everyone wants a one-day cup. I make sure I'll be at Trent Bridge to try and lift the trophy as well.
you do that.
But thank you for having me on that.
No, you're welcome at any time. And Ed Seaborn of BBC Radio Bristol and Gloucestershire, and myself, Richard Ray of BBC Radio Leicester, we'll be back with you bright and early tomorrow. And I promise poor Ed won't be on his own first thing. He will have company. But for now, from a sun-drenched Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester, from us all,